Play 1 of One-Act Play Collection 18, The School for Wives Criticized by Moliere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
The Marquis, read by Greg Giordano.
Dorante, or the Chevalier, read by Joe Bergen.
Lycidas, a Poet, read by Todd.
Galopin, a Lackey, read by Alan Mapstone.
Urania, read by Wendy Katz-Hiller.
Eliza, read by Jen Broda.
Climene, read by Sonia.
Stage Directions, read by Jim Hedrick. Scene, Paris, in the house of Urania. The School for Wives Criticized. Scene 1, Urania, Eliza.
What? Cousin, has no one been to visit you?
Not a soul.
I am really astonished that we have both of us been alone the whole day.
It astonishes me, too, for it is by no means usual. And your house, thank heaven, is the ordinary resort of all the loungers at court.
The afternoon, to be candid, seems very tedious to me.
And I have found it very short.
That, cousin, is because witty people love solitude.
Oh, I am not one of those witty people. You know I have no pretensions to that.
For my part, I confess I like company.
So do I, but I like it select. And the number of stupid visits we have to endure is, amongst others, the reason why I often take pleasure in being alone.
It is an over-refinement not to be able to bear any but select people.
And it is too indiscriminate a complacence to bear all sorts of people with indifference.
I relish those who are sensible, and amuse myself with those who talk nonsense.
In truth, those who talk nonsense do not proceed far without wearying you. And most of those folks are no longer amusing after the second visit. But, talking of your nonsensical people, will you not rid me of your troublesome Marquis? Do you mean always to leave him on my hands? And do you think that I can hold out forever against his everlasting quips?
It is the language of fashion, and they make merry over it at court.
So much the worse for those who do, and who rack their brains all day long to talk such an obscure jargon. A fine thing to introduce into the conversation of the Louvre their stale double entendres raked together from the kennels of the markets and of the Place Maubert. A pretty style of jesting for courtiers, and for a man to display his wit by coming up to you and saying, "Madame, you are in the Place Royale. Everyone sees you 3 leagues from Paris, for everyone is pleased to see you, because Boulogne is a village 3 leagues off. Is it not very gallant and very witty? And ought they not to be proud for having hit upon such pretty puns?"
At the same time, they do not say this as a piece of wit, for most of those who affect this language know themselves that it is ridiculous.
Worse still, to be at such pains to talk nonsense, and to be sorry jokers on purpose. I think them less excusable for this, and if I were their judge, I know well to what I would condemn all these gentry, the punsters.
A truce to this subject, which seems to excite you. Let us talk of Durant, who, methinks, is long in coming to the supper we are to take together.
Perhaps he has forgotten it, and...
Scene 2, Urania, Eliza, Galopin.
Madam, Climene has come to see you.
Oh, bless me, here is a visit.
You complained of being alone, so heaven punishes you for it.
Quick, go and tell her I am not at home.
She has already been told you're in.
Who is the fool that told her?
I, madam.
Deuce take the little rascal. I shall teach you to give answers on your own behalf.
I'll go and tell her, madam, that you do not wish to be at home.
Stay, you stupid. As the mischief is done, let her come up.
She is still talking to a man in the street.
Ah, cousin, how annoying this visit is just now.
True, the lady is naturally rather troublesome. I always disliked her much, and though she is a lady of rank, she is the most stupid creature that ever pretended to sense.
The term is rather strong.
Come, come, she richly deserves it, and more too if justice were done her. Is there anyone that better deserves to go by the name of a précieuse than she, to use the word in its worst sense?
She disclaims the epithet, at all events.
So she does. She disclaims the epithet, but not the thing. For she is finical from head to foot, and the most formal creature in the world. Her whole body appears to be out of joint, and the motions of her hips, her shoulders, and her head seem to go like a piece of clockwork. She always assumes a languishing and silly tone, grimaces to make her mouth appear small, and rolls her eyes to make them seem large.
Softly, pray, if she should happen to overhear—
No, she is not coming up yet. I shall never forget that evening when she was anxious to see Damon on account of his reputation and of the books he had published. You know the man and his natural indolence in keeping up a conversation. She had invited him to supper as a wit, and never did he appear such a fool amidst half a dozen people for whom she had meant him to be a treat, and who stared at him with all their might, as if he ought not to be made like other men. They all thought he was there to entertain the company with witty sayings, that every word from his mouth was to be something extraordinary, that he ought to deliver an impromptu repartee on everything that was said, and not even to ask for a glass of wine without uttering a witticism. But he took them in by his silence, and the lady was as ill pleased with him as I was with her.
Be quiet. I will go and receive her at the door.
One word more. I wish she was married to the Marquis we spoke of. What a fine match it would be between a précieuse and a Tour Lupin.
Will you be quiet? Here she comes.
Scene 3. Clymene, Urania, Eliza, Galopin.
How long you have been!
Oh, for heaven's sake, my dear, make them bring me a chair immediately.
Urania, 2, Galopin.
An armchair. Here, quick!
Oh, good heaven!
What can be the matter?
I can bear it no longer.
What ails you?
I'm going to faint.
Have you got the vapors?
No.
Shall I unlace you?
Oh, Lord, no. Oh!
What is your ailment, then? When did it seize you?
About 3 hours ago, and I brought it from the Palais Royal.
How?
I have just seen, as a punishment for my sins, that villainous rhapsody, The School for Wives. I feel still a twinge from the fainting fit which it gave me. I believe I shall not be myself again for a fortnight.
Just see how our ailments arise without our suspecting it.
I do not know what stuff my cousin and I are made of, but we were at the same play the day before yesterday, and we both came away well and hearty.
What? Have you seen it?
Yes, and listened to every word.
And did you not almost go into convulsions, my dear?
I am not so delicate, thank heaven. For my part, I fancy that this comedy would be more likely to cure folks than to make them sick.
Oh, good heaven! What are you saying? Can such a proposition be advanced by anyone who has the smallest stock of common sense? Do you think that everyone can with impunity insult reason as you do? And is there in very truth a mind so hungry for a joke as to relish the silly things with which this play is seasoned? I confess, for my part, I do not find the least wit in the whole of it. Children through the ear was, to my thinking, in execrable taste. The cream tart turned me sick, and I thought I must have vomited when I heard broth mentioned.
Heaven! Most elegantly spoken. I was inclined to think the piece good, but the lady's eloquence is so persuasive and gives such an agreeable turn to things that I must be of her opinion in spite of myself.
For my part, I am not so easily moved. To be candid, I look on this play as one of the most diverting which the author has produced.
Oh, I pity you for talking so. I cannot let you display so much bluntness of perception. Can a virtuous person find anything pleasant in a piece that keeps her modesty in continual alarm and sullies the imagination at every turn?
What a nice way of speaking! What a terrible hand you are at criticism, madam, and how I pity poor Moliere in having you for an enemy.
Believe me, dear, correct your judgment in good earnest. For the sake of your honour, do not openly say that this comedy has pleased you.
I cannot think what you found in it to shock your modesty.
Good lack, all of it. I do maintain it for a fact that a gentlewoman cannot see it without confusion. So much impropriety and nastiness did I find in it.
You must have a special discernment for impropriety. I own I could see none.
It is undoubtedly because you would not see it. For in short, all its impropriety, thank heaven, is plain enough. It has not the least cloak to hide it, and the boldest eyes are shocked by its nakedness.
Oh!
Oh, oh, oh!
Yet, once more, if you please, point out to me some of the improprieties you speak of.
Alas! Is it necessary to point them out?
Yes. I ask of you but one passage that shocked you very much.
Do you wish any other than the scene with that Agnès, where she tells what Horace took from her?
What do you find improper in that?
Oh!
Please?
Fie!
But
I have nothing more to say to you.
for my part, I see no harm in it.
So much the worse for you.
So much the better, I think. I look at things as they are shown to me, and do not turn them round to look at what should not be seen.
But a woman's modesty...
A woman's modesty does not consist in grimacing. It ill becomes us to be overwise. Affectation of this kind is worse than anything, and I see nothing more ridiculous than that delicate honour which takes everything amiss, gives a bad meaning to the most innocent words, and is startled at shadows. Believe me, those who make so much ado are not esteemed the most honest women. On the contrary, their mysterious severity and affected grimaces provoke public animadversions upon the actions of their own lives. The world is only too glad to discover anything to carp at. To give you a proof, there were some ladies at this comedy the other day, in a box opposite to ours, who, by their affected gestures throughout the piece, by averting their heads and hiding their faces, gave rise to 100 impertinent remarks upon their behaviour, which would never have been uttered but for that. One of the footmen even cried out aloud that their ears were more chaste than all the rest of their bodies.
In short, we ought to be blind throughout this play, and pretend not to see anything in it.
We ought not to see what is not there.
Do not tell me. I maintain that the improprieties are glaring.
And I remain still of a different mind.
What? Is not modesty plainly shocked by Agnès in the passage we are speaking about?
No, truly. She does not say a word which is indelicate in itself, and if you will understand something else, it is you who create the impropriety, and not she, for she only speaks of the ribbon that was taken from her.
Oh, yes, the ribbon. But that "thee," when she checks herself, is not put there for nothing. Odd ideas are suggested by this "thee." That "thee" is tremendously scandalous. Say what you will, you cannot defend the coarseness of this "thee."
True, cousin. I am with this lady against that "the." That "the" is excessively coarse. You are wrong to defend that "the."
Its obscenity is unbearable.
What word do you use, madam?
Obscenity, madam.
Oh, good gracious! Obscenity! I do not know the meaning of the word, but I think it very nice.
There, you see how your own relation takes my part.
Ah, she is a chatterbox who does not speak as she thinks. Do not trust her much, if you will take my advice.
Oh, you wicked creature, to try to make this lady suspect me. Just think what would become of me if she were to believe what you say. Could I be so unfortunate, madam, as to have you think this of me?
No, I do not mind her words, and I believe that you are more sincere than she says.
Oh, you are quite right, madam. And you do me justice when you believe that I think you the most engaging person in the world, that I enter into all your sentiments and am charmed with every expression that comes from your lips.
Indeed, I speak without affectation.
We can see that, madam, quite well, and everything about you is natural. Your words, the tone of your voice, your gait, your actions, and your dress have an indescribable air of fashion about them, which is quite enchanting. I study you with my eyes and ears, and I am so full of you that I strive to ape you and imitate you in everything.
You are bantering me, madam.
Pardon me, madam. Who could banter you?
I am not a good model, madam.
Oh, yes, madam.
You flatter me, madam.
Not at all, madam.
Spare me, I beg you, madam.
I do spare you, madam, and I say not half of what I think, madam.
Ah, good heavens, let us stop it, I beseech you. You throw me into a dreadful confusion.
2. Urania.
There, you see we are both against you, and obstinacy so ill becomes clever people.
Scene 4. The Marquis, Clemene, Urania, Eliza, Galopin. Galopin at the door.
Stop, sir, please.
Do you not know me, fellow?
I know you, but you shall not come in.
What a noise you are making, little lackey.
It is not fair to wish to get in where you are not wanted.
I wish to see your mistress.
She is not at home, I tell you.
Why, she is in her room there.
That may be. She is there, but she is not at home.
What is the matter?
Your lackey, madam, is playing the fool.
Madam, I am telling him that you are not at home, and he will insist on coming in.
And why did you tell this gentleman that I am not at home?
You scolded me the other day for telling him you were at home.
The insolent fellow. Pray, sir, do not attend to what he says. He is a little stupid creature who takes you for someone else.
I saw as much, madam, and had it not been out of respect for you, I should have taught him to distinguish people of quality.
My cousin is much obliged to you for this deference.
Urania, 2. Galopin.
Bring a chair there, impertinent.
There isn't one there.
Bring it nearer.
Galopin pushes it rudely and exit. Scene 5. The Marquis, Clemene, Urania, Eliza.
Your little lackey, madam, has a special contempt for me.
He would certainly be much to blame.
It is possibly because I pay interest on my ill looks.
Age will make him know people of fashion better.
Of what were you speaking, ladies, when I interrupted you?
Of the comedy The School for Wives.
I have just come from it.
Well, sir, pray, how do you like it?
It is altogether silly.
Oh, I am so delighted to hear you say so.
The most wretched piece imaginable. What the deuce! I could hardly get a seat. I thought I should have been crushed to death at the door, and I was never so trampled upon. Pray, see what a state my rolls and ribbons are in.
That certainly speaks volumes against the School for Wives, and you justly condemn it.
Never, I think, was such a wretched play composed.
Ah, here is Durant, whom we were expecting.
Scene 6. Durant, the Marquis, Clemene, Eliza, Urania.
Pray do not move, and do not break off your conversation. You are on a subject which, for 4 days, has been the common talk of Paris, and never was anything more amusing than to hear the various judgments that are passed upon it. For indeed, I have heard this play condemned by some for the very things that others most praise.
The Marquis speaks very ill of it.
It is true. I think it detestable. Detestable, egad. To the last degree detestable. What you may call detestable.
And I, dear Marquis, think the judgment detestable.
How, Chevalier, do you mean to vindicate this play?
Yes, I do mean to vindicate it.
Egad, I warrant it to be detestable.
That guarantee would not be accepted in the city. But, Marquis, for what reason, pray, is this comedy as you describe it?
Why, detestable.
Aye?
It is detestable because it is detestable.
After that, there is not a word to be said. The cause is ended. But still, instruct us and tell us its faults.
How can I? I did not so much as give myself the trouble to listen to it. But yet I assure you I never saw anything so wretched, as I hope to be saved. And Dorlas, who sat opposite to me, was of my mind.
The authority is weighty, and you are well backed.
You have only to mark the continual bursts of laughter from the pit. I wish no more to prove its utter worthlessness.
You are then, Marquis, one of those grand gentlemen who will not allow the pit to have common sense, and who would be vexed to join in their laugh, though it were at the best thing conceivable. The other day I saw one of our friends on the stage, who made himself ridiculous by this. He heard the piece out with the most gloomy seriousness imaginable, and whatever tickled others made him frown. At every burst of laughter he shrugged his shoulders and cast a look of pity on the pit. Occasionally, too, he glanced contemptuously at them, saying in an audible voice, "Laugh away, pit, laugh away." Our friend's annoyance was a second comedy. He acted bravely before the whole house, and everyone agreed that he could not have played his part better. Pray note, Marquis, and your friends as well, that common sense has no fixed place at a theatre, that the difference between half a louis and 15 sous makes none whatever in the matter of good taste, that whether we sit or stand, we may pass a bad judgment, and that, in short, speaking generally, I would place considerable reliance on the applause of the pit, because, amongst those who go there, many are capable of judging the piece according to rule, whilst others judge it as they ought, allowing themselves to be guided by circumstances, having neither a blind prejudice, nor an affected complaisance, nor a ridiculous refinement.
So, sir, you are a defender of the pit? Egad, I am glad of it. I shall not fail to let them know that you are one of their friends.
Bluff as much as you like. I am for good sense, and I cannot bear the brain bubbles of our masqueril marquise. It drives me mad to see people make themselves ridiculous, in spite of their rank. Folks who always decide and talk boldly of everything without knowledge, who will shout with pleasure at the bad parts of a comedy, and never applaud those which are good, who, when they see a picture or go to a concert, blame and praise all by rule of contraries, who pick up artistic shibboleths wherever they can, get them by heart, and never fail to twist and misplace them. Zounds, gentlemen, hold your peace. Since heaven has not blessed you with the knowledge of one single thing, do not make yourselves laughing stocks to those who hear you. And remember that if you never open your mouths, you may perhaps be taken for clever men.
Egad, sir, you are carrying this.
Why, Marquis, I am not speaking to you. I am addressing a round dozen of those gentry who disgrace courtiers by their nonsensical manners, and make people believe we are all alike. For my part, I shall disclaim it as much as I can. I shall fall foul of them whenever we meet, until they grow wise at last.
Now tell me, sir, do you think Lysander has wit?
Yes, doubtless, and a good deal of it.
That is what no one can deny.
Ask him what he thinks of the School for Wives. You shall see he will tell you he does not like it.
Upon my word, there are plenty who are spoiled by too much wit, who see things imperfectly, because the light is too strong, and who would even be very sorry to be of other people's opinion, so that they may have the glory of passing judgment themselves.
It is true. Our friend is doubtless one of those people. He must be first in his opinion, and would have others wait respectfully for his decision. All applause which precedes his own is an outrage on his enlightenment, which he avenges openly by taking the other side. He expects people to consult him in all questions of wit, and I am sure that if the author had shown him his play before he let the public see it, he would have thought it the finest in the world.
And what do you say of the Marchioness Araminta, who declares the School for Wives everywhere dreadful, and says she never could endure the improprieties of which it is full?
I say that this is of a piece with the character she assumes, and that some folks make themselves ridiculous by affecting too much honour. Witty, no doubt, she is, but she has followed the bad example of those who, being in the decline of life, wish to replace by some means or other what they have lost, and fancy that grimaces of fastidious prudery will serve instead of youth and beauty. The lady in question carries it farther than anyone. Her scrupulous ingenuity finds obscenity where no one would ever have seen it. I hear that these scruples go the length of disfiguring our language, and that there are scarcely any words in it of which Our Lady's severity will not dock either head or tail on account of the immodest syllables she finds in them.
What a wag you are, Chevalier!
So, Chevalier, you think to defend your play by satirizing those who condemn it?
By no means, but I think that this lady is scandalized without reason.
Gently, Chevalier. There may be other ladies of the same mind.
I know, at all events, that you are not, and that when you saw this play...
True, but I have changed my opinion, and this lady,
pointing to Clymene,
supports her by such convincing reasons that she has won me over to her side.
Durant to Clymene.
Oh, madam, I beg your pardon, and if you will, I shall, for your sake, unsay all that I have said.
I will not have it for my sake, but for reason's sake. For indeed this piece, if you look at it properly, is quite indefensible, and I cannot imagine—
Ah, here is Mr. Lycidas, the author. He comes just in time for this discussion. Mr. Lycidas, take a chair and sit down here.
Scene 7. Lycidas, Clymene, Urania, Eliza, Durant, the Marquis.
Madam, I am rather late, but I was obliged to read my piece at the house of the Marchioness of whom I spoke to you. The praise bestowed on it kept me an hour longer than I anticipated.
Praise has a great charm to delay an author.
Sit down then, Mr. Lycidas. We shall read your play after supper.
All who were there are coming to the first representation, and have promised to do their duty as they ought.
I believe it. But pray, once more, please to sit down. We are engaged on a subject which I shall be glad we should pursue.
I trust, madam, that you will also take a box for that day.
We shall see. Pray, let us go on with our conversation.
I warn you, madam, that they are nearly all taken.
That is capital. Now, I was wanting you when you came, and everyone here was against me.
Eliza to Urania and pointing to Durant.
He was on your side at first, but now
Pointing to Clymene.
that he knows that Clymene is at the head of the opposite party, I fancy you may just look for other aid.
No, I would not have him neglect your cousin, and I will allow his wit to be on the side of his heart.
With this permission, madam, I shall make bold to defend myself.
But first, let us know somewhat of Lycidas' mind.
Upon what, madam?
On the subject of the school for wives.
Ah,
What do you think of it?
I have nothing to say on that head. You know that, amongst us authors, we must speak of each other's works with great circumspection.
But still, between ourselves, what do you think of this play?
I, sir,
Tell us your candid opinion.
I think it very fine.
Really?
Really. Why not? Is it not indeed the finest conceivable?
You are a wicked fellow, Mr. Lycidas. You do not speak as you think.
Pardon me.
Oh dear, I know you. Do not dissemble.
I, sir?
I see clearly that you praise the piece only through politeness, and that, at the bottom of your heart, you agree with the many who think it bad. Come, confess that this comedy is a wretched thing.
True, it is not admired by connoisseurs.
Upon my word, Chevalier, you have got it. You are paid for your raillery.
Laugh away, dear Marquis, laugh away.
You see, we have the learned on our side.
It is true, Lycidas's judgment is worth consideration. But he will excuse me if I do not yield for all that. And since I have presumed to defend myself against this lady's opinion,
Pointing to Clymene.
he will not take it amiss if I oppose his.
What? When you see this lady, the Marquis, and Mr. Lycidas against you, dare you still resist? Fie, what bad manners!
For my part, what confounds me is that sensible people can take it into their heads to defend the stupidities of this piece.
Egad, madam, it is wretched from beginning to end.
That is soon said, Marquis. There is nothing more easy than to cut the matter short in that way, and I do not see anything that can stand against the sovereignty of your decision.
Gad, all the other actors who went to see it spoke all the ill they could of it.
Oh, I will not say another word. You are right, Marquis. Since the other actors speak ill of it, we must certainly believe them. They are all discerning gentlemen, and speak disinterestedly. There is no more to be said. I give in.
Give in or not, I am sure you will never persuade me to endure the immodesties of this play any more than the rude satires on woman which are to be found in it.
For my part, I shall be careful not to be offended, and to take nothing to myself that is said in it. Satire of this kind is aimed directly at habits, and only hits individuals by rebound. Let us not apply to ourselves the points of general censure. Let us profit by the lesson, if possible, without assuming that we are spoken against. All the ridiculous delineations which are drawn on the stage should be looked on by everyone without annoyance. They are public mirrors, in which we must never pretend to see ourselves. To bruit it about that we are offended at being hit is to state openly that we are at fault.
As for me, I do not speak of these things for any part I may have in them. I think I live in such a manner before the world as not to fear being looked for in a picture of ill-behaved women.
Certainly, madam. We will never look for you there. Your conduct is sufficiently well known, and these are things that no one thinks of discussing.
Urania to Clymene.
Madam, I said nothing that could apply to you. My words, like the satire of a comedy, are confined to generalities.
I do not doubt it, madam. But let us no longer dwell on this episode. I do not know how you take the insults cast upon our sex in a certain part of the play. For my part, I own I am in a terrible passion to hear this impertinent author call us bipeds.
Do you not see that it is a ridiculous character he makes to speak so?
And besides, madam, do you not know that the reproaches of lovers never offend? That it is pretty much the same with furious as with mawkish lovers, and that on such occasions the strangest words, and worse than strange, are often taken as marks of affection by the very persons who receive them.
Say what you will, I cannot digest that any more than the broth and cream tart of which this lady was just speaking.
Oh, upon my word, yes. Cream tart. That is what I was saying. Cream tart. How I thank you, madam, for reminding me of cream tart. Are there apples enough in Normandy for cream tart? Cream tart, egad, cream tart.
Well, what do you mean with your cream tart?
S'death, cream tart, chevalier.
But what?
Cream tart.
Let us have your reasons.
Cream tart.
But I think you should explain your meaning.
Cream tart, madam.
What do you find there to object to?
I? Nothing. Cream tart.
Oh, I give it up.
My lord goes the right way to work and gives it you nicely. But I wish Mr. Lycidas would finish and give them a touch or two in his fashion.
It is not my wont to find fault. I am very indulgent to the works of other people. But, indeed, without any offence to the friendship which the Chevalier bears to the author, it must be owned that comedies of this kind are not genuine comedies, and that there is a vast difference between these trifles and the beauty of serious pieces. Yet every one gives into it nowadays. Nothing else is run after. We find lamentable solitude at great productions, whilst these stupid plays have all Paris after them. My heart, I own, bleeds at it sometimes. It is a scandal to all France.
It's true that people's taste is strangely corrupted in this matter, and that the age is getting very low.
Oh, that is exquisite again, getting very low. Did you invent that, madam?
I
thought so.
So you think, Lycidas, that all the wit and beauty are to be found in serious poems, and that comic pieces are trifles which deserve no praise?
I certainly do not think so. Tragedy, no doubt, is very fine when it is well written, but comedy has also its charms, and I believe that one is no less difficult than the other.
Assuredly, madam, and as to the difficulty, if you should rather set it on the side of comedy, perhaps you would not be far wrong. Indeed, I think that it is much easier to soar with grand sentiments, to brave fortune in verse, to arraign destiny and reproach the gods, than to broach ridicule in a fit manner, and to make the faults of all mankind seem pleasant on the stage. When you paint heroes, you can do as you like. These are fancy portraits in which we do not look for a resemblance. You have only to follow your soaring imagination, which often neglects the true in order to attain the marvellous. But when you paint men, you must paint after nature. We expect resemblance in these portraits. You have done nothing if you do not make us recognise the people of your day. In a word, in a serious piece, it suffices to escape blame, to speak good sense, and to write well. But this is not enough in comedy. You must be merry, and it is a difficult undertaking to make gentlefolks laugh.
I think I am one of the gentlefolks, and yet I did not find cause for laughter in all I saw.
Upon my word, no more did I.
Oh, you Marquis, I am not astonished. That was because you found no puns in it.
Faith, sir, what we find there is not much better. All the jokes in this comedy are, to my mind, a little insipid.
The court did not think so.
Ah, sir, the court?
Pray, finish, Mr. Lycidas. I see you mean to say that the court is no judge in these matters, and this is the usual refuge of you gentlemen authors. In the scant success of your own works, to accuse the injustice of the age and the want of discernment of the courtiers. Be assured, Mr. Lycidas, that courtiers have as good eyes as other people, that folks who wear Venice lace and feathers may be as acute as those who wear a bob wig and a little all-round cravat, that the grand test of all your plays is the judgment of the court, that you must study its taste in order to find the art of success, that there is no place where decisions are so just, and that, not to speak of all the learned men to be found there, a style of wit is created amongst them by sheer natural common sense and the intercourse of people of fashion, which, beyond question, judges more delicately of things than all the rusty learning of pedants.
It is true that, however little you remain there, you have plenty of things daily passing before your eyes to give you a habit of recognizing them, and especially as to what concerns good or bad raillery.
The court, I grant you, has a few ridiculous people, and I am, as you may see, the first to banter them. But upon my word, there is a great number, too, amongst professional wits. If we ridicule some marquises, I fancy there is much more reason to ridicule authors. It would be amusing to put them on the stage, with their learned antics and ridiculous refinements, their vicious custom of killing folks in their plays, their greed of praise, their scantiness of thought, their traffic of reputation, their cliques, offensive and defensive, as well as their wars of wit and combats in prose and verse.
Moliere is very happy, sir, in having so warm a defender. But to come to facts, the question is whether this piece is good. I engage to show in it 100 manifest faults.
It is strange in you gentlemen poets that you always condemn the pieces which every one runs after, and speak well only of those which no one goes to see. You display an unconquerable hatred for the one, and an inconceivable tenderness for the others.
That is because it is generous to side with the unfortunate.
But pray, Mr. Lycidas, point us out some of those faults which I could not detect.
Those who are versed in Aristotle and Horace, madam, see at once that this comedy sins against all the rules of art.
I confess that I am not familiar with those gentlemen, and that I do not know the rules of art.
You are a most amusing set with your rules of art, with which you embarrass the ignorant and deafen us perpetually. To hear you talk, one would suppose that those rules of art were the greatest mysteries in the world, and yet they are but a few simple observations which good sense has made upon that which may impair the pleasure taken in that kind of poems. And the same good sense which in former days made these observations makes them every day easily, Without resorting to Horace and Aristotle, I should like to know whether the great rule of all rules is not to please, and whether a play which attains this has not followed a good method. Can the whole public be mistaken in these matters, and cannot everyone judge what pleases him?
I have observed one thing in these gentlemen, and that is, that those who speak most of rules, and who know them better than others, write comedies which no one admires.
Which shows, madam, how little notice we should take of their troublesome objections. For in short, if pieces according to rule do not please, and those do please which are not according to rule, then the rules must of necessity have been badly made. So let us laugh at the sophistry with which they would trammel the public taste, and let us judge a comedy only by the effect which it produces upon ourselves. Let us give ourselves up honestly to whatever stirs us deeply, and never hunt for arguments to mar our pleasure.
For my part, when I see a play, I look only whether the points strike me, and when I am well entertained, I do not ask whether I have been wrong, and whether the rules of Aristotle would forbid me to laugh.
It is just as if a man were to taste a capital sauce, and wished to know whether it were good, according to the recipe in the cookery book.
Very true. And I wonder at the critical refinements of certain people about things in which we should think for ourselves.
You are right, madam, in thinking all these mysterious critical refinements very odd. For really, if they are to subsist, we are reduced to discrediting ourselves. Our very senses must be slaves in everything, and even in eating and drinking. We must no longer dare to find anything good, without permission from the Committee of Taste.
So, sir, your only reason is that the School for Wives has pleased you? You care not whether it be according to rule, provided—
Gently, Mr. Lycidas. I do not grant you that. I certainly say that the great art is to please, and that, as this comedy has pleased those for whom it was written, I think that is enough, and that we need not care about anything else. But, at the same time, I maintain that it does not sin against any of the rules to which you allude. I have read them, thank heaven, as well as other men, and I could easily prove that perhaps we have not on the stage a more regular play than this.
Courage, Mr. Lycidas. We are undone if you give way.
What, sir? When the protasis, the epitasis, the peripedia—
Nay, Mr. Lycidas, you overwhelm us with your fine words. Pray, do not seem so learned. Humanize your discourse a little, and speak intelligibly. Do you fancy a Greek word gives more weight to your arguments? And do you not think that it would look as well to say the exposition of the subject as the protasis, the progress of the plot as the epithesis, the crowning incident as the peripetia?
These are terms of art that we are allowed to make use of. But as these words offend your ears, I shall explain myself in another way, and I ask you to give me a plain answer to 3 or 4 things which I have to say. Can a piece be endured which sins against the very description of a play? For, after all, the name of a dramatic poem comes from a Greek word which signifies to act, in order to show that the nature of the poem consists in action. But in this comedy there are no actions. It is made up of narratives by Agnes or by Horace.
Ha ha, Chevalier!
Ingeniously said. Now we come to the point.
Can anything be less witty, or rather more low, than some of the words at which everyone laughs? Above all, children through the ear?
Capital.
Oh!
Is not the scene of the servant man and maid, indoors, of tedious length and absolutely contemptible?
True.
Assuredly.
He is right.
Does not Arnulph give his money too readily to Horace? And, as he is the ridiculous character of the piece, ought he to be made to do the action of a gentleman?
Good. The observation is good again.
Admirable.
Marvelous.
Are not the sermon and maxims ridiculous, offending against the respect due to religion?
Well said.
Spoken as it ought to be.
Nothing could be better.
And this Monsieur de la Souche, to be brief, who is supposed to be a sensible man, and who appears so grave in many passages, does he not descend something too comical and too exaggerated in the fifth act, when he declares the vehemence of his love for Agnes, with that wild rolling of his eyes, those ridiculous sighs, those silly tears, which set every one laughing?
Wonderful, egad!
Miraculous.
Long live Mr. Lycidas.
I pass over 100,000 other things for fear of being tedious.
Upon my word, Chevalier, you are in for it.
We shall see.
You have met your man.
Perhaps so.
Answer, 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 answer.
Willingly. It is...
Answer, I beg you.
Allow me, then. If...
Gad, I defy you to answer.
Yes. If you talk perpetually.
Pray let us hear his reasons.
First, it is not true to say the whole piece consists only of narratives. There is a good deal of action in it, passing on the stage. The narratives are themselves actions according to the constitution of the piece, inasmuch as these narratives are all naturally told to the person concerned, who, by these means, is every moment thrown into a confusion which delights the audience, and who, at each fresh tiding, takes all the measures he can to ward off the misfortune which he dreads.
For my part, I think the beauty of the subject of the School for Wives consists in this continual confidence, and what seems to me diverting enough is, that a sensible man who is warned of everything by an innocent creature whom he loves, and by a marplot who is his rival, cannot, for all that, escape his fate.
Nonsense! Nonsense!
A weak answer.
Pitiful reasons.
As to the children through the ear, it has no jest in it, except as regards Arnulf. The author did not insert it as a jest, but only as a characteristic of the man, and the better to depict his craze, since he repeats a vulgar, stupid saying of Agnes as the finest thing in the world, and one which has given him inconceivable pleasure.
Wretchedly answered.
That will not satisfy us.
It is saying nothing.
As to the money which he gives so liberally, besides that the letter of his best friend is sufficient surety for him, it is by no means incompatible for a man to be ridiculous in some things and worthy in others. And as to the scene between Alain and Georgette in the house, which some think long and insipid, it is certainly not without its reasons. And just as Arnulf is victimized during his journey by the pure innocence of his mistress, so on his return he is kept a long time at his own door by the innocence of his servants, just that he may be punished throughout by the very things whereby he thought to make his precautions good.
These reasons are good for nothing.
All this is not worth a jot.
It is pitiful.
As to the moral discourse which you call a sermon, it is a fact that truly religious people who heard it saw nothing that shocked what you mentioned, and doubtless those words, hell and boiling cauldrons, are sufficiently justified by the extravagance of Arnulf, and by the innocence of her to whom he speaks. As for the amorous transport of the fifth act, which you blame to be too exaggerated and burlesqued, I should like to know whether this is not a satire on lovers, and whether sober people, and even the most staid on such occasions, do not do things...
Upon my word, Chevalier, you had better hold your tongue.
Very well. In short, if we were to look at ourselves when we are much in love...
I will not so much as listen to you.
Hear me, pray. In the violence of our passion...
To-lo-lo-lo-de-roll, to-lo-lo-lo-de-roll.
What?
To-lo-lo-lo-lo-de-roll, to-lo-lo-lo-de-roll.
I am not aware...
To-lo-lo-lo-lo-de-roll, to-lo-lo-lo-lo-de-roll.
I think that.
To-lo-lo-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la.
There are many funny things in our discussion. I fancy a little comedy might be made out of them, and that it would not be a bad wind-up to The School for Wives.
You are right.
Egad, Chevalier, you would play a part in it not at all to your advantage.
True, Marquis.
For my part, I wish it could be done, if they could give the whole thing just as it has happened.
And I would gladly furnish them with my part.
I think I should not refuse them mine.
As everyone is satisfied, Chevalier, write out our discussion and give it to Moliere, whom you know, to work into a play.
He would not care for it, I am sure. It would be no panegyric upon him.
No, no, I know his mood. He does not mind if people criticize his pieces so that they come to see them.
Aye, but what ending can we find to this plot? For there can be neither marriage nor recognition, and I do not see how we can finish the discussion.
We must think of some incident for that.
Scene last. Clemene, Urania, Eliza, Durant, Marquis, Lycidas, Galopin.
Madam, supper is ready.
Ah, this is just what we wanted for an ending, and we can find nothing more natural. They shall dispute hard and fast on both sides, as we have done, without anyone giving way. A boy shall come and say, "Supper is ready." Every one shall rise and go to supper.
The comedy cannot end better. We shall do well to stop here.
End of The School for Wives Criticised by Moliere. Play 2 of One Act Collection 18. The Loan of a Lover by J.R. Planche. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae. Captain Amersfoort.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Peter Spike.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Swizel.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
Delve.
Read by Redrun.
Gertrude.
Read by Kelly Taylor.
Ernestine Rosendale.
Read by Irene Ellen.
Stage directions read by Jim Hedrick. The Loan of a Lover. Scene: gardens of a villa on the canal near Utrecht. The tower of the cathedral is seen in the distance. In right corner of the garden, overlooking the canal, is a summer house in the Dutch taste. Enter Swizel and Delve.
Do as you're bid, and no reflections. Don't you know the mistress is the master?
Well, but now really, Mynheer Swizel, to put out the orange trees before the white frosts are over? Is that common sense?
What have you to do with common sense? Nothing at all, or you would not pretend to have more than your mistress. It is Mademoiselle Ernestine's pleasure to turn the orangery into a ballroom, and turned it must be.
But the trees will die.
Let them die then. That's their business. Yours is to clear the place out according to order. About it without more words. If she told me to fling all the she-dam in the cellar into the canal, I should do it without hesitation.
You'd fling yourself after it, I'm sure.
Not when it was mixed with water, you rogue. Or while the Baron has money enough to buy more. Come, to work, or you'll not get the room ready by midnight.
Oh, my poor orange trees. They'll die, every one of 'em.
Exit Delve.
Silly fellow, to trouble his head about what does not concern him. If his employers take no care for their own interests, why should he fidget about them? He hasn't the slightest notion of service. Ah, here's Peter Spike.
Enter Peter.
Well, Peter?
Good morning, Master Stewart.
So, you've been to Amsterdam to buy cattle, I hear.
Aye, and fine beasts they are too, Master Stewart. But talking of beasts, how do you find yourself today? You were rather poorly when I left.
Oh, I'm better, thank you. But I'm not so young as I was 30 years ago. I find that, Peter. I envy you, you rogue. 23, stout-timbered, light-hearted, and rich, I may say, for old Jan Spike, your father, left you a pretty round sum, I take it.
Why, it might have been less, and yet worth having, Master Stewart.
Well, and why don't you get a wife now? All the girls in the neighbourhood are pulling caps for you.
Why, I don't know. They do look at me somehow, but I'm not smitten with anybody in particular. However, I don't wish to prevent them. They may fall in love with me, then I can choose, you know.
Well, perhaps that's the best way.
Yes, I think so. As Gertrude said to me the other day, you don't love anybody in particular, Peter, so you can look about you.
Gertrude? What are Gertrude? The simpleton that has the run of the house and gardens by permission of the Baron, because she is the orphan daughter of his old bailiff, and who is always so mighty busy doing nothing at all by way of earning the living allowed her. Is she your counsellor?
Oh, she and I gossip now and then when we meet. She's a sort of relation of mine. My brother-in-law's aunt stood godmother to her.
Well, that's a sort of relation, certainly.
And then, you see, simpleton as she is, she has now and then an idea, and that's the only thing I want. I never had an idea. It's very odd, but I never have what you can really call an idea. Of my own, that is. For I'm quick enough if a person only just... And yesterday, now I saw her but for 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll be hanged if she didn't give me a capital idea. And that's what has brought me here this morning. You've a Captain Amersfoort staying here, haven't you?
Oh, yes. One of our young ladies' score of lovers, and the best of them too, to my mind. But she's too capricious to make up hers. He's a fine fellow, handsome, clever, gallant.
And landlord of the fine farm of Appledorn, so Gertrude says.
Ah, and you want to be his tenant, no doubt.
Like Gertrude thinks.
Well, she's right there. It's a pretty property, but there are several farmers offering.
So she tells me. But she says that if you were to speak to the captain in my favour...
Well, she's right there too. If I were to speak...
And will you, Master Stewart? I've a cake at home of the finest flavour, which I should be too happy.
You know that if I do anything, it's never with a view to benefit myself, Peter. So send me the keg, if it will serve you, and we'll see what can be done about it.
Gertrude, without.
Mein Herr Wiesel! Mein Herr Wiesel!
Here comes Gertrude.
Enter Gertrude running.
Mein Herr Wiesel! Mein Herr Wiesel!
Well, don't bawl so, you young baggage. What do you want?
Gertrude, out of breath.
You're to go directly. I've been looking for you everywhere. To tell you... Oh, there's Peter Spink.
To tell me that? Why, I know that.
No, to tell you... How do you do, Peter? Are you well?
Aye.
Will you tell me what you mean to tell me?
Oh, I'd almost forgotten. I'd run so fast. How well Peter looks this morning, don't he?
Do let Peter alone, and tell me who wants me and what for. Is it the wine for breakfast?
Yes, that's it. You've got the keys of the cellar, and the Baron wants some of the best Moselle to give to Captain Amosfold.
French air.
Well, but make more haste about it. Master wants to treat his guest.
Oh, I'll please him, never doubt it. Of his wine you know the best. He shall own that down his throttle such has seldom found its way.
Gertrude, aside.
Then you'll get him up a bottle of what you drink every day.
Exit Swizel. Gertrude, aside.
An old rogue, I'm sure he is, and he always snubs me and scolds me. So does everybody, indeed, except Peter.
Peter never snubs me, at any rate. But that's because he hardly ever speaks to me. Now, only look at him at this moment. There he stands, puffing away with his pipe and turning up at the whites of his eyes. Now, what can he be thinking about? That is, if he is thinking, suppose it's about...
Aloud and taking hold of his arm.
Peter?
Eh? Oh, you're still here, are you?
Gertrude, aside.
How civil.
Aloud.
Yes, I am here still, and if I had kept still, you'd never have known it, seemingly. What are you thinking about so deeply?
Thinking about? Why, I was thinking about Mother Wing's Tavern, where I breakfasted this morning.
What an interesting subject.
Rather. The old row worries my life out with, why don't you get married, Farmer Spick? Why do you live alone in that old house like an owl in an ivy bush? Why don't you take a wife? You've got money enough to keep one, and you are your own master. You've only to please yourself.
Well, and haven't I told you so over and over again?
Well, so you have, and I do think if I should get the Appledon farm, I'll sign a lease and a contract the same day.
But if you don't get the farm, what does it signify? You might marry all the same for that. You've enough without. You needn't wait. That is, if you like anybody well enough to marry them.
But then I don't know that I do. Now, who is there in your opinion that would suit me?
Oh, I don't know. I dare say if I were to choose, I could name somebody.
Well, but let's see now. To begin with the neighborhood, I know all the girls here, and I am sure I can't say...
Suddenly.
What do you think of Mary Moordyke to begin with?
Very bad to begin with, and much better to have done with as soon as possible. She is the worst-tempered girl in all Utrecht, and as tall as the tower yonder, a great gawky, sulky thing, just like it.
Well, I don't think she would suit me. But there's your cousin Judith. She's very good-natured.
Judith's a pretty girl, if you please, and very good-natured, as you say, perhaps a little too good-natured.
No, really, I shouldn't like that. What do you say to Anne Stein?
Everybody says she's a great coquette. See her on a Sunday, that's all, or at a dance at the fair. She's always changing her partner.
Oh, if she's always changing her partner. Well, they can't say that of little Barbara.
No, because she is lame.
and can't dance at all.
That's very true. Poor thing, she's lame, so she is. Will I declare then Frau Wink herself?
Old enough to be your grandmother.
And Rachel, her daughter?
She's engaged to young Maurice.
The devil. Then I must go further afield, for there's nobody else that I know of in this place.
Oh dear, how blind he is, to be sure.
Ah, stop! What a fool I am never to have remembered.
Well, who? What?
Why, that tomorrow will be market day here, and that there'll be plenty of pretty girls from all the villages round about, so I can choose without the trouble of a journey.
Dutch air.
Tomorrow will be market day, the streets all thronged with lasses gay, and from a crowd so great, no doubt, sweethearts enough I may pick out. In verity, 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 verity.
Be not too bold for hearts fresh caught, or ne'er I'm told to market brought. The best they say are given away, not left to sell on market day. In verity, in verity, in verity, in verity.
Well, at any rate, I'll take my chance of tomorrow. But yonder's Mademoiselle and some of the gentlefolk, so I'll go and hear what the steward has done for me. Goodbye, Gertrude. I say, mind, if you can find me a nice little good-tempered wife, I'll make you a present the day I'm married, and you shall dance at the wedding.
Exit Peter, singing, in verity, verity, etc.
Now isn't it provoking? He can think of everybody but me, and unless I were to say to him, plump, Peter, will you marry me? And then if he should say, no, oh, I should die with shame and disappointment. Oh dear, how vexatious it is. And it's not only Peter, but nobody seems to think me worth marrying at all. Nobody ever says a civil thing to me of any sort. I never had a sweetheart in my life, and I do believe that's the reason. If only I had one to begin with, I shouldn't wonder if they swarmed afterwards. A temple to friendship. I don't think I'm ugly, I'm only just 20. I know I should make a most excellent wife. The girls all around me have lovers in plenty, but I not a sweetheart can get for my life. It isn't because I'm not worth a penny, for lasses as poor I've known dozens to win. That I should have none and the others so many, I vow and declare it's a shame and a sin.
Retires up the stage, sobbing. Enter Ernestine and Captain Amersfoort.
Why, you proposed the ride yourself, Ernestine.
Perhaps I did, but I've changed my mind.
Will you walk, then?
It's too hot.
By the side of the canal, under the trees?
By the side of the canal. I wonder you don't propose that I should tow the passage boat.
I shouldn't wonder if you proposed something equally extravagant. For myself, I have done. I shall suggest nothing else. Please yourself, if possible, and you will please me.
Now he's out of humor.
No, not out of humor, but you are the most capricious creature.
Well, sir, if you are tired of your allegiance, renounce it at once. I have plenty of slaves at my footstool who will serve me with oriental obedience.
If they really loved you, they would not encourage you in your follies.
My follies? How dare you talk to me of my follies, sir? Hold your tongue directly. There's Gertrude, and I want to speak to her. Gertrude!
Calling.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Drying her eyes and advancing.
What's the matter, Gertrude? You've been crying.
Yes, mademoiselle.
And what for? Has anyone vexed you? Some faithless swain, perhaps?
Oh dear, no, mademoiselle. I wish it was, but that's not possible.
Bursts out afresh.
How'd I mean? Not possible, child?
Because I haven't got a swain of any sort.
Bless the girl. What? No sweetheart at your age?
No, mademoiselle.
Then, perhaps that's what you're crying about.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Silly wench. You ought to rejoice at it rather. The men are nothing but plagues. Gertrude, lovers indeed. There's not one worth having.
I wish I had one, though, just to try. I was just saying to myself it was a shame that some young women should have a score, and that others have none at all.
The girl is right enough there. It is a shame that some young women should have a score and hold out equal hopes to all.
The sooner you lessen the number of mine, the better then. I could manage to spare even the gallant Captain Amersfoort and a capital thought! As you seemed so concerned at the unequal division, I'll transfer you to Gertrude.
Lo, mademoiselle, you don't say so. Will you, really?
Ernestine, what folly!
I am quite serious. As you have no admirer, Gertrude, and I have so many, I'll give you one of mine.
Oh, but I don't want you to give me one, mademoiselle. If you'll only lend me a bow, just to encourage the others.
Delightful. That's better still. You hear, sir? I'm not to give you up altogether, though you deserve it. I shall only try your obedience. We command you, therefore, on pain of our sovereign displeasure, to pay all proper attentions to our handmaid, Gertrude. You are her beau till further notice.
Ernestine, are you mad?
Mad or not, you will obey me, or take the consequences. I won't be charged with folly and extravagance for nothing.
Aside.
Remember, I have promised my father to decide this day in favor of somebody. If you hesitate only, you are excluded from all chance.
Crosses right.
Gertrude, I lend you a bow on your personal security. Mind?
Oh, you needn't be afraid, mademoiselle. I'll take the greatest care of him. And besides... Dutch air. Seek not I, the heart would keep. I'm content to borrow. See if I don't have a heap to pay it from tomorrow. Money makes, they say. The job is to get it, and lovers grow like money may.
Oh, yes. One fool makes many.
Ernestine to Amersfoort.
One step, and you lose me forever.
Exit Ernestine. Amersfoort to himself.
This passes everything. I am a fool indeed, and love her like a fool, or I would never bear.
Only think, I've got a beau at last, and such a beau, an officer, a fine, young, handsome officer. What'll Peter say to that?
And while I thus humour her caprices, she returns to the house to flirt with that puppy Amstel, or that booby Blankenberg.
But he takes no more notice of me than Peter himself.
I will not endure it. I will follow her, and...
Stop! You mustn't run away. You're only lent to me, you know, and if I should lose you, that'll be a pretty business.
Taking his arm. Amersfoort, laughing in despite of himself.
Upon my word, this is too ridiculous. So you really look upon me as a loan, do you?
Yes, and I don't choose to be left alone. My stars, Peter could do that.
Peter? Who is Peter? I thought you said you hadn't a sweetheart in the world.
Nor have I.
Come, no fibs. You've betrayed yourself. This said Peter, isn't he a sweetheart?
No, I don't think he is. At least, I don't know. What do you call a sweetheart? One whom you love, or one who loves you?
One who loves you, of course.
Well then, I'm right. He is not my sweetheart. But I am his, for I love him dearly.
What a candid little soul. And so you really love Peter dearly, though Peter doesn't love you? But are you sure he doesn't love you?
I don't believe he ever thought about it.
Is it possible? Why, you are very pretty.
Aside.
Upon my soul, she is uncommonly pretty. I wonder I never noticed her before.
Aloud.
And so Peter has never thought about you?
Non. Faut l'oublier.
I've no money, so you see, Peter never thinks of me. Peter never thinks of me, I only to my sorrow. Why could go rich and he be reduced to poverty? What a sweet revenge 'twould be to marry him, to marry him, to marry him, to marry him tomorrow. To marry him tomorrow. Peter's thought, almost a fool, you have profited by school. You have profited by school, wit from you folks borrow. Peter's plain, you handsome, gay, but if you were bold to say, will you have me, Gertrude, pray? I'd marry him, I'd marry him, I'd marry him tomorrow. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I'd marry him tomorrow.
There's love. There's devotion. What charming frankness. What innocent enthusiasm. By Jove, if she wasn't so fond of another, I should be almost tempted, if it were only to punish Ernestine. I...
Aloud.
Confound that Peter. Almost a fool. He must be a downright idiot, not to fall head over ears in love with such a sweet, dear, bewitching.
Catches her round the waist and is about to kiss her. Peter Spike enters with Swizel.
I beg your pardon, Captain.
Both stop short, Peter staring at Gertrude. Gertrude, aside.
Oh, Lord, there is Peter.
What the devil do you want?
Only to introduce Peter Spike, an honest young farmer who desires to be your honour's tenant.
Peter Spike? What? Is this the Peter?
Yes, that's Peter Spike. He wants to rent your farm of Appledon, and I am sure you can't do better than to let him have it, for he's as good a farmer and as honest a young man.
If you interest yourself for him, my dear Gertrude, that is sufficient. Swizel, come here.
Aside to him.
I am much interested about this girl. I've taken a great fancy to her.
What, to honour Gertrude? To that poor simple thing? Well, I thought just now you seemed rather, You're a terrible man, Captain. What will Mademoiselle say?
Oh, it's all in pure friendship, I assure you. But come this way and tell me all you know about her.
Aloud to Peter.
I'll speak to you presently, young man.
Amersfoort and Swizel enter the summer house.
Peter, you'll have the farm.
No, shall I though? Well, I thought he said something like it, and because you asked him too. I say, you and him seem great friends. He'd got his arm round your waist.
Had he? Oh, yes, I believe he had.
Well, now I've known you ever since you were that high, and I'm sure I never put my arm round your waist.
No, that you never did. But then he's my sweetheart.
Your sweetheart? Yours? What, the captain? Pshaw, you're joking.
Joking? Indeed, I'm not joking. What is there so strange in it, pray?
Why, in the first place, he's Mademoiselle's sweetheart.
Not now.
What, has he left her for you? Why, what can a rich officer like that see in a poor servant girl?
Don't be a boy, Peter. If you can't see anything to like in me, there's no reason that others should not.
Me? That's a different affair. Because you and I, you know, there's not so much difference between you and... Oh, by the by, talking of that, I've been thinking of what you said to me, and I won't wait any longer, not even till tomorrow. I've fixed upon Einstein. Her mother was here just now on some business with old Swiesel, and something was dropped about my having the Aberdorn farm. And Swiesel says she gave him a hint that her daughter Anne was very fond of me, and that decided me at once.
It did?
Oh, yes, because where a woman is really fond of one, you know. So directly I've settled with the captain about the farm, I'll post off to Widow Stein's and... Well, what's the matter with you, Gertrude? Why, you are crying.
Nothing. I wish you may be happy, that's all, Peter.
Thank you. It's very kind of you to cry for joy about me, I'm sure, and I won't forget my promise.
Enter Amersfoort and Swiesel from the summer house.
You can't be in earnest, Captain.
I tell you there it is in black and white. Put a wafer in that.
Giving a note.
And send it immediately to my lawyers, as directed.
Swiesel aside.
2,000 crowns to portion off a wench like that? Gad, she won't want a husband long.
Exit Swiesel. Amersfoort to Peter.
Now for you, farmer. I find there are writing materials in the summer house, so we can...
Stop. 1 word.
What is it?
Leading him apart from Peter.
You are my beau, you know, and you're to do everything I bid you.
Of course.
Well then, I bid you refuse the farm to Peter Speak.
Refuse? Why, I thought you said...
It doesn't signify what I said. I've changed my mind. I suppose I may do that as well as your fine ladies. You're to obey me. Mademoiselle Ernestine said so, and I don't choose you should let Peter have the farm.
Speaking the last 5 words loud enough for Peter to hear. Peter, aside.
Let Peter have the farm. God, she's giving me a famous lift with the captain.
Well, if you don't choose, he shan't have it. Certainly, and I'm not sorry for, I don't think he deserves it. And now, listen to me. I mean to help you to a good husband, and in return, you must assist me in a little plot. I can't stay to tell you now, but meet me in half an hour's time at the sundial yonder. May I depend upon you?
That you may.
Enough. Now, Master Pater Spike, follow me. There's no occasion for writing. We can settle this business in 2 words.
Peter, aside.
The farm's mine.
To Gertrude.
I owe you a good turn for this.
Exit with Amersfoort.
Indeed you do. If Einstein marries him now, I'm mistaken in the family altogether.
Enter Swiesel.
I've sent down with the note, but I've made up my mind. I'm not a young man, certainly, and I had no idea of changing my situation, but 2,000 crowns will suit me as well as anybody in the world, and so here goes. There's nothing like being first in the field.
Aloud.
Gertrude, come hither, Gertrude. I want to say a word to you in private.
To me, Master Steward.
Aside.
Oh dear, now he's going to scold me for something, I'm sure. A cross old patch.
Come here, I tell you. Nearer, don't be afraid. I'm going to propose something for your good, my dear.
Gertrude, aside.
My dear, bless me, how kind he's grown all of a sudden.
I've known you a long while, Gertrude. From your cradle, in fact. I knew your poor dear father and mother, and I always had a great affection for you.
You, mein Herr Schweitzel? I'm sure you never showed it then.
Maybe not, maybe not. I was afraid of spoiling you as a child. But now you know you are grown up, and very nicely you have grown up. I see it more and more every day. And in short, Gertrude, I've been thinking that, as I am a bachelor, I couldn't do better than marry a good pretty girl like you, whose character and temper I have watched the growth of from an infant.
You, mein Herr Schweitzel, marry me?
Why not? Why not? If you have no objection. I'm only 55, and a hale-hearty man for that age. I have saved some money in service, and...
But I haven't a doit in the world.
Nay, nay, you are richer than you think for.
Eh?
In charms, in youth and beauty.
Gertrude, aside.
So, here's a real downright sweetheart at last. An old Swiesel, too, of all the men in the world. I shall die of laughing.
Schweitzel, aside.
She's silent. She hesitates. The 2,000 crowns are mine.
Dutch air.
My ears with sweet contentment bless.
Gertrude, aside.
The moon must surely be about full.
Aloud.
I don't say no, I don't say yes.
That's rather doubtful.
What proof have I you mean me fair? Your sex is of deceit throughout full.
Upon my honour I declare.
Alack, that's rather doubtful.
Gertrude, aside.
Here's Peter coming back. If I could manage...
Aloud.
Besides, that isn't the way you swear you love a body. You should go down on your knees.
There, then. Charming Gertrude, on my knees I swear eternal love and constancy.
Enter Peter.
Hello. Why, Mynheer Schweitzel, what are you doing here?
Schweitzel, scrambling up.
Confusion.
Aloud.
Nothing, only kneeling to...
Aside to Gertrude.
Don't say anything to that fool. Come to my room as soon as you've got rid of him.
Exit Schweitzel.
You here again, Peter?
Here again? I believe I am too, and just as I went away. Would you believe it? Captain Amersfoot won't let me the farm after all.
Dear me, you don't say so.
He wouldn't hear a word. And to make matters worse, old widow Stein, who saw me talking to him, waited to hear the upshot. And when I told her, she as good as gave me to understand that I wasn't match enough for her daughter, and that Anne herself liked Groot the miller much better than she did me. A coquette. You said she was a coquette, and you are quite right. I don't know how it is, but you're always right. You've got more sense than all of 'em put together, and for the matter of looks, there's the captain vows. And talking of vowing, what was old Schweitzel about on his knees? I do believe he was vowing too.
Between you and me, he was vowing all sorts of love to me. and he wants me to marry him.
Marry him? Marry old Swizzle? And will you?
I don't know. What do you think? Would you like me to marry him, Peter?
Not at all. I don't know how it is, but I can't fancy your marrying anybody. That is, I never thought of your marrying anybody, and now I do think of it, I think...
Well, what?
Enter Delve with a note.
Oh, Gertrude, here you are. Here's a note for you. It's very particular. They gave me a florin to run all the way.
A note for me? Who is it from?
The clerk at Van Nickum's, the lawyer. I took a letter there for the captain, and as his master wasn't at home, the clerk opened it and wrote this answer to the captain, and then scribbled that for you, and begged me to give you yours first. And so I have. And now I must find the captain.
Exit Delve.
A note for me? Nobody ever wrote to me before, and if they had, it would have been no use, for I can't read written hand. You can, Peter, so pray open it, and let's hear what it's all about.
Peter, opening and reading.
Mademoiselle, Mademoiselle to you.
Go on, go on.
I have loved you above all earthly beings.
Bless us and save us.
I dare not disclose in my passion, but believe me, my affection was equal to my silence.
Then it was great indeed.
I have at length summoned courage to address you, and if the owner of my hand and fortune... Another proposal? Who is the fellow that writes this?
Van Nickum's clerk. Delve told you.
Yes, he has his ugly name, sure enough, at the bottom of it. Simon Sneak.
Ah, if I recollect, he is a rather good-looking young man.
Why, you don't mean to...
Surely he's better than old Swizzle.
Well, but what does it all mean? Everybody wants to marry you.
I can't help that, can I? But I shan't be in a hurry. I shall do as you do. Look about me. Perhaps somebody may offer that I should like better.
Clock strikes.
Hark, that's 2 o'clock, and I promise to meet the captain at the sundial yonder. Goodbye, Peter, and mind, if you can find me a husband that I should like better than any of these, I'll make you a present the day that I'm married, and you shall dance at the wedding.
Goes out singing, in verity, etc., in imitation of Peter's manner at his exit. Peter stands staring after her with the note open in his hand.
Well, when she talks of Einstein always changing her partner, she's off to meet the captain now, and yet she says to me, if you can find me a husband I should like better. The idea of Gertrude having a husband, a little girl that was only a baby the other day, as it seems to me. I wonder if she'd like me better, as if she would. I want a wife myself, and I don't know why I didn't at first. But there goes that cursed captain running like mad to meet her. Gad, I begin to feel that I don't like it at all. Why can't he keep to his fine ladies and let the others alone? I don't go and make love to Mademoiselle Ernestine, do I? What business has he to talk a pack of stuff to Gertrude and turn the poor girl's head? He'd better mind what he's about, though, I can tell him that. If he makes her unhappy, I wouldn't be in his shoes for something, for I should break every bone in my own skin.
Enter Delve.
What's the matter, Master Peter? You don't look best pleased.
Well, I have been pleased better.
Anything in that note?
This note? No. This is a note you brought from Van Nickum's. There's such young rogue Sneak wants to marry Gertrude.
To marry Gertrude? Well now, do you know, I think he might do worse.
Might do worse? I believe he might, too.
Gertrude's by no means ill-looking.
Ill-looking? She's very pretty.
Well, yes, I think she is, and very good-tempered.
The best human soul in the world.
Do you know, Master Peter, if I thought there was any chance of our living comfortably together, I shouldn't mind making up to Gertrude myself.
You? You be hanged.
Hanged? What for, I should like to know? I question now if I couldn't afford to marry as well as young Sneak. He doesn't get much out of Nickum's pocket, I'll swear.
Well, you needn't trouble your head about it, because you shan't have her.
Why, Farmer Spike, what have you to do with it? Suppose I choose and she chooses, you're neither her father nor her mother. If you put my blood up, I'll go and ask her at once.
And if you do, you'll put my blood up, and then I shall knock you down.
Knock me down? Donner and Blitzen.
Don't provoke me. I'm getting desperate. I mean to marry Gertrude myself if she'll have me. And I'll fight anybody for her, with fists, knives, pistols, anything.
Enter Ernestine.
Heyday, heyday. What is all this noise about and threat of fighting?
It's Farmer Spike here, and please you, mademoiselle, he threatens to knock me down if I go a-courtin' to Gertrude, and all in an honest way, too.
To Gertrude? Why, how long have you taken this fancy into your head?
Why, not 5 minutes, mademoiselle. And he has the impudence to set himself up against me, who have been in love with her. More than half an hour.
And where is the fair object of your contention? What does she say to these sudden passions?
I'm waiting to know what she'll say to mine, but she's a plaguey long time with the captain. He's the only rival I'm afraid of. She seems deuced fond of him, and he raves about her.
Ernestine, alarmed.
He does.
Recovering herself.
But, of course, I desired him.
You desired him, mademoiselle?
Yes. I commanded him to make love to her.
Well, he won't be broke for disobedience, then, that's all I can say, for he does make love to her most furiously. I caught him myself with his arm round her waist this morning, and I dare say it's round it now, if the truth was known, but I can't see for that beastly hollybush.
Delve steals out behind.
Why? Where are they, then?
She was to meet him at the sundial, and I saw him slinking through the trees yonder, and just now I'm almost certain I caught a glimpse of them at the end of that walk.
Ernestine, aside.
I don't like this account. I'm afraid I've acted very sillily. I repented of the freak almost as soon as I left them, but my pride would not suffer me to return. The girl's pretty, very pretty, and if Amersfoort, enraged at my indifference, should, out of mere spite, such things have happened. Oh dear, I do not like it at all.
There she goes! There she goes!
With the captain?
No, by herself. And there's Delve after her as hard as he can scamper. I'll follow. No, I can't. I can't move. I feel very ill. My head spins round like a top. Here comes the captain.
Amersfoort! I'm ready to sink.
Don't, mademoiselle. I've no strength to catch you.
Amersfoort, aside.
She is here. Now for the trial.
Aloud.
Mademoiselle Ernestine, I came to seek you.
Indeed, sir. And for what purpose? I thought I had desired you to pay your attentions in another quarter for the present.
It is in perfect accordance with that desire that I have sought this interview. I am anxious to express my gratitude for the blessing which you have so unexpectedly bestowed upon me.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean, Mademoiselle Rosendahl, that the heart you treated with so much indifference has been accepted by one of the most lovely and amiable of your sex, and that, in the affection of Gertrude, it has found a balm for all the wounds you had so wantonly inflicted on it.
There, I told you so.
Upon my word, sir. And you have the assurance to make this confession to me.
Why not, mademoiselle? We are not masters of our own affections, and therefore I will not reproach you. But can you be surprised that I should be weary of loving one who did not love me, or that, stung to the quick by your contempt, I should be more sensible to the kindness and sympathy of another? Gertrude is lovely.
She is.
The sweetest tempered, the most frank and affectionate of beings.
Too true. The
possession of her heart is a blessing monarchs might envy me.
I shall go mad.
and monarchs have matched with maidens as lowly born and far less deserving.
Enough! Enough, sir!
No, it's not enough. He can't say too much about her. She hasn't her equal upon earth.
You are right, farmer, and I thank you for the honest warmth with which you justify my choice.
Crosses and offers his hand.
Your choice? Don't touch me.
My sweet bride, my affianced wife, Madame Amersfoort, shall thank you in person.
His wife? Madame Amersfoort? Cold faithless Gertrude.
Faithless? Why, did you ever propose to her?
No, but I meant to do so. Oh dear.
Your wife! Your wife! And you really intend to marry this orphan girl?
I have desired my lawyer to prepare her marriage contract, which shall be signed this evening.
Oh.
Not in this house, sir. I will not be insulted to that extent. I go this moment to inform my father.
The Baron von Rosendahl is already informed and approves of my intentions.
Approves! We shall see, sir. We shall see.
The challenge.
Such perfidy was never known. I join its unmasking.
Oh, Gertrude, you've a heart of stone to break a heart so true.
Why had she promised you?
No, there her falsehoods shone, so bent was she on jilting me, she could not wait for asking.
Well, there with you I must agree. Such falsehood ne'er was known.
'Tis well, sir. We shall see. Such falsehood ne'er was known.
Exit Ernestine. Amersfoort, aside.
Yes, yes, my fair tyrant, your father is in the plot. I think we have you now.
Aloud.
Well, my good friend, I must say I pity you extremely. You have lost a model of a wife.
Don't.
But where is she? Where is my adored Gertrude?
Enter Gertrude, dressed as a bride. Amersfoort makes signs to her not to speak and points at Peter, who stands in an attitude of comic despair with his back towards them.
I must hasten to find her. I cannot bear to be an instant from her sight. Oh, Pater, Pater, what a treasure has escaped you.
Exit Amersfoort, exchanging signs with Gertrude. Peter, soliloquizing.
Escaped me as if I was a mad dog, and it was an escape for Gertrude. An escape. And I've let her escape. Well, she won't be Madame Chisel nor Madame Sneak. That rascal Delph hasn't got her. That's one comfort. Comfort. I talk of comfort. I shall never know comfort again. Oh, Gertrude. Gertrude.
Gertrude, advancing.
Did you call me, Peter?
Ha! What do I see? There's a dress. A wedding dress. It is.
It is a very beautiful dress, as you say, and I don't wonder you start to see me in such a dress, but as the bride of the captain, you know.
It is true, then. You're going to marry Captain Amersfoort.
Ah, has he told you then? Well, I was in hopes of giving you an agreeable surprise.
An agreeable surprise?
Why, are you not delighted, Peter, at my good fortune?
Delighted.
Only think, a poor orphan girl like me, whom nobody loved and nobody cared about.
It isn't true. I cared about you. I loved you. Doted on you.
You, Peter, you? Mercy on me. And why didn't you tell me so then?
Because I didn't know it myself then. But I do now, Gertrude. I do now.
Now that it is too late.
But is it? Is it too late? You're not married yet.
No, but I have promised. The contract is ordered, and this beautiful dress was bought by the captain on purpose. You would not have me behave so shamefully to one who loves me so dearly.
But I love you dearly.
Ah, if you had only but said so an hour ago. But you thought of everybody but me.
I know it. But then nobody thought of you, and now everybody does. And it proves to me that you are the only girl in the world that I ought to marry, and if you won't have me, I know what I'll do.
Dear me, Peter, what?
I'll fling myself into the canal.
Nonsense.
You see if I don't, then. I'm not desperate till I take anything in my head, but then nothing can turn me.
Take care of the corner.
I rush to my fate and my funeral straight. We shall follow my latest transgression, and in the churchyard it shall go very hard, but it meets with your bridal procession. When my coffin appears, you will melt into tears, and your friends in your grief will be sharers.
Oh, yes, not only I, but my husband will cry, "Stand out of the way to the bearers!"
Laughed at. I'll jump over the wall here into the canal before your face.
Indeed you shan't. Peter, don't be a fool.
Trying to hold him.
Oh dear, he will. Murder! Help!
Enter Ernestine.
What's the matter now?
Oh, mademoiselle, help me to hold Peter. He wants to drown himself.
He's sillier than ever I supposed him. If he would drown himself for so worthless a person, I wonder you are not ashamed to look me in the face.
I'm very sorry, mademoiselle. I know you only lent me a lover, but how can I give him you back if he won't go?
Cease your impertinence! Your simplicity is all affected.
I am sure, mademoiselle, if the captain will only consent, I'll give him up with pleasure.
You will?
You will. Hark, Gertrude. Don't think that I care the least about Captain Amersport. His behavior has entirely destroyed any little affection I might have had for him. But, only to vex him in my turn, if you will promise not to marry him...
Do!
I will settle a handsome income on you.
There!
Tell him you do not love him.
Yes!
That you love another, anybody.
Yes, me. I'm ready to be loved.
Gertrude, aside.
I see him. Now's the time.
Aloud.
Well, mademoiselle, I believe it would only be the truth. I have a great respect for Captain Amersfoort, but I certainly do not love him, and perhaps I do love somebody else.
Looking at Peter.
Oh, Gertrude.
Enter Amersfoort, unseen by them.
But how can I consent to make him wretched? If there was any chance of your making it up, if I thought you still loved the captain and would make him happy in the avowal...
Would that decide you?
To Ernestine.
Oh, do then, do!
What would you have me say?
That you would forgive him and are willing to marry him if I give him up.
Well, then I'm willing.
Amersfoort advances and takes her hand.
And so am I.
And so am I.
Hurrah!
Captain Amersfoort, here. This was a blood, then.
Own that it was to secure your happiness, Ernestine, and you make mine forever.
Well, I believe I deserved this lesson.
And I'm sure I did.
You've made up your mind, then, that I shall marry you now?
To be sure I have.
Well, as you say, when once you do take a thing in your head, nothing can turn you, I suppose. It's useless to say no. There's my hand, dear Peter.
And I suppose I may let him the farm now?
If you please, Captain.
And give him the 2,000 crowns that I desired Van Nickum to settle on you as a wedding portion?
Ah, then that's why young Sneak... But no matter.
Finale. Trio from The Challenge.
She is mine. She is mine.
Let the stars work their will. If our patrons approve, nothing
now
can go ill. But the
lover we
lend
must with
them make his way. Or our dealings will end with the devil to pay.
Should they not befriend us?
I will hope for the best. If the one kind friend will lend us his hands to move the rest. Will you ask?
No, do you?
Gertrude to audience.
Do you like it?
Say you do.
Oh,
happy hour,
oh,
joyous
joyous
night.
night.
Our
Our
patrons
patrons
share
share
in
our
our
delight.
delight.
He
is mine,
he is mine.
Let the stars work their will. Since our friends have approved, nothing now can go ill. The lover we lent has with them made his way, and their smiles of content all
our
toils
overpay.
overpay.
Curtain. End of The Loan of a Lover by J.R. Planche. Play 3 of one-act play collection 18. Poor Jack by James Branch Cabell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Sir John Falstaff, sometime friend to His Majesty Henry V. Read by Greg Giordano.
Bardolph, his serving man. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Dame Quickly, mistress of the Boar's Head Inn. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Lady Sylvia Vernon, she that was Sylvia Dark. Read by Abahi.
Stage directions. Read by Jim Hedrick. Poor Jack. The curtain rises to show the angel room of the Boar's Head Tavern in Eastcheap. 'Tis the private parlour of the mistress of the inn, Dame Quickly. At the back is a high fireplace with heavy leaded diamond-paned windows on either side. At the left is the doorway leading to the tap room. On the right, a huge clothes press. When our play opens, Dame Quickly is demurely stirring the fire while Bardolph is sorting garments which he takes from the press. We hear a quivery voice singing, "Then came bold Sir Caradoc," and Sir John Falstaff fumbles at the door and enters. It is a Falstaff much broken since his loss of the king's favour, and now equally decayed in wit, health, and reputation. His paunch alone remains prosperous and monstrous, and contrasts greatly with the shrunken remainder of the man. He is particularly shaky this morning after a night's hard drinking. Nevertheless, he enters with what cheerfulness he can muster. Falstaff sings.
Then came the bold Sir Caradoc. Ah, mistress, what news? And eke, Sir Pellamore, did I rage last night, Bardolph? Was I a bedlamite?
As mine own bruises can testify. Had each one of them a tongue, they would raise a clamour, beside which Babel were an heir weeping for his rich uncle's death. Their testimony would qualify you for any madhouse in England. And if their evidence go against the doctor's stomach, the watchman at the corner hath 3 teeth, or rather hath them no longer since you knocked them out last night, that will willingly aid him to digest it.
Falstaff, as he stiffly lowers his great body into the great chair that awaits him beside the fire and stretches his hands to catch the heat of the flames.
3, say you? I would have my valor in all men's mouths, but not in this fashion, for it is too biting a jest. 3, say you? Well, I am glad it was no worse. I have a tender conscience, and that mad fellow of the north, Hotspur, sits heavily upon it, so that thus this Percy, being slain by my valor, is per se avenged. A plague upon him. 3, say you? I would to God my name were not so terrible to the enemy as it is. I would I had bated my natural inclination somewhat, and slain less tall fellows by 60. I doubt Agamemnon slept not well o' nights. 3, say you? Give the fellow a crown apiece for his mouldy teeth, if thou hast them. If thou hast them not, bid him eschew this vice of drunkenness whereby his misfortune hath befallen him, and thus win him heavenly crowns.
Indeed, sir, I doubt.
Doubt not, sirrah.
He continues more calmly in a virtuous manner.
Was not the apostle reproved for that same sin? Thou art a Didymus Bardolph, an incredulous Paynim, a most unspeculative rogue. Have I carracks trading in the Indies? Have I robbed the exchequer of late? Have I the golden fleece for a cloak? Nay, it is a paltry gimlet, and that augurs badly. Why does this knavish watchman take me for a raven to feed him in the wilderness? Tell him that there are no such ravens hereabouts. Else I had ravenously limed the housetops and set springs in the gutters. Inform him that my purse is no better lined than his own broken skull. It is void as a beggar's protestations, or a butcher's stall in Lent, light as a famished gnat, or the sighing of a new-made widower, more empty than a last year's bird's nest, than a madman's eye, or, in fine, than the friendship of a king.
But you have wealthy friends, Sir John.
She nods her head vigorously.
Yes, I warrant you, Sir John. Sir John, you have a many wealthy friends. You cannot deny that, Sir John.
Falstaff. He cowers closer to the fire as though he were a little cold.
I have no friends, since Hal is king. I had, I grant you, a few score of acquaintances whom I taught to play at dice, paltry young blades of the city, very unfledged juveniles, setting my knighthood and my valor aside. If I did swear friendship with these, I did swear to a lie. But this is a censorious and muddy-minded world, so that, look you, even these sprouting aldermen, these foul, bacon-fed rogues, have fled my friendship of late, and my reputation hath grown somewhat more murky than Erebus. No matter. I walk alone as one that hath the pestilence. No matter. But I grow old. I am not in the vanward of my youth, mistress.
He reaches for the cup of sack that Bardolph has poured out and holds on a tray at his elbow.
Indeed, I do not know what your worship will do.
Falstaff drinks the sack down and grins in a somewhat ghostly fashion.
Faith, unless the providence that watches over the fall of a sparrow hath an eye to the career of Sir John Falstaff, knight, and so comes to my age shortly, I must need convert my last doublet into a mask, and turn highwaymen in my shirt. I can take purses yet, ye Usite comforters, as gaily as I did at Gad's Hill, where that scurvy poins, and he that is now king, and some 20 other knaves did afterward assault me in the dark. Yet I peppered some of them, I warrant you.
You must be rid of me then, master. I, for one, have no need of a hempen collar.
Falstaff, stretching himself in the chair.
I, too, would be loth to break the gallows back, for fear of halters. We must alter our way of living. We must live close, Bardolph, till the wars make us Croesuses or food for crows. And if Hal but hold to his bias, there will be wars. I will eat a piece of my sword, if he hath not need of it shortly. Ah, go thy ways, tall Jack. There live not 3 good men in England, and one of them is fat and grows old. We must live close, Bardolph. We must forswear drinking and wenching. But there is lime in this sack. You rogue, give me another cup.
Bardolph draws and brings him another cup of sack, which he empties at one long draught.
I pray you, hostess, remember that dull tear-sheet sups with me tonight. Have a capon of the best, and be not sparing of your wine. I will repay you upon honor, when we young fellows return from France, all laden with rings and brooches and such trumperies like your Norfolkshire peddlers at Christmastide. We will sack a town for you and bring you back the Lord Mayor's beard to stuff you a cushion. The Dauphine shall be your tapster yet. We will walk on lilies, I warrant you, to the tune of Hey Then, Up Go We.
Indeed, sir, your worship is as welcome to my pantry as the mice, a pox on 'em, think themselves. You are heartily welcome. Ah, well, old Puss is dead. I had her of Goodman quickly these 10 years since, but I had thought that you looked for the lady who was here but now. She was a roaring lion among the mice.
What lady? Was it Flint the mercer's wife, think you? Ah, she hath a liberal disposition, and will, without the aid of Prince Hussein's carpet, or the horse of Cambuscan, transfer the golden shining pieces from her husband's coffers to mine.
Mistress quickly, after due consideration.
No mercer's wife, I think. She came with 2 patched footmen and smelled of gentility. Master Dumbleton's father was a mercer, but he had red hair. She is old, and I never could abide red hair.
No matter. I can love this lady, be she a very witch of Endor. Observe what a thing it is to be a proper man, Bardolph. She hath marked me, in public, perhaps, on the street, it may be, and then, I warrant you, made such eyes, and sighed such sighs, and lain awake o' nights, thinking of pleasing portly gentlemen, whom, were I not modesty itself, I might name, and I, all this while not knowing. Fetch me my book of riddles and my sonnets, that I may speak smoothly. Why was my beard not combed this morning? No matter, it will serve. Have I no better cloak than this?
Mistress quickly, who has been looking out of the window.
Come, but your worship must begin with unwashed hands, for old Madam Wishfort and her 2 country louts are even now at the door.
Avaunt, minions, avaunt! Conduct the lady hither, hostess. Bardolph, another cup of sack. We will ruffle it, lad, and go to France, all gold like Midas. Are mine eyes too red? I must look sad, you know, and sigh very pitifully. Ah, we will ruffle it. Another cup of sack, Bardolph. I am a rogue if I have drunk today. And avaunt, vanish, for the lady comes.
He throws himself into what he feels is a gallant attitude, but that is one that suggests to the audience a man suddenly palsied trying to imitate a turkey cock and struts to the door. The lady that enters is on the staider side of 60, but the years have touched her with unwonted kindliness, and her form is still unbent. Her countenance, although bloodless and deep-furrowed, still bears the traces of great beauty, and she is unquestionably a person of breeding. Sir John advances to her with his peculiar strut. Indubitably he feels himself a miracle of elegance.
See, from the glowing east, Aurora comes. Madam, permit me to welcome you to my poor apartments. They are not worthy.
I would see Sir John Falstaff, sir.
Indeed, madam, if those bright eyes, whose glances have already cut my poor heart into as many pieces as the man in the front of the almanac, will but desist for a moment from such butcher's work and do their proper duty, you will have little trouble in finding the bluff soldier you seek.
Are you Sir John, the son of old Sir Edward Falstaff of Norfolk?
His wife hath frequently assured me so, and to confirm her evidence, I have about me a certain villainous thirst that did plague Sir Edward sorely in his lifetime, and came to me with his other chattels. The property I have expended long since, but no Jew will advance me a marvavetti on the Falstaff thirst. It is a priceless commodity, not to be bought or sold. You might as soon quench it.
I would not have known you, but I have not seen you these 40 years.
Faith, madam, the great pilferer Time hath taken away a little from my hair, and somewhat added, saving your presence, to my belly, and my face hath not been improved by being the grindstone for some 100 swords. But I do not know you.
I am Sylvia Vernon, and once, years ago, I was Sylvia Dark.
I remember.
His voice changes. He also loses his strut as he hands Lady Sylvia to the great chair. Lady Sylvia, after a long pause.
A long time ago. Time has dealt harshly with us both, John. The name hath a sweet savour. I am an old woman now. And you?
I would not have known you.
Resentfully.
What do you hear?
My son goes to the wars, and I am come to bid him farewell. Yet I should not tarry in London, for my lord is feeble and hath constant need of me. But I, an old woman, am yet vain enough to steal these few moments from him who needs me, to see for the last time, mayhap, him who once was my very dear friend.
I was never your friend, Sylvia.
Lady Sylvia, with a wistful smile.
Ah, the old wrangle. My dear and very honoured lover, then, and I am come to see him here.
Aye, 'tis a quiet, orderly place where I bestow my patronage. The woman of the house had a husband once in my company. God rest his soul. He bore a good pike. He retired in his old age and established this tavern, where he passed his declining years, till death called him gently away from this naughty world. God rest his soul, say I.
Aside.
God wot, I cannot tell her that the rogue was knocked over the head with a joint stool, while rifling the pockets of a drunken roisterer.
And you, for old memory's sake, yet aid his widow? That is like you, John.
There is a long silence in which the crackling of the fire can be plainly heard.
And are you sorry that I come again, in a worse body, John, strange and time-ruined?
Sorry? No faith. But there are some ghosts that will not easily bear raising, and you have raised one.
We have summoned up no very fearful spectre, I think. At most, no worse than a pallid, gentle spirit that speaks, to me at least, of a boy and a girl who loved each other and were very happy a great while ago.
And you come hither to seek that boy, the boy that went mad and rhymed of you in those far-off dusty years? He is quite dead, my lady. He was drowned, mayhap, in a cup of wine, or he was slain, perchance, by some few light women. I know not how he died, but he is quite dead, my lady, and I had not been haunted by his ghost until today.
He breaks into a fit of unromantic coughing.
He was a dear boy, a boy who loved a young maid very truly, a boy that found the maid's father too strong and shrewd for desperate young lovers. Ah, how long ago it seems, and what a flood of tears the poor maid shed at being parted from her dear boy.
Faith, the rogue had his good points.
Ah, John, you have not forgotten, I know, and you will believe me that I am heartily sorry for the pain I brought into your life.
My wounds heal easily.
For though my dear dead father was too wise for us, and knew it was for the best that I should not accept your love, believe me, John, I always knew the value of it, and have held it an honour that any woman must prize.
Dear lady, the world is not altogether of your opinion.
I know not of the world, for we live away from it, but we have heard of you ever and anon. I have your life writ letter perfect these 40 years or more.
You have heard of me.
As a gallant and brave soldier, of how you fought at sea with Mowbray, that was afterward Duke of Norfolk, of your knighthood by King Richard, of how you slew the Percy at Shrewsbury and captured Colville or late in Yorkshire, and how the prince, that is now king, did love you above all other men, and in fine, of many splendid doings in the great world.
I have fought somewhat, but we are not beavers of Southampton. We have slain no giants. Have you heard naught else?
Little else of note, but we are very proud of you at home in Norfolk, and such tales as I have heard I have woven together in one story, and I have told it many times to my children as we sat on the old chapel steps at evening, and the shadows lengthened across the lawn, and I bid them emulate this, the most perfect knight and gallant gentleman I have ever known. And they love you, I think, though but by repute.
There is another long silence. Finally,
Do you still live at Winstead?
Yes, in the old house. It is little changed, but there are many changes about.
Is Moll yet with you that did once carry our letters?
Married to Hodge, the tanner, and dead long since.
And all our merry company, Marian, and Tom, and little Osric, and Phyllis, and Adelius. Zounds, it is like a breath of country air to speak their names once more.
Lady Sylvia, she speaks in a hushed voice.
All dead save Adelais, and even to me poor Adelais seems old and strange. Walter was slain in the French wars, and she hath never married.
All dead. The same death hath a wide maw. It is not long before you and I, my lady, will be at supper with the worms. But you at least have had a happy life.
I have been content enough, but all that seems run by. For, John, I think that at our age we are not any longer very happy, or very miserable.
Faith, we are both old, and I had not known it, my lady, until today.
Again silence. Finally, Lady Sylvia rises with a start.
I would I had not come.
Nay, this is but a feeble grieving you have awakened. For, madam, you whom I loved once, you are in the right. Our blood runs thinner than of yore, and we may no longer, I think, either rejoice or sorrow very deeply.
It is true. I must go, and indeed I would to God that I had not come.
Falstaff bows his head and remains silent. Presently she goes on.
Yet there is something here which I must keep no longer, for here are all the letters you ever writ me.
She hands him a little packet. He turns them awkwardly in his hands once or twice, stares at them, and then at her.
You have kept them always?
Yes, but I must not be guilty of continuing such follies. It is a villainous example to my grandchildren. Farewell.
Falstaff draws close to her and takes both her hands in his. He looks her in the eyes and draws himself very erect.
How I loved you.
I know, and I thank you for your gift, my lover. Oh, brave, true lover, whose love I was not ever ashamed to own. Farewell, my dear. Yet a little while, and I go seek the boy and girl we know of.
I shall not be long, madam. Speak a kind word for me in heaven, for I have sore need of it.
Lady Sylvia, by this time she has reached the door.
You are not sorry that I came?
There are many wrinkles now in your dear face, my lady. The great eyes are a little dimmed, and the sweet laughter is a little cracked. But I am not sorry to have seen you thus, for I have loved no woman truly save you alone, and I am not sorry. Farewell.
He bends over and reverently kisses her fingers. Then she leaves as quietly as a cloud passes. Falstaff. He goes back to the chair by the fire and sits at ease.
Lord, Lord, how subject we old men are to the vice of lying. Yet it was not all a lie, but what a coil over a youthful green sickness, twixt a lad and a wench more than 40 years since. I might have had money of her for the asking, yet I am glad I did not, which is a parlous sign and smacks of dotage, were it not a quaint conceit, a merry tickle-brain of fate that this mountain of Malmsey were once a delicate stripling, with apple cheeks and a clean breath, smelling of civet, and as mad for love, I warrant you, as any Amadis of them all. For if a man were to speak truly, I did love her. I had special marks of the pestilence. Not all the flagons and apples in the universe might have comforted me. I was wont to sigh like a leaky bellows, to weep like a wench that is lost of her grandam, to lard my speech with the fagons of ballads like a man milliner, and did indeed indite sonnets, casanets, and what not of mine own elaboration. And Moll did carry them, plump, brown-eyed Moll, that hath married Hodge the tanner, and reared her tannikins, and died long since. Lord, Lord, what did I not write?
He draws a paper from the packet and, leaning over, deciphers the faded writing by the firelight.
Have pity, Sylvia, cringing at thy door, entreats with dolorous cry and clamoring, that mendicant who quits thee nevermore. Now winter chills the world, and no birds sing in any woods, yet as in wanton spring. He follows thee, and never will have done, though nakedly he die from following. Whither thou leadest, Canst thou look upon his woes and laugh to see a goddess's son, of wide dominion and in strategy, more strong than Jove, more wise than Solomon, inept to combat thy severity? Have pity, Sylvia, and let love be one among the folk that bear thee company. It is not the very puling speech of your true lover. Faith, Adam Cupid hath forsworn my fellowship long since. He hath no score chalked up against him at the Boar's Head Tavern. Or if he have, I doubt not the next street beggar might discharge it. And she hath commended me to her children as a very gallant gentleman and a true knight. Jove that sees all hath a goodly commodity of mirth. I doubt not his sides ache at times, as if they had conceived another wine god. Among the folk that bear thee company. Well, well, it was a goodly rogue that wrote it, though the verse runs but lamely. A goodly rogue.
Bardolph steals back into the room.
Well, Sir John?
Falstaff. He addresses Bardolph. As the speech goes on, Bardolph's jaw drops lower and lower as he gapes his astonishment.
Look you, he might have lived cleanly in forsworn sack. He might have been a gallant gentleman, and begotten grandchildren, and had a quiet nook at the Ingleside to rest his old bones. But he is dead long since. He might have writ himself Armigero in many a bill, or obligation, or quittance, or what not. He might have left something behind him save unpaid tavern bills. He might have heard cases, harried poachers, and quoted old saws, and slept in his own family chapel through sermons yet unwrit, beneath his presentment, done in stone, and a comforting bit of Latin, but he is dead long since.
Mistress Quickly, too, steals in.
Well, Sir John?
Falstaff continues his meditation, unaware of them.
Zooks, I prate like a death's head. A thing done hath an end. God have mercy on us all. And I will read no more of the rubbish.
He casts the papers into the heart of the fire. They blaze up, and he watches them burn to the last spark. Then he gives himself a mighty shake.
A cup of sack to purge the brain, and I will go sup with Doll Tearsheet.
The curtain falls quickly. It also is happy the play hath ended. End of Poor Jack by James Branch Cabell.
Play 4 of One Act Play Collection 18. Gentlemen Boarders by Arthur Eckersley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Sophia Clutterbuck, read by Wendy Katzhiller.
Grace, read by Jen Broda.
Jasper Hailstone, read by Greg Giordano.
Percy, read by Mia Roy.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson. Gentlemen Boarders. Scene: a room in Miss Clutterbuck's house. The furniture good, but somewhat old-fashioned and worn. There are 2 doors, right and left, of which the former is supposed to communicate with the stairs and interior of the house, the latter with the outer hall entrance. On one side of the stage right is a table on which is seen a silver-framed miniature of a young man in the dress of some 30 years before. On the other side is an easy-chair. The furniture also includes a table, light and easily moved, large enough for the meal. Time, evening of the present day. As the curtain rises, Sophia Clutterbuck, a gray-haired old lady, rather primly dressed, is discovered seated left center with knitting or work. Grace enters right, holding an open letter.
What have you there, Grace? Letters?
Only the usual kind. This one is from the butcher. He says,
Oh, bother the man. I refuse to hear what he says. He says it regularly every week.
They all do.
Well, this has to end. We have no servants, no coals, no gas, and hardly any food. We can't go much longer.
We certainly can't go much shorter.
And since the advertisement for paying guests brought no replies, I have at last determined to let the house.
To let your old home?
Yes, dear. I don't deny that it will be a wrench, but it's as much for your sake as for any other reason. If it hadn't been that you wanted to help me here, I know well enough that you'd have accepted that devoted Percy long ago. How many times has he proposed to you this year?
Only 23 times this year, Auntie.
And this is the 23rd of January. I'm surprised at him.
I wasn't. I saw them all coming.
Ah, my dear, take care you don't wear out his patience, or worse still, his love. If I had known when to say yes, I might have been a happy woman today.
I know what you mean, Auntie. You mean poor Mr. Hailstone.
Yes, dear. I was proud and ambitious then, and he was poor, and so I drove him away from me to make a fortune.
And he never came back?
He never came back. I heard long afterwards that he had been told a false report of my engagement to someone else. Perhaps that was the reason. At all events, I never saw or heard of him again from the day he said goodbye to me in this very room.
This very room?
Yes, just as it is now. And on that table yonder is the picture of himself in a silver frame that he gave me when we parted.
You were formally engaged, Auntie?
Not in so many words, dear, but his attitude, indeed I may say our mutual attitude, on that last evening especially, was unmistakable.
What was your attitude, Auntie?
Well, my dear, I believe he took me on his knee in that very chair.
No wonder you are always so fond of that old chair, Auntie.
Yes, he was always impetuous in his manner.
I wonder if you would know him again after all these years.
Know him, child? There was one thing about Jasper that could never alter: his eyes. No amount of years could change those. Ah, I can see the flash in them now as he vowed in his eager, manful way how soon he would make his fortune, and how just when I didn't expect him, he would return as—
Enter Percy left. He bursts into the room, flourishing a postcard.
A gentleman boarder at last.
I wish you wouldn't be so boisterous. You've spoilt a most interesting story.
Sophia, smiling.
Never mind the story, Percy. What do you mean?
This. I found this card in the hall. It must have been slipped under the mat. Listen. Madam, having seen your advertisement, I write to say that I should be glad if you could take me as a boarder from tomorrow. Should circumstances permit, I may be making a long stay. Yours faithfully, John Smith.
A boarder. A real boarder. Fancy.
It isn't possible.
It's more than possible. It's true. I believe your luck has turned at last. Once he comes, you've only got to keep him. Should circumstances permit means if he's satisfied.
Nasty, deceitful man.
My dear Auntie, you ought to be very grateful to him for coming.
Ought I? I suppose I ought. But, oh, my dears, I don't half like it when it comes to the point. I'm sure there are chairs, one especially, in this very room that I couldn't bear to see him sitting in as if he'd paid to do it.
Well, I'm afraid it's rather out of the question to have half the furniture labeled private.
Percy, don't be heartless.
Percy blows whistle,
What was that?
It's all her fault.
indicating Grace.
Whenever she snubs me so that I want to say a bad word, she made me promise to whistle instead.
Oh, I see.
Yes, but this whistle whistles D flat.
Grace suddenly.
When was that card posted?
Percy examining it.
At Liverpool yesterday.
Then it must have come this morning, and we never found it.
Stop a minute. Here's a postscript in the extra space.
Reading from back of card.
I expect to arrive about 7 o'clock.
Why, it's 7 o'clock now.
Knock heard.
And there he is.
Sophia helplessly.
Oh, dear, dear, this is just like something on the stage.
Great heavens! He mustn't find us like this. No servant, no food, nothing.
No food? But you asked me to supper.
Oh, there's half a tinned tongue and some sardines. Good enough for you, but nothing to make a dinner of.
Well, but the shop round the corner. Can't you get things on credit there? Don't they know you?
Yes, that's why you can't.
By George, we are up a tree.
We must refuse him to admit, my dears.
Knock.
No, I've an idea. Listen, in a week, I go back to teach at the school. If he stays 1 week, we've got him. Very well, then. For that week, I'll be the servant.
You?
Me. If he's still here when I come back, 10 to 1 he'll have forgotten me in 3 months.
He couldn't.
Percy, don't be irrelevant.
Percy whistles.
But you've got no clothes. I mean no servants' clothes, caps and aprons and things like that.
Haven't I? Here, this'll do for an apron.
Snatches white antimacassar from chair back and fastens it in her belt.
And one of Auntie's lace mats for a cap.
Takes mat and pins it into the shape of a cap. Then jumps on chair to arrange it in mirror. Percy watching her admiringly.
I say, you are clever. I couldn't do that.
Grace on chair.
No, and a pretty parlor maid you'd make if you could.
Pretty parlor maid? That's just it. Suppose he tries to flirt with you. How about my feelings then?
Well, you may be sure he won't try twice. There.
Jumps down.
That's capital. The only thing is, I do wish he could be persuaded that he wasn't the first. I'm so afraid that'll frighten him.
Percy coming forward suddenly.
By Jove, I've got an idea too.
Impossible.
I have. Look here, I've a holiday at the office tomorrow. Why shouldn't I stay here tonight and pretend I'm a boarder just leaving after being in the house for years and years?
There is something in that.
Oh, but my dears, this dreadful deception.
It can't be helped. It's the only way. Mind you're firm with him, Auntie. Be gentle, but firm.
Continuous knocking heard.
He'll have the door down directly. I'm coming.
Exit quickly by left door.
And I'm going. You can introduce me later.
Knocking.
Now then, the drums beat to action. Prepare to receive boarders.
Exit by right door. Grace putting her head round door.
Don't let him see we want him, Auntie.
Exit. Percy putting his head round door.
Be very nice to him at first, Auntie.
Exit. Grace same business.
Don't ask too much.
Exit. Percy same business.
Don't ask too little. Make a firm stand.
Exit.
Oh, dear, dear. It is all very well to talk about making a firm stand, but whether it's to be on my head or my heels, I'm sure I don't know. Ah, if poor Jasper could see the pass to which I am reduced, welcoming strangers for money, what shall I be doing next?
Voices heard.
There he is. I can't receive him like this. I'll go away and come in gradually.
She bustles out right as Grace re-enters left, showing in Mr. Jasper Hailstone, a good-looking, middle-aged gentleman with grey hair. He is sprucely dressed and bears the air of an old traveller. He wears spectacles. Grace announcing.
Mr. Smith.
Looks round.
I beg your pardon, sir. I thought my mistress was here.
No matter. Do not disturb her. I will wait.
Very good, sir.
Going with long stare at Jasper.
One moment, my dear. Are there many other boarders staying here now?
Only one other, sir. A single gentleman, like yourself, sir.
Jasper aside, slightly annoyed.
Oh, a single gentleman, eh? Confound him.
Aloud suddenly.
What's his name?
His name.
Aside.
We didn't decide on a name for Percy.
Aloud.
Mr. Robinson, sir.
Oh, is it? Well, that's all. You could go.
Thank you, sir.
Exit staring. Jasper alone.
Just the same old room as I remember it 30 years ago. Nothing altered, nothing new, except Robinson. Don't half like that fellow Robinson. Maybe it was a happy inspiration of mine when I found her advertisement in the first paper I saw on landing to answer it in person and find out something about her before declaring myself. Not much chance of her recognizing me, even supposing she's kept that miniature I gave her when I went away, especially when I hide my eyes beneath these.
Takes off glasses.
They're a capital disguise. Yes, by Jove. She won't see through the spectacles. It's as much as I can do to see through 'em myself.
Finds newspaper.
Ah, here's the paper with the advertisements in it.
Looking over it.
Hello.
Reads.
More burglaries in London boarding houses. In many cases, the miscreants obtain admission as guests and are frequently in league with the servants. The proprietors of these establishments should be on their guard. Now, supposing Robinson should be one of them.
Rising and looking about.
How well I recall every detail of this room. There's the very armchair in which, I wonder if she ever remembers that evening now.
Seeing photo.
Yes, and here is the miniature I gave her when I went away.
Addressing miniature.
Ah, you young fool. Why, the 30 years might be a dream. They are a dream. I went away yesterday, and presently the door yonder will open, and Sophia come tripping in with her merry little feet, and her roguish laugh, and her eyes dancing with mischief.
During this speech Sophia has entered very sedately and primly, her manner an entire contrast to the description.
And I shall spring forward and say to her...
Sophia coughs. He turns, stops suddenly, and bows.
Good afternoon, madam.
Sophia with an inclination.
Good afternoon.
Jasper aside.
No, the 30 years were a reality after all.
I understand that you have come in accordance with your card.
Precisely, madam.
Aside.
No recognition here. I'll keep it up till I find out about Robinson. She mustn't see this.
He is holding the miniature. Not being able to reach the table, he slips it into his coat pocket.
Will you be seated, sir?
They sit. Jasper removes coat and puts it over back of chair.
I understand that you have already staying here a gentleman of the name of...
Forgetting. Sophia aside.
They never said what Percy was to be called.
Aloud.
Oh, yes. You refer to Mr. Jones?
Jones?
Aside.
Here's another of 'em.
Sophia continuing nervously.
Yes, Mr. Jones has been here for I don't know how long. Such a nice, obliging young man, and so satisfied with everything.
Jasper aside, angry.
I begin to think Jones is the worst of the two. Jones. Sounds like a Welsher.
But unfortunately, he's got to run away from us.
I said he was a Welsher.
No, English, I believe, like yourself.
And on the question of terms, madam?
Oh, I couldn't really. I mean, you must discuss those with Grace.
With Grace? What Grace?
I refer to my, parlour maid. She always settles these points.
Rings bell. Enter Grace immediately.
Yes, Mum?
Jasper aside.
That girl was listening.
You will please arrange with Mr. Smith about...
I'm sure, madam, whatever you and the parlour maid consider proper will be correct.
Aside.
But it's the maddest boarding house I ever struck.
Grace aside to Sophia.
This is the man we want.
Enter Percy Wright. He comes briskly towards Jasper with outstretched hand.
Ah, how do ye do? I suppose I must introduce myself. I'm the other boarder, name of, Brown.
Jones?
Robinson.
Seems a remarkable echo in this room.
Percy and the women talk aside.
So, there's only one man with 3 names. That's very suspicious.
To Percy leading him down.
You'll excuse me, sir, but there's a little point that seems to want clearing up. I was told your name was Robinson first.
So it was. I mean, you were told my name was Robinson first because Robinson is my first name. See?
Jasper aside.
Humbug.
Aloud.
Oh, Robinson's your first name, is it? What's your second? Crusoe?
Percy laughing unnaturally.
Ha ha ha! That's jolly smart! Ha ha ha!
Grace aside to him.
Percy, subside.
Percy whistles. Jasper aside.
That fellow is up to no good.
Perhaps, ma'am, Mr. Smith would like a cup of tea after his journey.
Well, the fact is, I had some tea in the train, as I found that I should arrive here only just in time for dinner.
Dinner?
Dinner.
Dinner.
Yes, I presume. That is, you dine as I am accustomed to do, at something to 8?
Percy aside.
It'll be nothing to 8 this time.
Dinner shall be on the table directly, sir.
Aside quickly to Percy.
Percy, what money have you in your pocket?
Percy plunges hand in pocket.
Don't bring it out, idiot. Feel.
Percy doing so.
6 and half a crown.
That's 3 shillings. Look here, cut round to the shop and get whatever you can for 3 shillings. Soup and something cold. I'll do the rest with the tongue and sardines.
But wait a minute.
Oh, don't stop to argue. Go!
Jasper, who has been conversing with Sophia.
And about my luggage. I have a particularly heavy trunk, which would perhaps be too heavy for your maids.
Oh,
The manservant will see to that, sir.
Aside to Percy.
Take that up as you go.
I say, is there anything else? Do you take me for a Sandow?
Coward. To help a lady is a night's work.
Night's work? It'll take me a week.
Exit right. Grace takes cloth from drawer and begins to lay table. Jasper coming down with Sophia.
Yes, my dear madam, it is indeed a treat to me after so many years of foreign exile to find myself in England again.
Yes.
With a sigh.
Alas, not all who leave her return.
Sits.
Well, I feel now that my work is over, and that I have nothing to do but to spend my money and enjoy myself. I can fling myself back in my chair.
Is about to do so. Sophia checks him.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind, not that chair.
He looks astonished.
I couldn't bear it. I mean, the chair couldn't bear it.
Jasper changing his seat.
As you please, madam.
Aside.
Bless her. She does remember that evening.
Confused noises are heard. All start.
Dear me, what's that? Not thunder, I hope.
The afternoon was somewhat oppressive.
Grace aside.
It's poor Percy with the portmanteau.
Exit quickly right.
At last we are alone. But, dear lady, I was about to observe that it was not only the joy of homecoming that I feel. No, it is a far greater relief than that.
Indeed.
Yes.
Warming with the subject.
Ah, I wonder if you could guess what kept me awake many and many a night as I lay in my lonely tent in the desert.
Very romantically.
What was it with which I had to contend through those long hours of darkness?
Really, I don't know. Beetles?
No, madam. Grief. The thought that she I love was another's. That was what stung me with a pang sharper than what you have suggested.
Sophia touched.
Poor man. She was another's?
No, madam. It was a false report. And then, after years of toil and hardship, I saw her again.
Oh, you saw her again?
Yes, and seeing her, I knew that my love had never altered, that it had only been crushed, not conquered, and that it was she, and she alone.
Is about to remove spectacles when Percy enters.
Bother! Here's Robinson Crusoe.
Rises impatiently. Sophia to Jasper.
You must tell me the rest of that interesting story after dinner.
Rising.
It'll be ready directly.
Percy aside.
Will it?
Re-enter Grace with tray.
Perhaps I might see my room first?
Grace at a door.
Certainly, sir. First on the left at the top of the stairs.
Shall I show you the way?
Rubs shins.
I remember it.
Jasper at door.
Pray, don't trouble.
Aside.
Wants to have a look at my luggage. Not if I know it.
Exit right. Grace closes door, then turns to the others.
Well?
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 Percy helps Grace to move dining table forward to right center.
I think he's rather nice.
He is certainly a most interesting talker.
Percy jealous.
I say, you both seem jolly keen on him. Perhaps you wouldn't be if you knew what I heard when I was out.
What?
Burglars.
Where?
Did you see them?
Don't be so impetuous. I mean, I heard there were burglars about. It seems they robbed a boarding house in this very square. One of them was in the house for days under...
Grace catching his arm.
I know. Under false pretenses?
No, under the bed.
Oh, but surely this Mr. Smith can't be one. Such a charming talker.
You wait. I've had my suspicions of him from the first. He's no more Smith than I am. And as for those spectacles, I believe they're simply put on.
Oh, but what proof have you?
None, as yet. We must watch him carefully, and it's 10 to 1 he'll betray himself, and perhaps also his accomplices.
Ah, my dears, beware of harboring suspicion. When you've reached my age, you'll know that it's very easy to take away a man's character, but almost impossible to put it back again.
Exit. Grace has by this time laid the table.
Is dinner ready?
He has been holding tray from which Grace has taken the silver for the table.
I think so. And a bottle of the cooking sherry that we had for the plum pudding. You mustn't take any fish, though. There isn't enough.
Let's see.
Reads menu.
Clear soup. Ah, bovril, of course. Whitebait. Whitebait?
Sardines. It sounds better.
Oh, I see.
Reads
Tongue à l'argent. What's l'argent French for?
tin. I had to leave out the rest till I knew what you would bring. What did you?
Well, you can't get much for 7 pence.
Yes. But how about the half-crown?
It wasn't half a crown. It was a penny.
Idiot.
That's right. Blame me. I got 2 Banbury cakes.
Producing them.
And a bottle of bovril that's been opened. It's had some taken out, so they gave me the rest for 3 pence.
Well, you mustn't take any soup either, that's all.
Writing, huh?
We finish with gâteau à la Banbury. There.
Takes his buttonhole and puts it in the center vase.
That's ready.
Enter Sophia.
Auntie, you sit here. The burglar, there. Percy, you there. And I'll do the waiting.
Great heaven!
She has moved round to writing table.
What's the matter?
The silver miniature is gone.
That proves it. Hush, here he is.
Enter Jasper.
Watch him carefully.
Grace aside to Percy.
Where is the bovril?
Percy giving it to her.
Here.
She takes it and goes out quickly. Jasper aside.
The miscreants are frequently in league with servants. I thought as much. Must watch him carefully.
Grace outside rings gong.
Ah! Dinner! Dinner!
They seat themselves. Jasper right, Sophia center, Percy left at table. Enter Grace with tureen. Jasper reading menu.
Charmingly original.
Percy aside.
He'll find it so.
Sophia helps soup.
Soup, Mr. Smith?
Thank you.
Grace taking plate to Percy.
Soup, sir.
Aside.
Say no.
Ah, thanks. No soup.
Aside.
And I'm jolly hungry, too. Alas, my poor brother.
Grace returns plate to Sophia, who takes it. They eat in silence. Grace aside to Percy.
Talk. Be amusing.
I say, isn't this what's called invalid soup?
Well, it is rather weak.
So weak it wouldn't run to me.
Sophia to Jasper.
I'm afraid you'll find it rather thin.
Don't mention it, madam. I prefer it thin.
Helping himself to toast.
Thin soup and, thick toast. Charming contrast.
Grace aside to Percy.
Keep it up. Don't let the conversation languish.
Remarkable fine weather we've been having, for the time of year.
Oh, surely. It rained every day but Thursday.
Yes, but remarkable fine Thursday.
In England, almost any weather is remarkable.
Ah, how true that is.
And how convenient.
Grace takes soup away.
I say, let me help you.
Grace aside to him.
Sit down. You'll ruin everything.
Jasper, who has been watching, aside.
There's clearly an understanding between those two.
I trust, Mr. Smith, that you had a smooth voyage.
Abominably smooth, madam. Smooth but sloppy. A hurricane would have been a relief.
Grace has brought in a few sardines on a dish.
Whitebait, Mr. Smith?
Thank you. A bait I can never resist.
Grace taking some to Percy.
Fish, sir. say no.
Bother.
Sophia to Jasper.
You see, we never have much waiting in the room during meals.
A most excellent plan.
Percy aside.
I don't know. I've been waiting the whole time.
Grace is taking round sherry. Grace to Jasper.
Sherry, sir.
Thank you.
She gives some to Sophia. Jasper aside, holding up sardine on end of fork.
Remarkably well grown whitebait, these.
Grace taking sherry to Percy.
Sherry, sir. You can if you like. There's plenty.
Percy loftily.
Thanks, no. I never drink between meals.
Jasper after a slight pause with intention.
I suppose, madam, that living in this retired neighborhood, you are never apprehensive of burglars.
Sophia, Grace, and Percy all start violently.
Oh, no, never.
Percy leans forward and speaks very deliberately.
If I were to meet a burglar, I should know what to do.
Jasper in the same tone.
Yes, I have no doubt that you would feel quite at home with him.
Grace is removing fish. Percy jumping up.
You really must allow me.
Follows her explaining Jasper's conduct. Sophia to Jasper.
You see, as I told you, Mr. Robinson is so very obliging.
Jasper aside.
He'll oblige me to kick him presently. Why on earth can't he sit still? And I've had no proper food yet. If he's Crusoe, this is the desert island. I can't stand another course like the last.
Sophia nervously to Jasper.
Of course, Mr. Smith, we have plenty of other servants, but they remain outside.
I see. Outside help.
Grace brings in remains of tinned tongue. Percy whispering to her.
I say, what do you do with the dirty plates?
It's all right. I've been putting them down on the hall floor. It's quite dark out there.
Jasper, who has been examining the tongue.
I thought so.
Aloud.
My dear madam.
Rising.
Seems absurd to say so in an old campaigner like myself, but I believe the journey has positively so upset me that I can't touch another morsel.
But you've eaten nothing.
Oh, on the contrary, dear lady, believe me, I never tasted such a meal. If you'll allow me, I'll just go and get a pipe. That'll set me right.
You're quite sure you've had enough?
Rises.
Enough, madam? More than enough.
Bows and goes out backwards, smiling gallantly at her. Immediately afterwards, a loud crash is heard.
He's slipped on the sardines.
I hope he's not hurt. Really, my dears, I don't know what to think. Such a gentlemanly person can't be a burglar.
Well, anyhow, I wish he wouldn't leave his clothes about like this.
Lifting overcoat.
There's something heavy inside. Why, it feels just like... It is! The missing miniature!
Producing it.
By Jove! Then he is a thief.
Oh, dear, dear, I knew it all along.
What's to be done now?
Yes, what's to be done now?
I think I'll retire to bed. This continued anxiety, I shall lock my door and hope for the best.
Don't be alarmed, Auntie.
I am not alarmed, my dear, but I am a little upset. I only want to lie down.
Exit. Another loud crash follows.
Oh, she has lain down.
Grace running to door.
Oh, Auntie dear, do be careful of the soup. It's all right. She's picked herself up. Now then.
Returning.
Who's to go for the police? You, I suppose.
And leave you here, with a burglar, perhaps armed? Never.
Very well, then. I must.
At this time of night? And leave me here with a burglar, perhaps armed? Never!
Then we'll both go.
And leave Auntie here with a burglar, perhaps armed? Never!
May I ask to whom you refer as Auntie?
Turns from him to remove dishes, etc.
Well, if she isn't mine now, she will be when...
When what?
When you marry me.
Percy! You don't mean to say you're going to propose to me again at a moment like this? After all the misery you've brought upon the house, too.
Gives him tray to hold. Percy following her with it.
I like that.
Yes, it was you found that postcard.
That's right. Put it all on to me.
I am doing so.
Loads things onto tray.
Oh, Percy, I wish you weren't such an idiot.
I'm not. Look here, it's all very well to go ballyragging me as you do, but you might remember all I've had to endure today. I've had no dinner. That penny made me look an utter fool at the confectioner's. And as for the portmanteau, it's a miracle I wasn't killed.
Grace aside, relenting.
Poor old thing. He has been rather patient.
Percy, seeing his advantage, still following her with the tray.
And for whose sake did I endure it? What hope upheld me through all? The hope of one smile from you.
Smile? Why, I'm sure you've had more than that. I've often laughed at you outright.
You have. But is a love like mine to be laughed at? Never.
Really, I think we had better drop the subject.
I don't. But...
With a sudden inspiration.
I'll tell you what I will drop, though. If you don't promise to marry me, now, this moment, I'll drop the tray.
Grace recoiling, horror-struck.
No, no!
I will!
But Auntie's best china. It'll be broken.
Bah! What are a few paltry plates in comparison with my faithful heart? You don't mind breaking that? Now then, will you or not? 1.
Coward? Traitor?
Tea traitor, you mean? 2.
Oh, wait. Give me time.
Time's up.
Hold. I consent. Anything rather than that.
At last.
Puts down tray and flies to her.
Have I conquered you at last?
Yes, with the help of China. And besides...
Percy alarmed.
Besides what?
Grace smiling.
I always meant to take you, sometimes.
My darling.
About to embrace her, Grace checks him.
The burglar.
Percy whistles. They separate quickly as Jasper re-enters with pipe. He observes the movement. Jasper aside.
Aha! The conspiracy seems to progress.
Aloud, pleasantly.
I shan't disturb you if I settle down to a quiet pipe here, I hope.
Not at all, sir. I'm just going out.
So am I. You'll be quite alone.
Aside to Grace.
Watch him.
With signs to each other, they go out right and left. Jasper sits.
I wonder what he meant by that.
Looks round and sees room empty.
Something queer in that quarter. Poor little Sophie. She's no suspicion of who I am. Shows how I must have changed since that picture. By the way, where did I put it? Ah, I remember.
Rising and fetching miniature from under coat. As he comes back with it in his hand, the doors right and left are slowly pushed open, and the heads of Grace and Percy reappear, watching him.
Dear me. I feel very drowsy. Now, how would it be if I were to change this for my picture of Sophie as a girl, and let her find it? The excitement of the day, or perhaps the sherry, is having a soporific effect. I wonder if I might venture on a short nap. Dear little Sophie, I'll disclose myself tomorrow.
His head nods. He falls asleep with his arms hanging limply beside the chair. The doors open, and Grace and Percy re-enter quietly behind. Percy is carrying a coil of rope. With elaborate caution they approach the sleeper, speaking in whispers.
Hush!
Hush!
Did you see him with it?
Grace nods.
We've all the proof we need now, so I'm going to fasten him up so he can't do any damage while we go for the police.
Oh, Percy, how clever of you!
He secures Jasper to the chair by means of the rope.
There now, take the miniature. He can't hurt you. Now for the police.
My hero.
Exeunt softly together. The front door is heard to bang. Jasper, half asleep.
All right, put it down on the mat. Dear little Sophie, I can feel her arms round me now.
Striving to free himself.
What's this? Rheumatism or nightmare?
He opens his eyes.
Hello, ropes? And the minute you're gone, I see it all. That burglarious Crusoe and the parlour maid have trussed me up and made off with the swag. Hi! Help! Fire! Thieves! Murder!
The door slowly opens. Enter Sophia Wright, very much alarmed. She wears a dressing gown and carries a candle in one hand, a poker in the other.
What's the matter?
Seeing Jasper and staggering back.
Why, it's the burglar himself.
Jasper twisting the chair round so as to face towards her.
Madam, do not needlessly distress yourself.
Monster, don't dare to approach me.
I assure you, you are in error. You see before you, madam, the victim of a concatenation of misapprehensions.
How dare you use such language to me, sir? You may kill me, but I shall sell my life dearly.
Jasper sliding chair towards her.
Madam, if you would but hear me.
Sophia retreating from him.
Miscreant, don't advance another step.
I assure you, madam, I can't step at all. I can only slither.
Don't slither, then, or I shall defend myself.
How can I make you believe in me, Sophia?
Sophia? Can I believe my ears?
Yes, Sophia. The moment, I know, is inopportune for an avowal of devotion. I am deprived, by treachery, of that play of gesture that should lend eloquence to the faltering words of love. But handicapped though I am, I must tell you how deeply I adore you. Ah, do you know me now? Yes, Sophia, I have been fitly punished for my deception. I am your old admirer, Jasper Hailstone.
Jasper Hailstone! Impossible!
Are you still incredulous, Sophia? Will you at least do me one favor? I am bound and helpless before you.
Sophia approaching him timidly.
What is that?
Take off these abominable spectacles.
After some hesitation, she does so.
At last, do you know me now?
Sophia staggering back.
Ah, those eyes! Those eyes!
Yes, Sophia, it is eyes. I mean I.
Oh, Jasper, can you ever forgive me my cruel suspicions? Will you not take me to your arms?
My dear, I would if I could, but I can't.
Ah, your bonds.
She releases him.
And to think what Percy will say.
Percy? Sophia, put me out of my misery at once. Tell me, am I too late? Who is Percy?
Sophia smiling.
He is engaged to my niece, Grace.
Your niece? I see it all now. There was a little deception on your side as well, then.
Yes, I think, Jasper, dear, we will cry quits.
They embrace. Grace and Percy rush in. Percy sees the others.
Well, upon my word.
Auntie, do you know who that is?
At last I do, my dears. No burglar, but a very old friend.
Why?
To Jasper.
I thought you came to see what you could get.
So I did, and...
Putting arm round Sophia.
I've got it.
Well, I'm...
Percy?
Percy whistles.
Is it to be a double wedding, then?
A double wedding? Have you also?
We have. Grace has at last discovered that, though my brain mayn't be much to boast about, my heart is in the right place.
Percy, spare us these anatomical details.
Jasper smiling.
I congratulate you both, and to celebrate the occasion, suppose we all four take a cab, and go and have a little supper somewhere.
Ah, I could just do with something to eat.
But I forgot. How about the boarding house?
The boarding house is closed from today, since both the mistress
and the entire domestic staff,
not to mention the boarders,
past and present, are otherwise engaged.
Curtain. End of Gentlemen Boarders by Arthur Eckersley.
Play number 5 of One Act Play Collection 18. Mansions, a Play by Hildegarde Flanner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Harriet Wilde, read by Stepheather.
Lydia Wilde, her niece, read by Sylph Wilde.
Joe Wilde, her nephew, read by Redrun.
Narrator, read by Greg Giordano. In a small town on the southern border of a Middle Western state stands an old brick house. The town is sufficiently near the Mason and Dixon line to gather about its ankles the rustle of ancient petticoats of family pride, and to step softly lest the delicate sounds should be lost in a too noisy world. Even this old brick house seems reticent of the present, and gazing aloofly from its arched windows, barely suffers the main street to run past its gate. Many of the blinds are drawn, as if the dwelling and its inhabitants prefer to hug to themselves the old strength of the past rather than to admit the untried things of the present. The scene of the play is laid in the living room. At the back is a wide door leading into the hallway beyond. At the left are French doors, opening upon steps which might descend into the garden. At the right side of the room, and opposite the French doors, is a marble fireplace, while on either side of the fireplace, and a little distant from it, is a tall window. To the left of the main door is a lounge upholstered in dark flowered tapestry, and to the right of the door is a mahogany secretary. Before the secretary, and away from the hearth, an old-fashioned grand piano is placed diagonally, so that anyone seated at the instrument will be partially facing the audience. To the left of the French doors is a lyre table, on which stands a bowl of flowers. Above the rear door hangs the portrait of a man. When the curtain rises, Harriet Wilde is discovered standing precisely in the middle of her great-grandfather's carpet, which is precisely in the middle of the floor. To Harriet, ancestors are a passion, the future an imposition. Added to this, she is in her way intelligent. Therefore, even before she speaks, You who are observant know that she is a formidable person. Her voice is low, even, and what is the adjective? Christian. Yes, Harriet is a good woman, but don't let that mislead you. Harriet, calling.
Lydia!
Lydia comes into the room from the garden. In fact, she's been coming and going for more than 15 years at the word of her aunt, although she is now 27. Her hands appear sensitive and in some way deprived and restless. She is dressed in a slim black gown, which could be worn gracefully by no one else, although Lydia is not aware of this fact. In one hand she carries a pair of garden shears, with handles painted scarlet. In the other, a bright spray of portulaca. Over her wrist is slung a garden hat. During their conversation, Lydia moves fitfully about the room. Her manner changes from bitter drollery to a lonely timidness, and from timidness to something akin to sulkiness. Harriet, whether seated or standing, gives the impression of having been for a long hour with dignity in the same position. She has no sympathy for Lydia, or any understanding of her. There is a wall of mistrust between the two. Both stoop to pick up stones, not to throw, but to build the wall even higher. Lydia employs by turns an attitude of cheerful cynicism and one of indifference, both planned to annoy her aunt, though without real malice. But this has become a habit.
What are you doing, Lydia?
I had been trimming the rose hedge along the south garden, Aunt Harriet.
But surely you can find something better to do than that, my dear.
She cannot help calling people my dear. It is because she is so superior.
Someone might see in if you trim it too much. We want a bit of privacy in these inquisitive times.
The young plants on the edge of the walk needed sun.
Move the young plants. Don't sacrifice the rose hedge.
Pausing as she straightens the candle in an old brass candlestick on the mantel.
It seems to me that the furniture has been disarranged.
I was changing it a little this morning.
May I ask why?
Eagerly.
Oh, just to be changing. Don't you think it is an improvement?
Coldly.
It does very well, but I prefer it as it was. You know yourself that this room has never been changed since your grandfather died.
Piously.
And as long as I am mistress in this house, it shall remain exactly as he liked it.
Lydia looks spitefully at the portrait over the rear door. Harriet, stepping to the window to the left of the fireplace and lowering the curtain to the middle of the frame.
The courthouse will be done before your brother is well enough to come downstairs, Lydia. How astonished he will be to see it completed.
Yes, but he would much rather watch it while it is being done.
Well, naturally, but from upstairs you can't see through the leaves of the maple tree. Why, Lydia, there isn't another tree for miles around with such marvelous foliage. Great-grandfather Wilde did not know, when he set out a sapling, that the county courthouse was to be built, almost in its very shadow.
You always did admire any kind of a family tree.
Harriet, as if speaking to an unruly child.
If great-grandfather Wilde heard you say that.
Lydia, with a sudden flash of spirit which dies almost before she ceases to speak.
If great-grandfather Wilde heard me say that, it may be he would have the excellent sense to come back and chop off a limb or two so that Joe could have sunlight in that dark little room up there and see out.
Harriet, lifting her left hand and letting it sink upon her knee with the air of one who has suffered much but can suffer more.
Lydia, my dear child, I am not responsible for your disposition this lovely morning. Moreover, this is a fruitless...
Fruitless? Fruitless? Why couldn't he have planted an apple tree?
Throwing her head back slightly.
With blossoms in the spring and fruit in the summer.
I beg your pardon?
Wearily.
With blossoms in the spring and fruit in the summer.
Slowly and gazing toward the window.
Sounds rather pretty, doesn't it?
Unsympathetically.
I do not understand what you are talking about.
No.
It is always a source of sorrow to me, Lydia, that you show so little pride in any of the really noble men in the Wilde family.
I never knew them.
But you could at least reverence what I tell you.
Well, I do think great-grandfather must have been a gay old person.
Gay old person?
Yes. The portulaca blooms so brightly on his grave. It's really not bad. Having your family buried in the front yard, if its dust inspires a flower like this.
I don't see why you insist upon picking those. They wilt immediately.
Looking appealingly at her aunt.
Oh, but they're so bright and gay. I can't keep my hands from them.
Harriet, scornfully smoothing her lace cuff.
Really?
Lydia, for the moment, a trifle lonely.
Aunt Harriet, tell me why these dead old men mean so much to you.
Dead old men? Why, Lydia, the Wildes came up from Virginia and were among the very first pioneers in this section. They practically made this town, and there is no better known name here in the southern part of the state than ours.
Oh, yes. Of course, I've heard all that ever since I can remember.
Assuming an attitude of pride.
We have the oldest and most aristocratic-looking house for miles around. The rose hedge has bloomed for 50 years. It's very nearly dead, too. General someone drank out of our well, or General someone else drowned in it. I always forget which.
Lydia!
Soothingly.
Oh, it doesn't make much difference which. That doesn't worry me. But what does is how you manage to put a halo around all your fathers and grandfathers and...
Harriet, piously.
Because they represent the noble traditions of a noble past.
What about the noble present?
Looking vaguely about the room.
I have not seen it.
No, you have not seen it.
Turning to go.
Just one moment, Lydia. I want to speak to you about your brother.
Did the doctor say that Joe is worse?
No, in fact, the doctor won't tell me anything. He and Joe seem to have a secret. I can get nothing definite from the doctor at all. But what I feel it my duty to ask you, Lydia, is this. Tell me truthfully. Have you been speaking to Joe about heaven?
No. What a dreadful thing to even mention to a sick boy.
My dear, you are quite wrong. But someone has been misinforming him.
Really?
Lydia, I am very distressed. Your young brother holds the most unusual and sacrilegious ideas of immortality.
So?
No member of the Wilde family has ever held such ideas. It is quite irregular.
What does he think?
I don't know that I can tell you clearly. It is also distasteful to me, but he declares, even in contradiction to my explanation, that after death we continue our earthly occupations, that is, our studies, our ambitions.
That is a wonderful idea.
Not noticing.
That if we die before accomplishing anything on earth, we have a chance in the afterlife to work. Work! Imagine! In fact, he pictures heaven as a place where people are doing things.
Lifting her head and smiling.
Oh, that is beautiful. I mean, what did you tell him?
I explained very carefully that heaven is peace. Peace, that is the first thing we do when a dear one dies, is to pray for the eternal rest of his soul.
Oh.
Yes, Lydia, I am glad to see that you share my distress. Why, he desecrates the conception of heaven with workmen, artists, inventors, musicians, anything but angels.
Anything but angels?
Smiles.
That is quite new, is it not? At least in this little town. Does Joe see himself building houses in heaven?
That is the worst of it. Why, Lydia, even after I told him patiently that there were no such things as architects in heaven, he still insists that if he dies, he is going to be one.
If he should die?
That is simply another foolish fancy. He has been confined so long that he gets restless and imagines these strange things.
Poor Joe.
Don't sympathize with him, please. I can't possibly allow him to become an architect.
Why not?
When the men in our family have been clergymen for 4 generations?
Yes, but they're dead now.
All the more reason for continuing the tradition.
There isn't one bit of money in it.
When was a Wilde ever slave to money?
Certainly not since my day, and for a very, very good reason.
Well, at least we have sufficient to send Joe to college, and as a divinity student, and some day we will hear him preach in the house of the Lord.
He would rather build houses himself.
Simply a boyish whim. He's too young to really have a mind of his own. He will do what I tell him to.
He is very nearly 19, Aunt Harriet. Didn't you have a mind of your own when you were 19?
Certainly not. Yes, of course.
Lydia laughs. Harriet, the hem of her skirt bellowing with dignity.
This is entirely different. If you can't be polite, Lydia, you might at least stop laughing.
Lydia, still laughing.
Oh no! Oh no! I take after my great-great-grandfather. I've just discovered it. At last I'm interested in the noble men of the Wilde family. I know he liked to laugh. Look at the pertness of that.
Holding up the portulaca. Harriet, ignoring the flower.
Please give me your sun hat, Lydia.
Demurely.
Oh, are you going to look at the portulaca?
No, I am going to see what you have done to the rose hedge.
Going out through the French door. Lydia, suddenly furious.
Go look at your decrepit old rose hedge. Go look at it, and I hope you get hurt on a thorn and bleed. Yes, bleed, the way you make me bleed. I did cut a hole in it. I don't care who sees in. I want to see out.
Looking toward the portrait and throwing the flowers on the floor.
Take your stupid flowers. Take them. They don't do me any good. They're withering. They're withering.
She goes to lean against the window and look toward the courthouse. As she stands there, the door opens slowly, and Joe, with blankets wrapped about him and trailing from his shoulders, comes unsteadily into the room. He carries paper and drawing materials. He is an eager boy, who seems always afraid of being overtaken. Lydia turns suddenly and starts toward the door. She stops in surprise as she sees her brother.
Joe! My goodness, whatever made you come downstairs? Aunt Harriet will be angry. Why, this might be awfully dangerous for you, Joe. How did you come to do such a thing?
She helps him toward the lounge and arrange a cushion for him. Joe, sinking back, but facing the window.
I wanted to see how the courthouse was getting on. I can't see out of my window, you know.
Well, you see,
Raising the blind.
they will soon have it done.
Delightedly.
Yes, won't they, though? Look at those white pillars. That's worth something, I tell you. I'm glad I saw it.
What do you mean?
Just what I said.
Yes, but Joe, coming downstairs this way when you have been really ill.
Oh, don't argue, Lydia. I've just been arguing with Aunt Harriet.
You'd better rest then. You will have to anyway, before you go back to your room. I see you plan to draw.
Yes, I've been lazy for so long. It's been driving me crazy, never doing anything. I thought I'd copy some Greek columns this morning. Could you give me a large book to work on?
I'll look for one.
Hunting.
Joe, what were you and Aunt Harriet arguing about?
Oh, nothing.
Yes, I've heard her do that before. But won't you tell me?
It wasn't anything, Lydia.
Here is what you want.
She brings a large bound volume from the piano and places it upon his knees.
Thank you.
Settling himself to draw.
Where is she, by the way?
Out looking at the rose hedge, where I cut a hole in it.
A hole? In the sacred rose hedge? Where did you suddenly get the courage? I've heard you talk about doing such things before, but you never really did them.
I don't know, Joe, where I got my courage. I think it's leaving me, too.
She puts out her hand as if trying to detain someone.
Come stand by me. I have a great deal of courage this morning.
Lydia stands behind Joe and looks over his shoulder, turning to her affectionately.
It's good I have you, Lydia. Aunt Harriet has a fit every time she sees me doing this.
Having them is part of her religion.
Well, this is mine. What is yours, Lydia? I don't believe I ever heard you say.
I haven't any.
Sure enough?
Nodding.
I never did anything for anyone out of love, and I was never allowed to do anything I wanted to for joy. So I know that I have no religion.
Embarrassed.
Never mind. Perhaps that will all come to you some day.
Joe suddenly sits erect and looks first toward the French door and then toward the window.
I wonder what you will do when I go.
Lydia, following the direction of his gaze.
Where?
Oh, to college.
Perhaps when you go to college, I'll do something Aunt Harriet doesn't think is regular.
What will it be?
How can I know now? How should I want to know?
Joe looks over his shoulder toward the rear door of the room. Lydia, nervously.
What do you see?
Nothing.
Then please stop looking at it.
Joe, meeting her eyes for the fraction of a moment, then holding up the sheet of paper.
I am actually getting some form into this column. If I could only learn to design beautiful buildings.
He puts his hand to his side in sudden pain. Lydia, not noting his action.
Why, of course you will someday.
I don't know. Sometimes I'm afraid I won't get the chance.
Oh, you'll be a man. You can ride over Aunt Harriet.
Joe looks at his copy and crumples it savagely. Suddenly he holds up his hand and listens.
What was that bell?
I did not hear any.
I did.
It must have been the side door. Someone will answer it.
Do people often come by the side door?
Why, Joe, you know very well that the delivery boy always comes there.
Delivery? I wonder, will it be delivery?
Joe, you're even odder than I am. Stop it. It doesn't do to have two in the family.
Joe, laughing.
Just as you say.
Looking at the book on his knee.
What is this big book?
Music.
Opening the book.
Why, it has your name in it.
It is my book.
Did you ever play the piano?
Lydia, turning aside.
Yes.
Joe, his face lighting up.
Play something now, please.
That piano has been locked for 15 years.
Ever since Mother died and you and I came here to live?
Yes. Haven't you ever wondered why it was never open?
I certainly have. But Aunt Harriet always avoided the subject, and I could never get you to say anything about it.
By the time I had tried it for 2 years, I knew better.
But why is it locked?
Because I neglected my duties. I played the piano when I should have been studying, and I played when I should have been hemming linen, and I played when I should have been learning psalms.
But surely, when you grew older, when you were through school?
No. I lied to her once about it. She made me promise not to touch the piano and left it open on purpose to see what I would do. And I played, and she heard me. So when I denied it...
Shrugging her shoulders.
You see, after that, to have let me go on playing and undisciplined, why, it would have meant the loss of my soul.
Very pleasantly.
It would have meant hell, at least, Joe dear, and I don't know what else. Aunt Harriet has always been so careful about what I learned.
Angrily.
But surely you are old enough now to do what you want to. I'll ask her myself if...
Alarmed.
Oh no, Joe, please, please don't do that. I should be frightened, really. It is a matter of religion with her.
And don't you know how to play any longer?
Yes, some. I sneak into the church when no one is there and play on that piano.
She walks to the instrument, and sitting down before it, rubs her palms lovingly across the closed lid.
When you were away 6 months ago, this was opened to be tuned for those young cousins of hers who visited. They were lively young girls, and the first thing they did every morning was to go to the piano. They would have asked questions if it had been locked, and Aunt Harriet hates inquisitiveness like poison.
Where is the key?
I don't know where it is now. She has probably thrown it away. It would be just like her to do it.
Changing her manner suddenly and rising.
Joe, wouldn't you like a cup of tea?
Earnestly.
No, I wouldn't. Sit down, Lydia.
Lydia sits down again. Joe starts to speak, but stops to look about the room.
Joe, what are you looking for?
I can't get over the feeling that I am expecting someone.
Who is it?
Evasively.
I don't know. Someone I never saw before.
Lydia, laughing.
An unknown visitor knocks before he comes in the door.
I'm not sure that this one will.
He closes his eyes wearily and puts his palms before them.
Joe, you're tired. Please go upstairs.
Not quite yet. Lydia, you know what Aunt Harriet and I were arguing about. I saw it in your eyes.
Of course. It's a beautiful idea.
Then you think I'm right?
Looking at the piano.
I hope to heaven you are.
Then do something for me, Lydia. Please?
What?
I've been so worried lately to think how awful it is if a person dies without accomplishing anything.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that.
I wasn't speaking for myself, just generally, you know. But what I have been figuring out is this. So long as you believe that you can go on working after you leave here, it's all right, isn't it?
Hesitant.
Yes.
Thoughtfully, and as though on unaccustomed ground.
But when you first go over, you are rather weak.
You mean your soul?
Yes, that's it. And you mustn't be worried by grief or any force working against you from the people you've left behind.
Yes, I follow you. Where did you learn all this?
In a book at the library.
I think I have heard of some theory.
I'm not bothering with theories. I haven't got time for them. In fact, I'd almost forgotten about the whole idea until the other day. Something the doctor told me set me thinking. He is really a splendid man, Lydia.
Indifferently.
Yes, I've always thought so. But what is it you want me to do for you, Joe? Aunt Harriet may come in any moment.
Joe, looking at Lydia very fixedly.
Just this. When I die, don't let Aunt Harriet pray for my soul.
Joe!
Yes, I mean it. She has a powerful mind, and she would pray for my eternal rest, and I might not be strong enough to stand against her.
Lydia, starting toward the rear door.
I won't listen to you any longer. It is wrong to talk and think about death.
Lydia, please. It means so much to me. Listen just 1 second. I know I'm not very good, but Aunt Harriet would be sure to try to make an angel out of me. And if I thought I had to sit on those everlasting gold steps and twang an everlasting gold harp forever and forever, Lydia, I'd go crazy. I'd go crazy.
His voice rises to a scream, and he sinks back, gasping. Lydia, rushing to his side.
I promise anything. Only don't excite yourself this way. For heaven's sake, Joe, be quiet.
Insisting.
But don't let her pray. And make her give you the key to the piano. And you play something, so I can go out in harmony. Harmony. Do you understand that, Lydia? Harmony. That's the word they used so often in the book. Do you promise, surely?
Tearfully.
Yes, but, Joe, you're not going to die. You're not. The doctor would have told us something about it.
Of course, I'm not going to. Not until I get good and ready. Don't be silly. But remember, when it does happen, you must not cry. That is very hard on souls that are just starting out.
I can see how it might be.
You won't forget to smile?
No.
But smile now, for practice.
Lydia, trying to smile, but failing.
Oh, I can smile for you easily enough, but don't frighten me like that again.
I'll try not to.
Suddenly facing him.
Do you expect Aunt Harriet to live as long as you do?
Yes, I'm quite sure she will. The Wildes have a habit of living long, you know.
But why shouldn't you live longer than she, since you are younger?
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather like to get ahead of her in something, though.
Well, you do believe in preparation. I can't see why you are being so beforehanded, but if it gives you any pleasure to scare me to death.
It certainly does, Lydia. And just one thing more I want of you.
What?
Rather shyly.
Take the Bible and read something to bind the promise. Just any verse.
This is becoming too solemn. I don't care for it.
She approaches the lyre table, upon which, of course, is a Bible, and opens the book.
Then I'll be ready to go.
Looking at him sharply.
Go?
Upstairs.
Lydia turns the leaves of the Bible.
This'll be our secret, Lydia.
He leans forward and looks out the French door, then turns to her impatiently.
What are you waiting for?
Yes, Joe, our secret. Let me see. Mother was always very fond of John.
Joe makes a movement of pain, which Lydia does not see.
Oh, I have the very thing to read you. How strange. It sounds like a prophecy for you.
Read it.
Steps are heard in the garden. Joe looks up in alarm.
Who is that coming?
Only Aunt Harriet.
Harriet Wilde comes in through the French door.
I managed, Lydia, to some extent, to repair the damage which you...
Seeing Joe, she stops in surprise.
Actually, Joe downstairs. But I felt certain this morning, my dear, when you were arguing in that unheard-of fashion, that you must be better.
Lydia, hastily.
I don't think it has hurt him to come down, Aunt Harriet.
On the contrary, I think it has done him good.
I should say it did, Aunt Harriet. You don't know how much.
Again he looks toward the rear door.
What is it, Joe, dear? Is the doctor coming again?
No, I hardly think the doctor will need to come again.
Why, how gratifying. I am so glad.
Joe closes his eyes wearily.
Aunt Harriet, Joe was just about to go up to his room, but he asked me to read something to him from the Bible first. I opened to this passage. Won't you read it to him?
Yes, I will indeed. It gives me great happiness, Joe, to see you really showing a desire for the holy word of the Scripture.
Harriet takes the Bible from Lydia and stands in the light by the French door. She faces slightly away from Joe. Lydia walks to the rear door and stands directly beneath the portrait. She conceals a smile and looks expectantly toward her aunt. Reading.
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you.
Joe, sitting erect and interrupting.
Many mansions. Many mansions. Lydia, Aunt Harriet, who said I couldn't build houses in...
He sinks back. Harriet does not look at him, but shuts the Bible with displeasure and moves forward to place it on the table. Coldly.
That is positive sacrilege, Joe.
Lydia laughs triumphantly and steps to Joe's side, walking on her tiptoes and pretending to dance, pleased at her aunt's discomfiture. Stopping by Joe and bending over him.
Didn't I say it was a prophecy?
Joe does not answer nor open his eyes. Lydia takes his hand and then drops it in fear.
Aunt Harriet, come here quickly.
Harriet comes swiftly and stoops over Joe. She feels of his pulse and lays her hand against his heart.
Joe! Joe!
Lydia, moving distractedly toward the door.
I'll call the doctor.
Harriet, standing very straight and twisting her handkerchief.
It will do no good, Lydia. Joe has gone. This is the way your father went and your grandfather, all the men in the Wilde family. But this is irregular. They never died so young.
Lydia covers her face with her hands.
And he seems so well. Why didn't the doctor... Lydia, this was their secret. This is what they wouldn't tell me.
Secret? Which secret?
She looks at Joe and clasps her hands in anguish. Harriet kneels by the lounge and begins to pray.
Dear Lord, I do beseech thee to grant peace and eternal rest to thy child come home to thee. Grant that he may forever sit in thy presence.
Slowly realizing what her aunt is saying, runs to her side and makes her rise.
Stop that! Stop it, I say! You worried him enough when he was alive. Now that he's dead, let him do what he wants to.
Lydia, you have lost your senses. Be calm. Be calm.
Harriet crosses to the table and picks up the Bible.
Come, we will read a few verses and have faith that...
Snatching the Bible from her aunt.
No, you shan't. Let him alone. Oh, Joe, I'm trying. Be brave. You knew all along. You were watching. You were expecting. Why didn't you tell me?
Lydia looks from Joe to the piano and back to Joe. She composes herself and puts her hands on her aunt's shoulders.
Where is the key to the piano?
Horrified.
You wouldn't touch the piano in the presence of death.
Where is the key?
Unable to fathom Lydia's strange demand.
It is gone. I don't know where it is.
Don't you? Don't you?
Sliding her hands toward her aunt's throat and turning toward Joe.
Be brave, Joe.
Speaking to her aunt.
Then if the key is gone, I shall have to take the fire tongs.
Lydia steps toward the fireplace.
Lydia, don't touch them. What are you about?
Lydia, coming again to her aunt and placing her hands on her shoulders.
I want that key, and I want it quickly.
They look squarely into one another's eyes. Uncertainly.
I can't give it to you now. I will never give it to you.
No?
Almost breaking down.
Joe, why didn't you tell me?
Walking toward the hearth.
Very well, Aunt Harriet.
Passing her hand over her eyes in terror.
Wait! Look in that old vase on the mantel. No, the one that we never use, with the crack in it.
Lydia takes down the vase and tilts it. A key falls on the hearth with a ringing sound. She picks it up and quickly opens the piano.
To think that this should happen in my house. Lord, what have I done to deserve it?
Lydia, seating herself at the piano.
Joe, this sounds like wind blowing through willow trees.
She plays softly.
Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, dear. Good luck.
Harriet, pulling down the blinds on either side of the fireplace.
Lydia, have you no religion?
Lydia, controlling her agitation.
Yes, I have.
Harriet, looking from Lydia to Joe.
I can't understand. Joe, poor Joe.
Let not your heart be troubled.
Continuing to play.
I'm smiling, Joe. I'm laughing, Joe. Be strong.
Harriet is stupefied. She starts toward Lydia, but stops. She lifts the Bible from the table, but replaces it hastily, as Lydia looks across at her. Lydia, dreamily.
In my father's house are many mansions.
Harriet looks to the portrait above the door as if for help.
If it were not so, I would have told you.
And Lydia looks mystically out into space and continues to play while the curtain falls. End of Mansions by Hildegarde Flanner.
Play 6 of One Act Play Collection 18. Augustus Does His Bit by George Bernard Shaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Augustus Does His Bit, a true-to-life farce by George Bernard Shaw. Dramatis Personae.
Lord Augustus Highcastle. Read by Greg Giordano.
Horatio Beamish, the clerk, read by Inkel.
A lady, read by Sonia.
Stage directions, read by Alan Mapstone. The mayor's parlour in the town hall of Little Pifflington. Lord Augustus Highcastle, a distinguished member of the governing class, in the uniform of a colonel, and very well preserved at 45, is comfortably seated at a writing table with his heels on it, reading the Morning Post. The door faces him, a little to his left, at the other side of the room. The window is behind him. In the fireplace, a gas stove. On the table, a bell button and a telephone. Portraits of past mayors in robes and gold chains adorn the walls. An elderly clerk with a short white beard and whiskers and a very red nose shuffles in. Augustus, hastily putting aside his paper and replacing his feet on the floor.
Hello, who are you?
The staff.
A slight impediment in his speech adds to the impression of incompetence produced by his age and appearance.
You, the staff? What do you mean, man?
Well, I say, there ain't anybody else.
Tush, where are the others?
At the front.
Quite right. Most proper. Why aren't you at the front?
Over age, 57.
But you can still do your bit. Many an older man is in the GRs or volunteering for home defense.
I have volunteered.
Then why are you not in uniform?
They said they wouldn't have me if I was given away with a pound of tea. Told me to go home and not being all silly.
A sense of unbearable wrong, till now only smouldering in him, bursts into flame.
Young Bill Knight, that I took with me, got 2 7 pence. I got nothing. Is it justice? This country is going to the dogs, if you ask me.
Augustus rising indignantly.
I do not ask you, sir, and I will not allow you to say such things in my presence. Our statesmen are the greatest known to history. Our generals are invincible. Our army is the admiration of the world.
Furiously.
How dare you tell me that the country is going to the dogs?
Why did they give young Bill Knight 2 7 pence and not give me even my tram fare? Do you call that being great statesman? As good as robbing me, I call it.
That's enough. Leave the room.
He sits down and takes up his pen, settling himself to work. The clerk shuffles to the door. Augustus adds, with cold politeness,
Send me the secretary.
I'm the secretary. I can't leave the room and send myself to you at the same time, can I?
Don't be insolent. Where is the gentleman I have been corresponding with? Mr. Horatio Floyd Beamish.
The clerk returning and bowing.
Here. Me.
You? Ridiculous. What right have you to call yourself by a pretentious name of that sort?
You may drop the Horatio Floyd. Beamish is good enough for me.
Is there nobody else to take my instructions?
It's me or nobody, and for 2 pins I'd chuck it. Didn't you drive me too far? Old ones like me is up in the world now.
If we were not at war, I should discharge you on the spot for disrespectful behavior. But England is in danger, and I cannot think of my personal dignity at such a moment.
Shouting at him.
Don't you think of yours either, worm that you are, or I'll have you arrested under the Defence of the Realm Act, double quick.
What do I care about the realm? They done me out of 2 and 7.
Oh, damn your 2 and 7. Did you receive my letters?
Yes.
I addressed a meeting here last night, went straight to the platform from the train. I wrote to you that I should expect you to be present and report yourself. Why did you not do so?
The police wouldn't let me on the platform.
Did you tell them who you were?
They knew who I was. That's why they wouldn't let me up.
This is too silly for anything. This town wants waking up. I made the best recruiting speech I ever made in my life, and not a man joined.
What did you expect? You told them our gallant fellows is falling at the rate of 1,000 a day in the big push, dying for little Pifflington. You says, come and take their places, you says. That ain't the way to recruit.
But I expressly told them that their widows would have pensions.
I heard you. Would have been all right if it had been the widows you wanted to get round.
Augustus rising angrily.
This town is inhabited by dastards. I say it with a full sense of responsibility. Dastards. They call themselves Englishmen, and they are afraid to fight.
Afraid to fight? You should see them on a Saturday night.
Yes, they fight one another, but they won't fight the Germans.
They got grudges against one another. How can they have grudges against the Huns that they never saw? They've no imagination, that's what it is. Bring the Huns here, and they'll quarrel with them fast enough.
Augustus returning to his seat with a grunt of disgust.
They'll have them here if they're not careful.
Seated.
Have you carried out my orders about the war saving?
Yes.
The allowance of petrol has been reduced by 3/4.
It has?
And you have told the motor car people to come here and arrange to start munition work now that their motor business is stopped.
It ain't stopped. They're busier than ever.
Busy at what?
Making small cars.
New cars?
The old cars only do 12 miles to the gallon. Everybody has to have a car that will do 35 now.
Can't they take the train?
There ain't no trains now. They've torn up the rails and sent them to the front.
Pshaw!
Well, we have to get about somehow.
This is perfectly monstrous. Not in the least what I intended.
Hell.
Sir?
The clerk explaining.
Hell, they says, is paid with good intentions.
Augustus springing to his feet.
Do you mean to insinuate that hell is paved with my good intentions? With the good intentions of His Majesty's government?
I don't mean to insinuate anything until the Defence of the Realm Act is repealed. It ain't safe.
They told me that this town had set an example to all England in the matter of economy. I came down here to promise the mayor a knighthood for his exertions.
The mayor? Where do I come in?
You don't come in. You go out. This is a fool of a place. I'm greatly disappointed. Deeply disappointed.
Flinging himself back into his chair.
Disgusted.
What more can we do? We've shut up everything. The picture gallery is shut. The museum is shut. The theatres and picture shows is shut. I haven't seen a movie picture for 6 months.
Man, do you want to see picture shows when the Hun is at the gate?
I don't now. That drove me melancholy mad at first. I was on the point of taking a Penortha rat poison.
Why didn't you?
Because a friend advised me to take to drink instead. That saved my life. Though it makes me very poor company in the mornings, as perhaps you've noticed.
Well, Upon my soul, you are not ashamed to stand there and confess yourself a disgusting drunkard?
Well, what of it? We're at war now, and everything's changed. Besides, I should lose my job here if I stood drinking at the bar. I'm a respectable man, and must buy my drink and take it home with me. They won't serve me with less than a quart. If you told me before the war that I could get through a quart of whiskey in a day, I shouldn't have believed you. That's the good of war. It brings out powers in a man that he never suspected himself capable of. You said so yourself in your speech last night.
I did not know that I was talking to an imbecile. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. There must be an end of this drunken slacking. I'm going to establish a new order of things here. I shall come down every morning before breakfast until things are properly in train. Have a cup of coffee and 2 rolls for me here every morning at 10:30.
You can't have no rolls. The only baker that baked rolls was a Hun, and he's been interned.
Quite right, too. And was there no Englishman to take his place?
There was, but he was caught spying, and they took him up to London and shot him.
Shot an Englishman?
Well, it stands to reason if the Germans wanted to spy, they wouldn't employ a German that everybody would suspect, don't it?
Augustus rising again.
Do you mean to say, you scoundrel, that an Englishman is capable of selling his country to the enemy for gold?
Not as a general thing, I wouldn't say it, but there's men here would sell their own mothers for 2 coppers if they got the chance.
Beamish, it's an ill bird that fouls its own nest.
It wasn't me that let little Pifflington get fouled. I don't belong to the governing classes. I only tell you why you can't have no rolls.
Augustus intensely irritated.
Can you tell me where I can find an intelligent being to take my orders?
One of the street sweepers used to teach in the school until it was shut up for the sake of economy. Will he do?
What? You mean to tell me that when the lives of the gallant fellows in our trenches and the fate of the British Empire depend on our keeping up the supply of shells, you are wasting money on sweeping the streets?
We have to. We dropped it for a while, but the infant death rate went up something frightful.
What matters the death rate of little Pifflington in a moment like this? Think of our gallant soldiers, not of your squalling infants.
If you want soldiers, you must have children. You can't buy 'em in boxes, like toy soldiers.
Beamish, the long and the short of it is, you are no patriot. Go downstairs to your office, and have that gas stove taken away, and replaced by an ordinary grate. The Board of Trade has urged on me the necessity for economizing gas.
All orders from the Minister of Munitions is to use gas instead of coal because it saves material. Which is it to be?
Augustus bawling furiously at him.
Both don't criticize your orders. Obey them. Yours not to reason why. Yours but to do and die. That's war.
Cooling down.
Have you anything else to say?
Yes, I want to rise.
Augustus reeling against the table in his horror.
A rise? Horatio Lloyd Beamish? Do you know that we are at war?
The clerk, feebly ironical.
I have noticed something about it in the papers. Heard you mention it once or twice now I come to think of it.
Our gallant fellows are dying in their trenches, and you want a rise.
What are they dying for? To keep me alive, ain't it? Well, what's the good of that if I'm dead of hunger by the time they come back?
Everybody else is making sacrifices without a thought of self. And you!
Not half they ain't. Where's the baker's sacrifice? Where's the coal merchants? Where's the butchers? Charging me double? That's how they sacrifice themselves? Well, I want to sacrifice myself that way too. Just double next Saturday, double and not a penny less, or no secretary for you.
He stiffens himself shakily and makes resolutely for the door. Augustus looking after him contemptuously.
Go, miserable pro-German.
The clerk rushing back and facing him.
Who are you calling a pro-German?
Another word, and I charge you under the Act with discouraging me. Go.
The clerk blenches and goes out cowed. The telephone rings. Augustus taking up the telephone receiver.
Hello? Yes. Who are you? Oh, Lulo, is it? Yes, there's nobody in the room. Fire away. What? A spy? A woman? Yes. Brought it down with me. Do you suppose I'm such a fool as to let it out of my hands? Why, it gives a list of all our anti-aircraft emplacements from Ramsgate to Skegness. The Germans would give $1,000,000 for it. What? How could she possibly know about it? I haven't mentioned it to a soul. Except, of course, dear Lucy. Oh, Toto and Lady Popham in that lot? They don't count. They're all right. I mean that I haven't mentioned it to any Germans. Pooh, don't you be nervous, old chap. I know you think me a fool, but I'm not such a fool as all that. If she tries to get it out of me, I'll have her in the tower before you ring up again.
The clerk returns.
Shh, shh. Somebody's just come in. Ring off. Goodbye.
He hangs up the receiver.
Are you engaged?
His manner is strangely softened.
What business is that of yours? However, if you will take the trouble to read the society papers for this week, you will see that I am engaged to the Honourable Lucy Popham, youngest daughter of...
That ain't what I mean. Can you see a female?
Of course I can see a female as easily as a male. Do you suppose I'm blind?
You don't seem to follow me somehow. There's a female downstairs, what you might call a lady. She wants to know can you see her if I let her up.
Oh, you mean am I disengaged? Tell the lady I have just received news of the greatest importance, which will occupy my entire attention for the rest of the day, and that she must write for an appointment.
I'll ask her to explain her business to me. I ain't above talking to a handsome young female when I get the chance.
Going.
Stop! Does she seem to be a person of consequence?
Regular marchioness, if you ask me.
Beautiful, did you say?
A human chrysanthemum, sir, believe me.
It will be extremely inconvenient for me to see her, but the country is in danger, and we must not consider our own comfort. Think how our gallant fellows are suffering in the trenches. Show her up.
The clerk makes for the door, whistling the latest popular ballad.
Stop whistling instantly, sir. This is not a casino.
Ain't it? You just wait till you see her.
He goes out. Augustus produces a mirror, a comb, and a pot of moustache pomade from the drawer of the writing table, and sits down before the mirror to put some touches to his toilette. The clerk returns, devotedly ushering a very attractive lady, brilliantly dressed. She has a dainty wallet hanging from her wrist. Augustus hastily covers up his toilette apparatus with the Morning Post and rises in an attitude of pompous condescension. The clerk to Augustus.
Here she is.
To the lady.
May I offer you a chair, lady?
He places a chair at the writing table opposite Augustus and steals out on tiptoe.
Be seated, madam.
The lady sitting down.
Are you Lord Augustus Highcastle?
Augustus sitting also.
Madam, I am.
The lady with awe.
The great Lord Augustus.
I should not dream of describing myself so, madam, but no doubt I have impressed my countrymen, and...
Bowing gallantly.
May I say my countrywomen, as having some exceptional claims to their consideration.
The lady emotionally.
Oh, what a beautiful voice you have.
What you hear, madam, is the voice of my country, which now takes a sweet and noble tone, even in the harsh mouth of high officialism.
Oh, please go on. You express yourself so wonderfully.
It would be strange indeed if, after sitting on 37 royal commissions, mostly as chairman, I had not mastered the art of public expression. Even the radical papers have paid me the high compliment of declaring that I am never more impressive than when I have nothing to say.
I never read the radical papers. All I can tell you is that what we women admire in you is not the politician, but the man of action, the heroic warrior, the beau sabreur.
Augustus gloomily.
Madam, I beg, please. My military exploits are not a pleasant subject, unhappily.
Oh, I know. How shamefully you have been treated. What ingratitude. But the country is with you. The women are with you. Oh, do you think all our hearts did not throb, and all our nerves thrill when we heard how, when you were ordered to occupy that terrible quarry in Holloch, and you swept into it at the head of your men like a sea-god riding on a tidal wave, you suddenly sprang over the top shouting, "To Berlin! Forward!" dashed at the German army single-handed, and were cut off and made prisoner by the Huns.
Yes, madam, and what was my reward? They said I had disobeyed orders and sent me home. Have they forgotten Nelson in the Baltic? Has any British battle ever been won except by a bold initiative? I say nothing of professional jealousy. It exists in the army as elsewhere. But it is a bitter thought to me that the recognition denied me by my country, or rather by the radical cabal in the cabinet, which pursues my family with rancorous class hatred, that this recognition, I say, came to me at the hands of an enemy, of a rank Prussian.
You don't say so.
How else should I be here instead of starving to death in Ruhleben? Yes, madam, the colonel of the Pomeranian regiment, which captured me, after learning what I had done, and conversing for an hour with me on European politics and military strategy, declared that nothing would induce him to deprive my country of my services and set me free. I offered, of course, to procure the release in exchange of a German officer of equal equality, but he would not hear of it. He was kind enough to say he would not believe that a German officer answering to that description existed.
With emotion.
I had my first taste of the ingratitude of my own country as I made my way back to our lines. A shot from our front trench struck me in the head. I still carry the flattened projectile as a trophy.
He throws it on the table. The noise it makes testifies to its weight.
Had it penetrated to the brain, I might never have sat on another royal commission. Fortunately, we have strong heads, we high castles. Nothing has ever penetrated to our brains.
How thrilling, how simple, and how tragic. But you will forgive England. Remember, England. Forgive her.
Augustus with gloomy magnanimity.
It will make no difference whatever to my services to my country. Though she slay me, yet will I, if not exactly trust in her, at least take my part in her government. I am ever at my country's call, whether it be the embassy in a leading European capital, a governor-generalship in the tropics, or my humble mission here to make little Pifflington do its bit. I am always ready for the sacrifice. Whilst England remains England, wherever there is a public job to be done, you will find a high castle sticking to it. And now, madam, enough of my tragic personal history. You have called on business. What can I do for you?
You have relatives at the Foreign Office, have you not?
Augustus haughtily.
Madam, the Foreign Office is staffed by my relatives exclusively.
Has the Foreign Office warned you that you are being pursued by a female spy who is determined to obtain possession of a certain list of gun emplacements?
Augustus, interrupting her somewhat loftily.
All that is perfectly well known to this department, madam.
The lady, surprised and rather indignant.
Is it? Who told you? Was it one of your German brothers-in-law?
Augustus, injured, remonstrating.
I have only 3 German brothers-in-law, madam. Really, from your tone, one would suppose that I had several. Pardon my sensitiveness on that subject, but reports are continually being circulated that I have been shot as a traitor in the courtyard of the Ritz Hotel, simply because I have German brothers-in-law.
With feeling.
If you had a German brother-in-law, madam, you would know that nothing else in the world produces so strong an anti-German feeling. Life affords no keener pleasure than finding a brother-in-law's name in the German casualty list.
Nobody knows that better than I. Wait until you hear what I have come to tell you. You will understand me as no one else could. Listen, this spy, this woman.
Yes?
She is a German, a Hun.
Yes, she would be. Continue.
She is my sister-in-law.
Augustus deferentially.
I see you are well connected, madam. Proceed.
Need I add that she is my bitterest enemy?
May I?
He proffers his hand. They shake fervently. From this moment onward, Augustus becomes more and more confidential, gallant, and charming.
Quite so. Well, she is an intimate friend of your brother at the War Office, Hungerford High Castle. Blue Lou, as you call him. I don't know why.
Augustus explaining.
He was originally called the Singing Oyster because he sang drawing-room ballads with such an extraordinary absence of expression. He was then called the Blue Point for a season or 2. Finally, he became Blue Lou.
Oh, indeed. I didn't know. Well, Blue Lou is simply infatuated with my sister-in-law, and he has rashly let out to her that this list is in your possession. He forgot himself because he was in a towering rage at its being entrusted to you. His language was terrible. He ordered all the guns to be shifted at once.
What on earth did he do that for?
I can't imagine, but this I know. She made a bet with him that she would come down here and obtain possession of that list and get clean away into the street with it. He took the bet on condition that she brought it straight back to him at the War Office.
Good heavens! And you mean to tell me the Blue Lou was such a dolt as to believe that she could succeed? Does he take me for a fool?
Oh, impossible! He is jealous of your intellect. The bet is an insult to you, don't you feel that? After what you have done for our country.
Oh, never mind that. It is the idiocy of the thing I look at. He'll lose his bet and serve him right.
You feel sure you will be able to resist the siren? I warn you, she is very fascinating.
You need have no fear, madam. I hope she will come and try it on. Fascination is a game that 2 can play at. For centuries the younger sons of the high castles have had nothing to do but fascinate attractive females when they were not sitting on royal commissions or on duty at Knightsbridge Barracks. By gad, madam, if the siren comes here, she will meet her match.
I feel that. But if she fails to seduce you...
Augustus blushing.
Madam.
The lady continuing.
From your allegiance.
Oh, that.
She will resort to fraud, to force, to anything. She will burgle your office. She will have you attacked and garroted at night in the street.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, your courage will only tempt you into danger. She may get the list after all. It is true that the guns are moved, but she would win her bet.
Augustus cautiously.
You did not say the guns were moved. You said the Blulu had ordered them to be moved.
Well, that is the same thing, isn't it?
Not quite. At the War Office. No doubt those guns will be moved, possibly even before the end of the war.
Then you think they are there still? But if the German War Office gets the list, and she will copy it before she gives it back to Blulu, you may depend on it. All is lost.
Augustus lazily.
Well, I should not go as far as that.
Lowering his voice.
Will you swear to me not to repeat what I'm going to say to you? For if the British public knew that I had said it, I should be at once hounded down as a pro-German.
I will be silent as the grave. I swear it.
Augustus again taking it easily.
Well, our people have, for some reason, made up their minds that the German War Office is everything that our War Office is not, that it carries promptitude, efficiency, and organization to a pitch of completeness and perfection that must be, in my opinion, destructive to the happiness of the staff. My own view, which you are pledged, remember, not to betray, is that the German War Office is no better than any other war office. I found that opinion on my observation of the characters of my brothers-in-law, one of whom, by the way, is on the German General Staff. I am not at all sure that this list of gun emplacements will receive the smallest attention. You see, there are always so many more important things to be attended to, family matters and so on, you understand.
Still, if a question were asked in the House of Commons...
The great advantage of being at war, madam, is that nobody takes the slightest notice of the House of Commons. No doubt it is sometimes necessary for a minister to soothe the more seditious members of that assembly by giving a pledge or two, but the War Office takes no notice of such things.
The lady staring at him.
Then you think this list of gun emplacements doesn't matter?
By no means, madam. It matters very much indeed. If this spy were to obtain possession of the list, Blulu would tell the story at every dinner table in London, and...
And you might lose your post, of course.
Augustus amazed and indignant.
I lose my post? What are you dreaming about, madam? How could I possibly be spared? There are hardly high castles enough at present to fill half the posts created by this war. No, Blulu would not go that far. He is at least a gentleman. But I should be chaffed, and frankly, I don't like being chaffed.
Of course not. Who does? It would never do. Oh, never, never.
I'm glad you see it in that light. And now, as a measure of security, I shall put that list in my pocket.
He begins searching vainly from drawer to drawer in the writing table.
Where on earth? What the dickens did I? That's very odd. Where the deuce? I thought I'd put it in the... Oh, here it is. No, this is Lucy's last letter.
The lady elegically.
Lucy's last letter. What a title for a picture play.
Augustus delighted.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Lucy appeals to the imagination like no other woman. By the way...
Handing over the letter.
I wonder, could you read it for me? Lucy is a darling girl, but I really can't read her writing. In London I get the office typist to decipher it and make me a typed copy. But here there is nobody.
The lady puzzling over it.
It is really almost illegible. I think the beginning is meant for Dearest Gus.
Augustus eagerly.
Yes, that is what she usually calls me. Please go on.
The lady trying to decipher it.
Oh yes, what a forgetful old something you are. I can't make out the word.
Augustus greatly interested.
Is it blighter? That is a favorite expression of hers.
I think so. At all events, it begins with a B.
Reading.
What a forgetful old...
She is interrupted by a knock at the door. Augustus impatiently.
Come in.
The clerk enters, clean-shaven and in khaki, with an official paper and an envelope in his hand.
What is this ridiculous mummery, sir?
The clerk coming to the table and exhibiting his uniform to both.
They've passed me. The recruiting officer's come for me. I've had my 2 and 7.
Augustus rising wrathfully.
I shall not permit it. What do they mean by taking my office staff? Good God! They'll be taking our hunt servants next.
Confronting the clerk.
What did the man mean? What did he say?
He said that now you was on the job we'd want another 1,000,000 men, and he was going to take the old age pensioners or anyone he could get.
And you dare to knock at my door and interrupt my business with this lady to repeat this man's ineptitudes?
No, I come because the waiter from the hotel brought this paper. You left it in the coffee room breakfast table this morning.
The lady intercepting it.
It is the list. Good heavens!
The clerk proffering the envelope.
He says he thinks this is the envelope belonging to it.
The lady snatching the envelope also.
Yes, addressed to you, Lord Augustus.
Augustus comes back to the table to look at it.
Oh, how imprudent. Everybody would guess its importance with your name on it. Fortunately, I have some letters of my own here.
Opening her wallet.
Why not hide it in one of my envelopes? Then no one will dream that the enclosure is of any political value.
Taking out a letter, she crosses the room toward the window, whispering to Augustus as she passes him.
Get rid of that man.
Augustus, haughtily approaching the clerk, who humorously makes a paralytic attempt to stand at attention.
Have you any further business here, pray?
Am I to give the waiter anything, or will you do it yourself?
Which waiter is it? The English one?
No, the one that calls herself a Swiss. Shouldn't wonder if you'd make a copy of that paper.
Keep your impertinent surmises to yourself, sir. Remember that you are in the army now. Let me have no more of your civilian insubordination. Attention! Left turn! Quick march!
The clerk stolidly.
I dunno what you mean.
Go to the guard room and report yourself for disobeying orders. Now do you know what I mean?
Now look here, I ain't going to argue with you.
Nor I with you. Out with you.
He seizes the clerk and rushes him through the door. The moment the lady is left alone, she snatches a sheet of official paper from the stationery rack, folds it so that it resembles the list, compares the two to see that they look exactly alike, whips the list into her wallet, and substitutes the facsimile for it. Then she listens for the return of Augustus. A crash is heard, as of the clerk falling downstairs. Augustus returns and is about to close the door when the voice of the clerk is heard from below.
I'll have the law of you for this, I will.
Augustus shouting down to him.
There's no more law for you, you scoundrel. You're a soldier now.
He shuts the door and comes to the lady.
Thank heaven, the war has given us the upper hand of these fellows at last. Excuse my violence, but discipline is absolutely necessary in dealing with the lower middle classes.
Serve the insolent creature right. Look, I have found you a beautiful envelope for the list, an unmistakable lady's envelope.
She puts the sham list into her envelope and hands it to him.
Excellent. Really very clever of you.
Slyly.
Come, would you like to have a peep at the list?
Beginning to take the blank paper from the envelope, the lady on the brink of detection.
No, no. Oh, please, no.
Why, it won't bite you.
Drawing it out further, the lady snatching at his hand.
Stop. Remember, if there should be an inquiry, you must be able to swear that you never showed that list to a mortal soul.
Oh, that is a mere form. If you are really curious.
I am not. I couldn't bear to look at it. One of my dearest friends was blown to pieces by an aircraft gun, and since then I have never been able to think of one without horror.
You mean it was a real gun? It actually went off? How sad, how sad.
He pushes the sham list back into the envelope and pockets it. Great sigh of relief.
And now, Lord Augustus, I have taken up too much of your valuable time. Goodbye.
What? Must you go?
You are so busy.
Yes, but not before lunch, you know. I never can do much before lunch, and I'm no good at all in the afternoon. From 5 to 6 is my real working time. Must you really go?
I must, really. I have done my business very satisfactorily. Thank you ever so much.
She proffers her hand, Augustus shaking it affectionately as he leads her to the door, but fast pressing the bell button with his left hand.
Goodbye, goodbye. So sorry to lose you. Kind of you to come, but there was no real danger. You see, my dear little lady, all this talk about war saving, and secrecy, and keeping the blinds down at night, and so forth, is all very well. But unless it's carried out with intelligence, believe me, you may waste £1 to save a penny. You may let out all sorts of secrets to the enemy. You may guide the Zeppelins right on to your own chimneys. That's where the ability of the governing class comes in. Shall the fellow call a taxi for you?
No, thanks. I prefer walking. Goodbye. Again, many, many thanks.
She goes out. Augustus returns to the writing table smiling and takes another look at himself in the mirror. The clerk returns with his head bandaged, carrying a poker.
What did you ring for?
Augustus hastily drops the mirror.
Don't you come nigh me, or I'll split your head with this poker, thick as it is.
It does not seem to me an exceptionally thick poker. I rang for you to show the lady out.
She's gone. She went out like a rabbit. I ask myself, why was she in such a hurry?
The lady's voice from the street.
Lord Augustus! Lord Augustus!
She's calling you.
Augustus running to the window and throwing it up.
What is it? Won't you come up?
Is the clerk there?
Yes. Do you want him?
Yes.
The lady wants you at the window.
The clerk rushing to the window and putting down the poker.
Yes, ma'am. Here I am, ma'am. What is it, ma'am?
I want you to witness that I got clean away into the street. I am coming up now.
The two men stare at one another.
Wants me to witness that she got clean away into the street?
What on earth does she mean?
The lady returns.
May I use your telephone?
Certainly, certainly.
Taking the receiver down.
What number shall I get you?
The War Office, please.
The War Office?
If you will be so good.
But, oh, very well.
Into the receiver.
Hello, this is the Town Hall Recruiting Office. Give me Colonel Bogey Sharp.
A pause. The clerk breaking the painful silence.
I don't think I'm awake. This is a dream of a moving picture, this is.
Augustus, his ear at the receiver.
Shut up, will you?
Into the telephone.
What?
To the lady.
Whom do you want to get on to?
Blulu.
Augustus into the telephone.
Put me through to Lord Hungerford Highcastle. I'm his brother, idiot. That you, Blulu? Lady here at Little Pifflington wants to speak to you. Hold the line.
To the lady.
Now, madam.
He hands her the receiver. The lady sitting down in Augustus's chair to speak into the telephone.
Is that Blulu? Do you recognize my voice? I've won our bet.
Your bet?
The lady into the telephone.
Yes, I have the list in my wallet.
Nothing of the kind, madam. I have it here in my pocket.
He takes the envelope from his pocket, draws out the paper and unfolds it. The lady continuing.
Yes, I got clean into the street with it. I have a witness. I could have got to London with it. Augustus won't deny it.
Augustus contemplating the blank paper.
There's nothing written on this. Where is the list of guns?
The lady continuing.
Oh, it was quite easy. I said I was my sister-in-law and that I was a Hun. He leapt it up like a kitten.
You don't mean to say that...
The lady continuing.
I got hold of the list for a moment and changed it for a piece of paper out of his stationery rack. It was quite easy.
She laughs, and it is clear that Blulu is laughing too.
What?
The clerk laughing slowly and laboriously with intense enjoyment. Augustus rushes at him, he snatches up the poker and stands on guard.
No, you don't.
The lady, still at the telephone, waving her disengaged hand behind her impatiently at them to stop making a noise.
Shh.
Augustus, with a shrug, goes up the middle of the room. The lady resumes her conversation with the telephone.
What? Oh, yes. I'm coming up by the 1:35. Why not have tea with me at Rumpelmeister's? Rumpelmeister's. You know, they call it Robinson's now. Right. Ta-ta.
She hangs up the receiver and is passing round the table on her way towards the door when she is confronted by Augustus.
Madam, I consider your conduct most unpatriotic. You make bets and abuse the confidence of the hard-worked officials who are doing their bit for their country, whilst our gallant fellows are perishing in the trenches.
Oh, the gallant fellows are not all in the trenches, Augustus. Some of them have come home for a few days' hard-earned leave, and I am sure you won't grudge them a little fun at your expense.
Hear, hear.
Augustus amiably.
Ah, well, for my country's sake.
End of Augustus Does His Bit by George Bernard Shaw.
Play number 7 of One Act Play Collection, number 18. The Birthmark by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Birthmark, sketch by Jack London, written for Robert and Julia Fitzsimmons.
Maud Sylvester, read by Avai.
Robert Fitzsimmons, read by Ben Tucker.
The narrator, read by Greg Giordano. Scene: one of the club rooms of the West Bay Athletic Club. Near center front is a large table covered with newspapers and magazines. At left, a punching bag apparatus. At right, against wall, a desk on which rests a desk telephone. Door at rear toward left. On walls are framed pictures of pugilists, conspicuous among which is one of Robert Fitzsimmons. Appropriate furnishings, etc. such as foils, clubs, dumbbells, and trophies. Enter Maud Sylvester. She is dressed as a man, in evening clothes, preferably a tuxedo. In her hand is a card, and under her arm a paper-wrapped parcel. She peeps about curiously, and advances to table. She is timorous and excited, elated, and at the same time frightened. Her eyes are dancing with excitement. Maud, pausing by table.
Not a soul saw me. I wonder where everybody is. And that big brother of mine said I could not get in.
She reads back of card.
Here is my card, Maudie. If you can use it, go ahead. But you will never get inside the door. I consider my bet as good as won.
Looking up triumphantly.
You do you? Ah, if you could see your little sister now. Here she is, inside.
Pauses and looks about.
So this is the West Bay Athletic Club. No women allowed. Well, here I am, if I don't look like one.
Stretches out one leg and then the other, and looks at them. Leaving card and parcel on table, she struts around like a man, looks at pictures of pugilists on walls, reading aloud their names and making appropriate remarks. But she stops before the portrait of Fitzsimmons and reads aloud.
Robert Fitzsimmons, the greatest warrior of them all.
Clasps hands, and looking up at portrait murmurs.
Oh, you dear.
Continues strutting around, imitating what she considers are a man's stride and swagger. Returns to table and proceeds to unwrap parcel.
Well, I'll go out like a girl, if I did come in like a man.
Drops wrapping paper on table and holds up a woman's long automobile cloak and a motor bonnet. Is suddenly startled by sound of approaching footsteps and glances in a frightened way toward door.
Mercy, here comes somebody now.
Glances about her in alarm, drops cloak and bonnet on floor close to table, seizes a handful of newspapers, and runs to large leather chair to right of table, where she seats herself hurriedly. One paper she holds up before her, hiding her face as she pretends to read. Unfortunately, the paper is upside down. The other papers lie on her lap. Enter Robert Fitzsimmons. He looks about, advances to table, takes out cigarette case, and is about to select one, when he notices motor cloak and bonnet on floor. He lays cigarette case on table and picks them up. They strike him as profoundly curious things to be in a club room. He looks at Maud, then sees card on table. He picks it up and reaches it to himself, then looks at her with comprehension. Hidden by her newspaper, she sees nothing. He looks at card again, and reads and speaks in an aside.
Maudie John H. Sylvester. That must be Jack Sylvester's sister Maud.
Fitzsimmons shows by his expression that he is going to play a joke. Tossing cloak and bonnet under the table, he places card in his vest pocket, selects a chair, sits down, and looks at Maud. He notes paper is upside down, is hugely tickled, and laughs silently.
Hello?
Newspaper is agitated by slight tremor. He speaks more loudly.
Hello?
Newspaper shakes badly. He speaks very loudly.
Hello?
Maud, peeping at him over top of paper and speaking hesitatingly.
Hello?
Fitzsimmons, gruffly.
You are a queer one, reading a paper upside down.
Lowering newspaper and trying to appear at ease.
Ah, it's quite a trick, isn't it? I often practice it. I'm real clever at it, you know.
Fitzsimmons grunts. Then adds.
Seems to me I have seen you before.
Maud, glancing quickly from his face to portrait and back again.
Yes, and I know you. You are Robert Fitzsimmons.
I thought I knew you.
Yes, it was out in San Francisco. My people still live there. I'm just, doing New York.
But I don't quite remember the name.
Jones. Harry Jones.
Fitzsimmons, hugely delighted, leaping from chair and striding over to her.
Sure.
Slaps her resoundingly on shoulder. She is nearly crushed by the weight of the blow, and at the same time shocked. She scrambles to her feet.
Glad to see you, Harry.
He wrings her hand so that it hurts.
Glad to see you again, Harry.
He continues wringing her hand and pumping her arm. Maud, struggling to withdraw her hand, and finally succeeding. Her voice is rather faint.
Yes, Bob, glad to see you again.
She looks ruefully at her bruised fingers and sinks into chair. Then, recollecting her part, she crosses her legs in a mannish way. Fitzsimmons, crossing to desk at right, against which she leans, facing her.
You were a wild young rascal in those San Francisco days. Lord, Lord, how it all comes back to me.
Boastfully.
I was wild. Some.
Fitzsimmons, grinning.
I should say. Remember that night I put you to bed?
Forgetting herself, indignantly.
Sir!
You were, drunk.
I never was.
Surely you haven't forgotten that night. You began with dropping champagne bottles out of the club windows, on the heads of the people on the sidewalk, and you wound up by assaulting a cabman. And let me tell you, I saved you from a good licking right there, and squared it with the police. Don't you remember?
Nodding hesitatingly.
Yes, it is beginning to come back to me. I was a bit tight that night.
Exultantly.
A bit tight? Why, before I could get you to bed, you insisted on telling me the story of your life.
Did I? I don't remember that.
I should say not. You were past remembering anything by that time. You had your arms around my neck.
Oh!
And you kept repeating over and over, Bob, dear Bob.
Springing to her feet.
Oh! I never did.
Recollecting herself.
Perhaps I must have. I was a trifle wild in those days, I admit. But I'm wise now. I've sowed my wild oats and steadied down.
I'm glad to hear that, Harry. You were tearing off at a pretty fast pace in those days.
Pause, in which Maud nods.
Still punch the bag?
In quick alarm, glancing at punching bag.
No, I've got out of the hang of it.
Reproachfully.
You haven't forgot that right and left arm, elbow, and shoulder movement I taught you?
With hesitation.
No.
Fitzsimmons, moving toward bag to left.
Then come on.
Maud, rising reluctantly and following.
I'd rather see you punch the bag. I just love to.
I will afterward. You go to it first.
Eyeing the bag in alarm.
No, you. I'm out of practice.
Looking at her sharply.
How many drinks have you had tonight?
Not a one. I don't drink. That is, only occasionally.
Indicating bag.
Then go to it.
No, I tell you I'm out of practice. I've forgotten it all. You see, I made a discovery.
Yes?
You remember what a light voice I always had? Almost soprano?
Fitzsimmons nods.
Well, I discovered it was a perfect falsetto.
Fitzsimmons nods.
I've been practicing it ever since. Experts in another room would swear it was a woman's voice. So would you, if you turned your back and I sang?
Fitzsimmons, who has been laughing incredulously, now becomes suspicious.
Look here, kid. I think you are an imposter. You are not Harry Jones at all.
I am too.
I don't believe it. He was heavier than you.
I had the fever last summer and lost a lot of weight.
You are the Harry Jones that got soused and had to be put to bed?
Yes.
There is one thing I remember very distinctly. Harry Jones had a birthmark on his knee.
He looks at her legs searchingly. Maud, embarrassed, then resolving to carry it out.
Yes, right here.
She advances right leg and touches it. Fitzsimmons, triumphantly.
Wrong. It was the other knee.
I ought to know.
You haven't any birthmark at all.
I have, too.
Fitzsimmons, suddenly springing to her and attempting to seize her leg.
Then we'll prove it. Let me see.
Maud, in a panic, backs away from him and resists his attempts until, grinning in an aside to the audience, he gives over. She, in an aside to audience.
Fancy he's wanting to see my birthmark.
Fitzsimmons, bullying.
Then take a go at the bag.
She shakes her head.
You're not Harry Jones.
Maud, approaching punching bag.
I am, too.
Then hit it.
Maud, resolving to attempt it, hits bag several nice blows, then is struck on the nose by it.
Oh!
Recovering herself and rubbing her nose.
I told you I was out of practice. You punched a bag, Bob.
I will, if you will show me what you can do with that wonderful soprano voice of yours.
I don't dare. Everybody would think there was a woman in the club.
Fitzsimmons, shaking his head.
No, they won't. They've all gone to the fight. There's not a soul in the building.
Maud, alarmed, in a weak voice.
Not a soul in the building?
Not a soul, only you and I.
Starting hurriedly toward door.
Then I must go.
What's your hurry? Sing.
Turning back with new resolve.
Let me see you punch the bag, Bob.
You sing first.
No, you punch first.
I don't believe you are Harry.
All right, I'll sing. You'll sit over there and turn your back.
Fitzsimmons obeys. Maud walks over to the table, toward right. She is about to sing when she notices Fitzsimmons' cigarette case, picks it up, and in an aside, reads his name on it, and speaks.
Robert Fitzsimmons. That will prove to my brother that I've been here.
Hurry up.
Maud hastily puts cigarette case in her pocket and begins to sing. During the song, Fitzsimmons turns his head slowly and looks at her with growing admiration.
How did you like it?
Fitzsimmons, gruffly.
Rotten. Anybody could tell it was a boy's voice.
Oh.
It is rough and coarse, and it cracked on every high note.
Oh. Oh.
Recollecting herself and shrugging her shoulders.
Oh, very well. Now, let's see if you can do any better with the bag.
Fitzsimmons takes off coat and gives exhibition. Maud looks on in an ecstasy of admiration. As he finishes,
Beautiful, beautiful.
Fitzsimmons puts on coat and goes over and sits down near table.
Nothing like the bag to limber one up. I feel like a fighting cock. Harry, let's go out on a toot, you and I.
What?
A toot, you know, one of those rip-snorting nights you used to make.
Emphatically, as she picks up newspapers from leather chair, sits down, and places them on her lap.
I'll do nothing of the sort. I've reformed.
You used to joyride like the very devil.
I know it.
And you always had a pretty girl or two along.
Boastfully, in mannish fashion.
Oh, I still have my fling. Do you know any, nice girls?
Sure.
Put me wise.
Sure. You know Jack Sylvester?
Forgetting herself.
He's my brother.
What?
In-law's first cousin.
Oh.
So, you see, I don't know him very well. I only met him once at the club. We had a drink together.
Then you don't know his sister.
Starting.
His sister? I didn't know he had a sister.
Oh, she's a peach. A queen, a little bit of all right. A Lulu.
Flattered.
She is she?
She's a scream. You ought to get acquainted with her.
Slyly.
You know her, then?
You bet.
Aside.
Oh,
To Fitzsimmons.
Know her very well?
I've taken her out more times than I can remember. You'll like her, I'm sure.
Thanks. Tell me some more about her.
She dresses a bit loud, but you won't mind that. And whatever you do, don't take her to eat.
Maud, hiding her chagrin.
Why not?
I never saw such an appetite.
Oh.
It's fair sickening. She must have a tapeworm, and she thinks she can sing.
Yes.
Rotten. You can do better yourself, and that's not saying much. She's a nice girl, really she is, but she is the black sheep of the family. Funny, isn't it?
Yes. Funny.
Her brother Jack is all right, but he can't do anything with her. She's
Yes. Go on.
a holy terror. She ought to be in a reform school.
Springing to her feet and slamming newspapers in his face.
Oh, you liar! She isn't anything of the sort.
Fitzsimmons, recovering from the onslaught and making believe he is angry, advancing threateningly on her.
Now I'm going to put a head on you, you young hoodlum.
Maud, backing away from him.
Don't! Please don't! I'm sorry. I apologize. I beg your pardon, Bob. Only I don't like to hear girls talked about that way, even if it's true. And you ought to know.
Fitzsimmons, subsiding and resuming seat.
You've changed a lot, I must say.
Maud, sitting down in leather chair.
I told you I'd reformed. Let us talk about something else. Why is it girls like prize fighters? I should think... I mean, it seems to me that girls would think prize fighters horrid.
They are men.
But there is so much crookedness in the game. One hears about it all the time.
There are crooked men in every business and profession. The best fighters are not crooked.
I thought they all faked fights when there was enough in it.
Not the best ones.
Did you, ever fake a fight?
Looking at her sharply and speaking solemnly.
Yes, once.
Shocked, speaking sadly.
And I always heard of you and thought of you as the one clean champion who never faked.
Gently and seriously.
Let me tell you about it. It was down in Australia. I had just begun to fight my way up. It was with old Bill Hobart out at Rushcutter's Bay. I threw the fight to him.
Repelled, disgusted.
Oh, I could not have believed it of you.
Let me tell you about it. Bill was an old fighter. Not an old man, you know, but he had been in the fighting game a long time. He was about 38, and a gamer man never entered the ring. But he was in hard luck. Younger fighters were coming up, and he was being crowded out. At that time, it wasn't often he got a fight, and the purses were small. Besides, it was a drought year in Australia. You don't know what that means. It means that the rangers are starved. It means that the sheep are starved and die by the millions. It means that there is no money and no work, and that the men and women and kiddies starve. Bill Hobart had a missus and 3 kids, and at the time of his fight with me, they were all starving. They did not have enough to eat. Do you understand? They did not have enough to eat. And Bill did not have enough to eat. He trained on an empty stomach, which is no way to train, you'll admit. During that drought year, there was little enough money in the ring. But he had failed to get any fights. He had worked at longshoring, ditch digging, coal shoveling, anything to keep the life and the missus and the kiddies. The trouble was the jobs didn't hold out. And there he was, matched to fight with me. Behind in his rent, a tough old chopping block, but weak from lack of food. If he did not win the fight, the landlord was going to put them into the street.
But why would you want to fight with him in such weak condition?
I did not know. I did not learn till at the ringside just before the fight. It was in the dressing rooms, waiting our turn to go on. Bill came out of his room, ready for the ring. "Bill," I said, in fun, you know. "Bill, I've got to do you tonight." He said nothing, but he looked at me with the saddest and most pitiful face I have ever seen. He went back into his dressing room and sat down. "Poor Bill," one of my seconds said. He's been fair starving these last weeks, and I've got it straight. The landlord chucks him out if he loses tonight. Then the call came, and we went into the ring. Bill was desperate. He fought like a tiger, a madman. He was fair crazy. He was fighting for more than I was fighting for. I was a rising fighter, and I was fighting for the money and the recognition. But Bill was fighting for the life of his loved ones. Well, condition told, the strength went out of him, and I was fresh as a daisy. "What's the matter, Bill?" I said to him in a clinch. "You're weak." "I ain't had a bit to eat this day," he answered. That was all. By the 7th round, he was about all in, hanging on and panting and sobbing for breath in the clinches, and I knew I could put him out at any time. I drew back my right for the short-arm jab that would do the business. He knew it was coming, and he was powerless to prevent it. "For the love of God, Bob," he said, and...
Yes? Yes?
I held back the blow. We were in a clinch. "For the love of God, Bob," he said again. "The missus and the kiddies." And right there I saw and knew it all. I saw the hungry children asleep, and the missus sitting up and waiting for Bill to come home, waiting to know whether they were to have food to eat or be thrown out in the street. "Bill," I said in the next clinch so low only he could hear, "Bill, remember the LeBlanc swing? Give it to me hard." We broke away, and he was tottering and groggy. He staggered away and started to whirl the swing. I saw it coming. I made believe I didn't and started after him in a rush. Biff! It caught me on the jaw, and I went down. I was young and strong. I could eat punishment. I could have got up the first second. But I lay there and let them count me out. And making believe I was still dazed, I let them carry me to my corner and work to bring me to. Well, I faked that fight.
Maud, springing to him and shaking his hand.
Thank God! Oh, you are a man, a hero.
Fitzsimmons, dryly, feeling in his pocket.
Let's have a smoke.
He fails to find cigarette case.
I can't tell you how glad I am you told me that.
Fitzsimmons, gruffly.
Forget it.
He looks on table and fails to find cigarette case. Looks at her suspiciously, then crosses to desk at right and reaches for telephone. Curiously.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
What for?
For you.
For me?
You are not Harry Jones. And not only are you an imposter, but you are a thief.
How dare you?
You have stolen my cigarette case.
Maud, remembering and taken aback, pulls out cigarette case.
Here it is.
Too late. It won't save you. This club must be kept respectable. Thieves cannot be tolerated.
Growing alarm.
But you won't have me arrested.
I certainly will.
Please, please.
I see no reason why I should not.
In a panic.
I'll give you a reason, a good one. I am not Harry Jones.
A good reason in itself to call in the police.
That isn't the reason. I'm so ashamed.
I should say you ought to be.
Reaches for telephone receiver.
Stop. I'm a girl. There.
Sinks down in chair, burying her face in her hands. Fitzsimmons, hanging up receiver, grunts. Maud removes hands and looks at him indignantly. As she speaks, her indignation grows.
I only wanted your cigarette case to prove to my brother that I had been here. I'm Maud Sylvester, and you never took me out once, and I'm not a black sheep, and I don't dress loudly, and I haven't a tapeworm.
Fitzsimmons, grinning and pulling out card from vest pocket.
I knew you were Miss Sylvester all the time.
Oh, you brute! I'll never speak to you again.
Fitzsimmons, gently.
You'll let me see you safely out of here.
Maud, relenting.
Yes.
She rises, crosses to table, and is about to stoop for motor cloak and bonnet, but he forestall her, holds cloak, and helps her into it.
Thank you.
She takes off wig, fluffs her own hair becomingly, and puts on bonnet, looking every inch a pretty young girl, ready for an automobile ride. Fitzsimmons, who, all the time, watching her transformation, has been growing bashful, now handing her the cigarette case.
Here's the cigarette case. You may keep it.
Maud, looking at him, hesitates, then takes it.
I thank you, Bob. I shall treasure it all my life.
He is very embarrassed.
Why, I do believe you're bashful. What's the matter?
Why, you are a girl, and a deuced pretty one.
Maud, taking his arm, ready to start for door.
But you knew it all along.
But it's somehow different now when you've got your girl's clothes on.
But you weren't a bit bashful or nice when you were so anxious about birthmarks.
They start to exit. Curtain. End of The Birthmark by Jack London.
Play 8 of One Act Play Collection 18, A Wicked Woman by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Loretta, a sweet young thing, frightfully innocent, about 19 years old, slender, delicate, a fragile flower, ingenuous. Read by Jen Broda.
Ned Bashford, a jaded young man of the world who has philosophized of his experiences, and who is without faith in the veracity or purity of women. Read by Ben Tucker.
Billy Marsh, a boy from a country town, who is just about as innocent as Loretta. Awkward, positive, raw and callow youth. Read by Greg Giordano.
Alice Hemingway, a society woman, good-hearted, and a matchmaker. Read by Robin Michelle.
Jack Hemingway, her husband. Read by Jim Hedrick.
Maid, read by Sonia.
Narrated by Red Run. A Wicked Woman. Curtain rises on a conventional living room of a country house in California. It is the Hemingway house at Santa Clara. The room is remarkable for the magnificent stone fireplace at rear center. On either side of the fireplace are generous, diamond-paned windows. Wide, curtained doorways to right and left. To left front, table, with vase of flowers and chairs. To right front, grand piano. Curtain discovers Loretta, seated at piano, not playing, her back to it, facing Ned Bashford, who is standing. Loretta, petulantly fanning herself with sheet of music.
No, I won't go fishing. It's too warm. Besides, the fish won't bite so early in the afternoon.
Oh, come on. It's not warm at all. Anyway, we won't really fish. I want to tell you something.
You are always wanting to tell me something.
Yes, but only in fun. This is different. This is serious. My happiness depends upon it.
Loretta, speaking eagerly, no longer petulant, looking serious and delighted, divining a proposal.
Then don't wait. Tell me right here.
Shall I?
Yes.
He looks around apprehensively, as though fearing interruption, clears his throat, takes resolution, also takes Loretta's hand. Loretta is startled, timid, yet willing to hear, naively unable to conceal her love for him.
Loretta, ever since I met you, I have...
Jack Hemingway appears in the doorway to the left, just entering. Ned suddenly drops Loretta's hand. He shows exasperation. Loretta shows disappointment at interruption.
Confound it.
Loretta, shocked.
Ned, why will you swear so?
That isn't swearing.
What is it, pray?
Displeasuring.
Jack, who is crossing over to write.
Squabbling again?
Loretta, indignantly and with dignity.
No, we're not.
What do you want now?
Come on fishing.
No, it's too warm.
Jack, resignedly, going out right.
You needn't take a fellow's head off.
I thought you wanted to go fishing.
Not with Jack.
Fanning herself vigorously.
And you told me it wasn't warm at all.
Speaking softly.
That isn't what I wanted to tell you, Loretta.
He takes her hand.
Dear Loretta.
Enter abruptly Alice Hemingway from right. Loretta sharply jerks her hand away and looks put out. Ned tries not to look awkward.
Goodness, I thought you'd both gone fishing.
Loretta, sweetly.
Is there anything you want, Alice?
Ned, trying to be courteous.
Anything I can do?
Alice, speaking quickly and trying to withdraw.
No, I only came to see if the mail had arrived.
Loretta and Ned, speaking together.
No, it hasn't arrived.
Loretta, suddenly moving toward door to write.
I'm going to see.
Ned looks at her reproachfully. Loretta looks back tantalizingly from doorway and disappears. Ned flings himself disgustedly into Morris' chair. Alice, moving over and standing in front of him.
What have you been saying to her?
Nothing.
Now listen to me, Ned.
On my word, Alice, I've been saying nothing to her.
Then you ought to have been saying something to her.
Ned, getting chair for her, seating her, and seating himself again.
Look here, Alice, I know your game. You invited me down here to make a fool of me.
Nothing of the sort, sir. I asked you down to meet a sweet and unsullied girl. The sweetest, most innocent and ingenuous girl in the world.
That's what you said in your letter.
And that's why you came. Jack had been trying for a year to get you to come. He did not know what kind of a letter to write.
If you think I came because of a line in a letter about a girl I'd never seen...
The poor, jaded, world-worn man who is no longer interested in women and girls. The poor, tired pessimist who has lost all faith in the goodness of women.
For which you are responsible.
I?
You are responsible. Why did you throw me over and marry Jack?
Do you want to know?
Yes.
First, because I did not love you. Second, because you did not love me.
She smiles at his protesting hand and at the protesting expression on his face.
And third, because there were just about 27 other women at that time that you loved or thought you loved. That is why I married Jack. And that is why you lost all faith in the goodness of women. You have only yourself to blame.
You talk so convincingly. I almost believe you as I listen to you. And yet I know all the time that you are like all the rest of your sex. Faithless, unveracious, and...
He glares at her, but does not proceed.
Go on. I'm not afraid.
And immoral.
Ah, you wretch!
That's right. Get angry. You may break the furniture if you wish. I don't mind.
And how about Loretta?
Ned gasps and remains silent.
The depths of duplicity that must lurk under that sweet and innocent exterior, according to your philosophy.
Loretta is an exception, I confess. She is all that you said in your letter. She is a little fairy, an angel. I never dreamed of anything like her. It is remarkable to find such a woman in this age.
She is so naive.
Taking the bait.
Yes, isn't she? Her face and her tongue betray all her secrets.
Nodding her head.
Yes, I have noticed it.
Delightedly.
Have you?
She cannot conceal anything. Do you know that she loves you?
Falling into the trap eagerly.
Do you think so?
Alice, laughing and rising.
And to think I once permitted you to make love to me for 3 weeks.
Ned rises. Maid enters from left with letters, which she brings to Alice. Alice, running over letters.
None for you, Ned.
Selecting 2 letters for herself.
Tradesman.
Handing remainder of letters to Maid.
And 3 for Loretta. Put them on the table, Josie.
Maid puts letters on table to left front and makes exit to left. Ned, with shade of jealousy.
Loretta seems to have quite a correspondence.
Yes, as I used to when I was a girl.
But hers are family letters.
Yes, I did not notice any from Billy.
Billy?
Nodding.
Of course she has told you about him.
She has had lovers already?
And why not? She is 19.
This Billy.
Laughing and putting her hand reassuringly on his arm.
No, don't be alarmed, poor tired philosopher. She doesn't love Billy at all.
Loretta enters from right. Alice, nodding toward table.
3 letters for you.
Oh, thank you.
Loretta trips swiftly across to table, looks at letters, sits down, opens letters, and begins to read. Ned, suspiciously.
But Billy?
I'm afraid he loves her very hard. That is why she's here. They had to send her away. Billy was making life miserable for her. They were little children together, playmates. And Billy has been, well, importunate. And Loretta, poor child, does not know anything about marriage. That is all.
Reassured.
Oh, I see.
Alice starts slowly toward right exit, continuing conversation and accompanied by Ned. Calling to Loretta.
Are you going fishing, Loretta?
Loretta looks up from letter and shakes head. To Ned.
Then you're not, I suppose?
No, it's too warm.
Then I know the place for you.
Where?
Right here.
Looks significantly in direction of Loretta.
Now is your opportunity to say what you ought to say.
Alice laughs teasingly and goes out to right. Ned hesitates, starts to follow her, looks at Loretta, and stops. He twists his mustache and continues to look at her meditatively. Loretta is unaware of his presence and goes on reading, finishes letter, folds it, replaces in envelope, looks up, and discovers Ned.
Oh, I thought you were gone.
Ned, walking across to her.
I thought I'd stay and finish our conversation.
Loretta, settling herself to listen.
Yes, you were going to...
Drops eyes and ceases talking. Ned, taking her hand tenderly.
I little dreamed when I came down here visiting that I was to meet my destiny and...
Abruptly releases Loretta's hand. Maid enters from left with tray. Loretta glances into tray and discovers that it is empty. She looks inquiringly at Maid.
A gentleman to see you. He hasn't any card. He said for me to tell you that it was Billy.
Loretta, starting, looking with dismay and appeal to Ned.
Oh, Ned.
Ned, gracefully and courteously, rising to his feet and preparing to go.
If you'll excuse me now, I'll wait till afterward to tell you what I wanted.
Loretta, in dismay.
What shall I do?
Ned, pausing.
Don't you want to see him?
Loretta shakes her head.
Then don't.
I can't do that. We are old friends. We're children together.
To the maid.
Send him in.
To Ned, who has started to go out toward right.
Don't go, Ned.
Maid makes exit to left. Ned, hesitating a moment.
I'll come back.
Ned makes exit to right. Loretta, left alone on stage, shows perturbation and dismay. Billy enters from left, stands in doorway a moment. His shoes are dusty. He looks overheated. His eyes and face brighten at sight of Loretta. Billy, stepping forward ardently.
Loretta!
Loretta, not exactly enthusiastic in her reception, going slowly to meet him.
You never said you were coming.
Billy shows that he expects to kiss her, but she merely shakes his hand. Billy, looking down at his very dusty shoes.
I walked from the station.
If you had let me know, the carriage would have been sent for you.
With expression of shrewdness.
If I had let you know, you wouldn't have let me come.
Billy looks around stage cautiously, then tries to kiss her. Loretta refusing to be kissed.
Won't you sit down?
Go on. Just one.
Loretta shakes head and holds him off.
Why not? We're engaged.
We're not. You know we're not. You know I broke it off the day before I came away, and you'd better sit down.
Billy sits down on edge of chair. Loretta seats herself by table. Billy, without rising, jerks his chair forward till they are facing each other, his knees touching hers. He yearns toward her. She moves back her chair slightly. With supreme confidence.
That's what I came to see you for. To get engaged over again.
Billy hudges chair forward and tries to take her hand. Loretta hudges her chair back. Billy, drawing out large silver watch and looking at it.
Now look here, Loretta. I haven't any time to lose. I've got to leave for that train in 10 minutes. And I want you to set the day.
But we're not engaged, Billy. So there can't be any setting of the day.
But we're going to be. Oh, Loretta, if you only knew how I've suffered. That first night, I didn't sleep a wink. I haven't slept much ever since.
Hudges chair forward.
I walk the floor all night. Loretta, I don't eat enough to keep a canary bird alive. Loretta.
Hudges chair forward. Loretta hudging her chair back.
Billy, what you need is a tonic. Have you seen Dr. Haskins?
Billy, looking at watch and evincing signs of haste.
Loretta, when a girl kisses a man, it means she's going to marry him.
I know it, Billy, but...
She glances toward letters on table.
Captain Kit doesn't want me to marry you. He says...
She takes letter and begins to open it.
Never mind what Captain Kit says. He wants you to stay and be company for your sister. He doesn't want you to marry me because he knows she wants to keep you.
Daisy doesn't want to keep me. She wants nothing but my own happiness. She says...
She takes second letter from table and begins to open it.
Never mind what Daisy says.
Taking third letter from table and beginning to open it.
And Martha says...
Darn Martha and the whole boiling of them.
Oh, Billy.
Darn isn't swearing, and you know it isn't.
There is an awkward pause. Billy has lost the thread of the conversation and has vacant expression. Suddenly recollecting.
Never mind Captain Kit and Daisy and Martha and what they want. The question is, what do you want?
Loretta, appealingly.
Oh, Billy, I'm so unhappy.
Billy, ignoring the appeal and pressing home the point.
The thing is, do you want to marry me?
He looks at his watch.
Just answer that.
Aren't you afraid you'll miss that train?
Darn the train.
Oh, Billy.
Darn isn't swearing. That's the way you always put me off. I didn't come all the way here for a train. I came for you. Now just answer me one thing. Do you want to marry me?
No, I don't want to marry you.
Billy, with assurance.
But you've got to, just the same.
Got to?
That's what I said. Got to. And I'll see that you do.
Loretta, blazing with anger.
I am no longer a child. You can't bully me, Billy Marsh.
I'm not trying to bully you. I'm trying to save your reputation.
Reputation?
Nodding.
Yes, reputation.
He pauses for a moment, then speaks very solemnly.
Loretta, when a woman kisses a man, she's got to marry him.
Got to?
It is the custom.
And when a woman kisses a man and doesn't marry him?
Then there is a scandal. That's where all the scandals you see in the papers come from.
Billy looks at watch. Loretta in silent despair. Loretta in abasement.
You are a good man, Billy.
Billy shows that he believes it.
And I am a very wicked woman.
No, you're not, Loretta. You just didn't know.
Loretta, with a gleam of hope.
But you kissed me first.
It doesn't matter. You let me kiss you.
Loretta, hope dying down.
But not at first.
But you did afterward, and that's what counts. You let me kiss you in the grape arbor. You let me...
Don't.
Kiss you when you were playing the piano. You let me kiss you that day of the picnic. And I can't remember all the times you let me kiss you good night.
Loretta, beginning to weep.
Not more than 5.
8 at least.
You told me it was all right.
So it was all right, until you said you wouldn't marry me after all. Then it was a scandal, only no one knows it yet. If you marry me, no one will ever know it.
Looks at watch.
I've got to go.
Stands up.
Where's my hat?
Loretta, sobbing.
This is awful.
You bet it's awful. And there's only one way out.
Looks anxiously about for hat.
What do you say?
I must think. I'll write to you. The train. Your hat's in the hall.
Billy looks at watch. Hastily tries to kiss her. Succeeds only in shaking hand. Starts across stage toward left.
All right. You write to me. Write tomorrow.
Stops for a moment in doorway and speaks very solemnly.
Remember, Loretta, there must be no scandal.
Billy goes out. Loretta sits in chair, quietly weeping. Slowly dries eyes, rises from chair, and stands, undecided as to what she will do next. Ned enters from right, peeping, discovers that Loretta is alone, and comes quietly across stage to her. When Ned comes up to her, she begins weeping again and tries to turn her head away. Ned catches both her hands in his and compels her to look at him. She weeps harder. Ned, putting one arm protectingly around her shoulder and drawing her toward him.
There, little one, don't cry.
Loretta, putting her face to his shoulder like a tired child, sobbing.
Oh, Ned, if you only knew how wicked I am.
Ned, smiling indulgently.
What is the matter, little one? Has your dearly beloved sister failed to write to you?
Loretta shakes head.
Has Hemingway been bullying you?
Loretta shakes head.
Then it must have been that caller of yours?
Long pause, during which Loretta's weeping grows more violent.
Tell me, what's the matter, and we'll see what I can do.
He lightly kisses her hair, so lightly that she does not know.
I can't. You will despise me. Oh, Ned, I am so ashamed.
Ned, laughing incredulously.
Let's forget all about it. I want to tell you something that may make me very happy. My fondest hope is that it will make you happy too. Loretta, I love you.
Loretta, uttering a sharp cry of delight, then moaning.
Too late.
Ned, surprised.
Too late?
Oh, why did I?
Ned somewhat stiffens.
I was so young. I did not know the world then.
What is it all about, anyway?
Oh, Billy. I am a wicked woman, Ned. I know you will never speak to me again.
This Billy, what has he been doing?
I didn't know. I was so young. I could not help it. Oh, I shall go mad. I shall go mad.
Ned's encircling arm goes limp. He gently disengages her and deposits her in big chair. Loretta buries her face and sobs afresh. Ned, twisting mustache fiercely, regarding her dubiously, hesitating a moment, then drawing up a chair and sitting down.
I do not understand.
Loretta, wailing.
I am so unhappy.
Why unhappy?
Because he wants to marry me.
Ned, his face brightening instantly, leaning forward and laying a hand soothingly on hers.
That should not make any girl unhappy. Because you don't love him is no reason. Of course, you don't love him.
Loretta shakes her head and shoulders vigorously.
What?
No, I don't love Billy. I don't want to love Billy.
Because you don't love him is no reason that you should be unhappy just because he's proposed to you.
That's the trouble. I wish I did love him. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Ned, growing complacent.
Now, my dear child, you are worrying yourself over trifles.
His second hand joins the first in holding her hands.
Women do it every day. Because you have changed your mind or did not know your mind, because you have, to use an unnecessarily harsh word, jilted a man.
Loretta, interrupting, raising her head and looking at him.
Jilted? Oh, Ned, if that were all.
All?
Ned's hands slowly retreat from hers. He opens his mouth as though to speak further, then changes his mind and remains silent. Loretta, protestingly.
But I don't want to marry him.
Then I shouldn't.
But I ought to marry him.
Ought to marry him?
Loretta nods.
That is a strong word.
Loretta, nodding.
I know it is.
Her lips are trembling, but she strives for control and manages to speak more calmly.
I am a wicked woman. A terrible wicked woman. No one knows how wicked I am, except Billy.
Ned, starting, looking at her queerly.
Billy knows?
Loretta nods. He debates with himself a moment.
Tell me about it. You must tell me all of it.
Loretta, faintly, as though about to weep again.
All of it?
Yes, all of it.
And will you ever forgive me?
Ned, drawing a long breath, desperately.
Yes, I'll forgive you. Go ahead.
There was no one to tell me. We were with each other so much. I didn't know anything of the world. Then.
Pauses. Ned, impatiently.
Go on.
If I had only known.
Pauses. Ned, biting his lip and clenching his hands.
Yes, go on.
We were together almost every evening.
Billy?
Yes, of course, Billy. We were with each other so much. If I had only known. There was no one to tell me. I was so young.
Breaks down crying. Ned, leaping to his feet explosively.
The scoundrel!
Loretta, lifting her head.
Billy is not a scoundrel. He is a good man.
I suppose you'll be telling me next it was all your fault.
Loretta nods.
What?
Loretta, steadily.
It was all my fault. I should never have let him. I was to blame.
Ned paces up and down for a minute, stops in front of her, and speaks with resignation.
All right. I don't blame you in the least, Loretta. And you have been very honest. It is commendable. But Billy is right, and you are wrong. You must get married.
Loretta, in dim, far-away voice.
To Billy?
Yes, to Billy. I'll see to it. Where does he live? I'll make him. If he won't, I'll shoot him.
Oh, Ned, you won't do that.
I shall.
But I don't want to marry Billy.
You must. And Billy must. Do you understand? It is the only thing.
That's what Billy said.
You see, I am right.
And if I don't marry him, there will be scandal?
Yes, there will be a scandal.
That's what Billy said. Oh, I am so unhappy.
Loretta breaks down into violent weeping. Ned paces grimly up and down, now and again fiercely twisting his mustache. Loretta, face buried, sobbing and crying all the time.
I don't want to leave Daisy. I don't want to leave Daisy. What shall I do? What shall I do? How was I to know? He didn't even tell me. Nobody else ever kissed me.
Ned stops curiously to listen. As he listens, his face brightens.
I never dreamed a kiss could be so terrible until he told me. He only told me this morning.
Ned, abruptly.
Is that what you are crying about?
Loretta, reluctantly.
No.
Ned, in hopeless voice, the brightness gone out of his face, about to begin pacing again.
Then what are you crying about?
Because you said I had to marry Billy. I don't want to marry Billy. I don't want to leave Daisy. I don't know what I want. I wish I were dead.
Ned, nerving himself for another effort.
Now, look here, Loretta, be sensible. What is this about kisses? You haven't told me everything after all.
I don't want to tell you everything.
Ned, imperatively.
You must.
Loretta, surrendering.
Well then, must I?
You must.
I let him, and he kissed me.
Ned, desperately controlling himself.
Go on.
He says 8, but I can't think of more than 5 times.
Yes, go on.
That's all.
Ned, with vast incredulity.
All?
Loretta, puzzled.
All?
I mean, nothing worse?
Worse? As though there could be. Billy said...
Ned, interrupting.
When?
This afternoon. Just now. Billy said that our kisses were terrible if we didn't get married.
What else did he say?
He said that when a woman permitted a man to kiss her, she always married him. That it was awful if she didn't. It was the custom, he said, and I say it is a bad, wicked custom, and it has broken my heart. I shall never be happy again. I know I am terrible, but I can't help it. I must have been born wicked.
Ned, absent-mindedly bringing out a cigarette and striking a match.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Coming to himself again and flinging away match and cigarette.
I beg your pardon. I don't want to smoke. I didn't mean that at all. What I mean is...
He bends over Loretta, catches her hands in his, then sits on arm of chair, softly puts one arm around her, and is about to kiss her. Loretta, with horror, repulsing him.
No! No!
What's the matter?
Would you make me a wickeder woman than I am?
A kiss?
There will be another scandal. That would make 2 scandals.
To kiss the woman I love? A scandal?
Billy loves me, and he said so.
Billy is a joker, or else he is as innocent as you.
But you said so yourself.
I?
Yes, you said it yourself, with your own lips, not 10 minutes ago. I shall never believe you again.
Ned, masterfully putting arm around her and drawing her toward him.
And I am a joker too, and a very wicked man. Nevertheless, you must trust me. There will be nothing wrong.
And no scandal.
Scandal, fiddlesticks. Loretta, I want you to be my wife.
He waits anxiously. Jack Hemingway, in fishing costume, appears in doorway to write and looks on.
You might say something.
I will, if...
Alice Hemingway appears in doorway to left and looks on.
Yes, go on.
If I don't have to marry Billy.
Ned, almost shouting.
You can't marry both of us.
Loretta, repulsing him with her hands.
Then, Ned, I cannot marry you.
Ned, dumbfounded.
What?
Because I can't marry both of you.
Bosh and nonsense.
I'd like to marry you, but...
There's nothing to prevent you.
Oh, yes, there is. You said yourself that I had to marry Billy. You said you would shoot him if he didn't.
Ned, drawing her toward him.
Nevertheless.
Loretta, slightly holding him off.
And it isn't the custom, what Billy said.
No, it isn't the custom. Now, Loretta, will you marry me?
Loretta, pouting demurely.
Don't be angry with me, Ned.
He gathers her into his arms and kisses her. She partially frees herself, gasping.
I wish it were the custom, because now I'd have to marry you, Ned, wouldn't I?
Ned and Loretta kiss a second time, and profoundly. Jack chuckles. Ned and Loretta, startled but still in each other's arms, look around. Ned looks sillily at Alice. Loretta looks at Jack.
I don't care.
Curtain. End of A Wicked Woman by Jack London. Play 9 of One Act Play Collection 18, The Reckoning by Percival Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reckoning by Percival Wilde. Characters:
The Barber, read by Andrew Gauntz.
The Customer, read by Greg Giordano.
Narration read by Red Run. The scene is a barber shop. At the center is the chair, facing a mirror and washstand at the right. The tiled walls are sprinkled with the usual advertisements. At the rear, a door leads up to the street by a flight of 2 or 3 steps. A clock on the left wall indicates 3. At the rise of curtain, the barber, a man of 50, is discovered sharpening a razor and whistling softly to himself. He finishes with the razor, seats himself in the chair, takes up a paper, and reads. The door opens, and the customer, a flashily dressed individual of 45, enters the shop. The barber, rising at once.
Good afternoon, sir.
The customer, pulling out his watch.
That clock right?
Yes, sir. Western Union time. Corrected every hour.
My watch is run down.
He sets it.
Now, I've got just 5 minutes to spare. Can you shave me in that time?
5 minutes, sir? Easy, easy.
All right, go ahead.
He takes off his hat and coat and moves towards the chair.
Your collar also, sir.
The customer, smiling.
Fussy, aren't you?
Well, sir, I try to do my work well.
The customer takes off tie and collar, putting his expensive scarf pin in the edge of his vest, which he does not remove.
Satisfied now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
He gets out sheet, towels, etc.
In a hurry, sir?
Yes, Got to attend a meeting at 3:10.
Oh, the auction upstairs.
Yes.
He glances at the clock.
You'll have to cut it pretty fine.
Don't worry, sir. There's lots of time. From the country, sir?
The customer, lighting a cigar.
Yes, Southerner.
The barber, fastening the sheet.
I thought so. I'm from the country myself.
What part?
Oh, that would be difficult to say. You see, I've moved around so much that I'm neither a Southerner nor a Northerner. I'm just an American.
He mixes the lather.
I lived in a little town near Savannah for a year.
Did you? Why, so did I.
Yes, indeed. I used to see you quite frequently, though you never came into my shop. Then I went to Philadelphia.
What year?
Let me think. It was April 12 years ago.
April 12 years ago. I went to Philadelphia the same month.
I saw you there too, sir.
He lets down the chair suddenly. The customer, startled.
What are you doing?
I'm hurrying, sir.
Well, you needn't break my neck about it.
No, sir.
Lathering.
From Philadelphia, I went to Newark.
To Newark?
And from Newark to Indianapolis.
The customer, much surprised.
What?
And then Muscatine for a few months, and Chicago, and Louisville.
Why, one would think you had been following me about. I've lived in every one of those places.
Have you, sir? It's a little world, isn't it?
You've been a barber right along?
I couldn't do anything else, sir. It's my trade.
The customer, smiling.
Well, this is the first time you have ever shaved me.
Curious, isn't it? But it may be the last.
That's so. I'm going to leave town right after the auction.
If I may ask, sir, where are you going?
I don't know yet.
Jocularly.
Are you going to follow me?
Sooner or later, sir. It's going to be a long journey, isn't it?
What makes you think so?
There's a long journey we all take, sooner or later, eh?
A long journey? But you're wasting time, man.
Am I, sir?
He strolls to the clock, looks at it, returns.
Fine weather we're having.
The customer, impatiently.
Yes.
Though a little more rain would be good for the crops.
The barber, very leisurely.
You know, sir, the young man who keeps the shoe store at the corner was saying as I trimmed his hair this morning.
The customer, interrupting.
I don't care what he said. I want to get shaved.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. And the young lady who runs the newsstand upstairs, right next to the elevator, sir, she was saying that she had never...
The customer, interrupting more violently.
I told you once I don't care what your friends were saying. I've got to be at that meeting at 3:10.
Yes, sir.
My time is almost up. You'll have to hurry.
The barber, slapping on more lather.
Don't worry, sir. I always keep my promises. Why, I remember, sir, back in Savannah, when my poor daughter was alive, I promised...
The customer, interrupting angrily.
I don't give a damn for your daughter.
The barber, mildly.
No, sir. I didn't think you did.
And your time is up.
The barber, beginning to shave.
Oh, no, sir. It hasn't begun.
The customer, starting.
What do you mean?
Don't do that again, sir. You don't know how near you came to cutting yourself.
You promised to finish with me in 5 minutes.
No, sir. If you will allow me to contradict you, I did not.
You said you would shave me in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And it's...
Easy, sir, easy. The razor is sharp.
Shaving.
When I promised to shave you in 5 minutes, I didn't say anything about lathering. That takes several minutes by itself.
What?
Now you've done it.
He applies styptic to a cut on the customer's face.
Smarts, doesn't it?
The customer, furious.
You clumsy, awkward, conceited galoot.
The barber, with sudden and overwhelming rage.
Don't talk to a gentleman like that, you cur!
With a sudden resumption of his obsequious manner.
I did it on purpose.
The customer, gasping.
What do you mean?
The barber, respectfully.
You really mustn't accuse me of being clumsy, sir. I'm not clumsy. If I cut you, it was quite intentional. Like this.
Cutting him a second time.
Damnation! Are you crazy?
The barber, applying the styptic.
No, sir. I'm quite sane.
The customer tries to sit up.
Oh, don't do that, sir. Don't do that. My razor is frightfully sharp.
The customer, panic-stricken.
I want to sit up.
Don't try it while the razor is at your throat, sir. It is sure to be fatal.
Then take it away.
Oh, no, no, no. When I am through shaving you, not before. Now, take it easy, sir. Lie back quietly. Quietly. That's it.
The customer, controlling himself with an effort, and putting his cigar in his mouth.
What are you going to do with me? What's this? A hold-up?
What am I?
With a sudden access of rage.
Take that filthy thing out of your mouth!
He snatches the cigar and throws it to the floor. Continues, obsequiously.
What am I going to do with you, sir? Why, really, I haven't the slightest idea. Can't you suggest something?
The customer, quickly and earnestly.
Listen to me. I must be at that meeting at once. I can't spare another minute. If I am not there before 3:15, I will be ruined. Do you understand me? Ruined.
You needn't raise your voice, sir. My hearing is excellent.
He lathers again, keeping the razor near the customer's throat. The customer, piteously.
Can't I convince you?
Oh, I believe you. Don't let that trouble you. In fact, I know all about the meeting. There's going to be an auction, and unless you bid, it will all be up with you.
Then you'll let me go there.
I'm afraid I won't, sir.
But
if I may use your own words, sir, I don't give a damn about your meeting.
The customer, angrily.
Who the devil do you think?
The barber, interrupting him by running the lather brush into his mouth.
Oh, shut up.
There is a pause.
I'll give you $10 to let me go.
The barber, acting as though he did not hear.
Beg pardon, sir?
The customer, taking the scarf pin from the edge of his vest.
This scarf pin, it's worth $500. I'll give...
The barber raises his hand to his ear, knocking the pin out of the customer's hand.
I don't hear well on this side. Try the other.
$1,000. I'll give you $1,000.
I'm afraid it won't do, sir. You see, the young lady who runs the newsstand upstairs says... You won't interrupt me this time, will you? She says it's important to keep customers in sight. There's nothing so bad for trade as an empty shop.
Oh, have you no heart? It's almost too late now. Every second is worth $1 to me.
Well, sir, it will console you to know that my time is worth very little.
Please, let me up. If I wait 2 minutes longer, I might as well shoot myself.
I shan't object, sir.
Oh!
So you are beginning to feel some regrets. I'm glad to see it. I always thought you'd regret sooner or later.
Shaving.
By the way, sir, haven't you recognized me yet?
Recognized you?
Oh, I see. You thought I was just a lunatic. Well, I'm not. Look at me. Look at me closely.
I don't know you.
No? Well, just say to yourself, 12 years ago this man's hair was not so gray. 12 years ago this man's face didn't show so many lines of care. 12 years ago this man lived, well, in a little town near Savannah, and...
The customer, beginning to recognize him.
You can't be.
Say it.
Kilburn.
Yes, Kilburn.
The customer, hoarsely.
And you followed me about?
For 12 years.
From town to town?
I was never more than a week behind you.
The customer, with unutterable horror.
Good God!
Yes, God. I used to think of him a great deal, John. I used to ask him why he never brought you into my shop.
Oh.
But he brought you here at last, John. He brought you here at last.
He pauses.
For 12 mortal years I've been hoping for this day. Once in Muscatine you came in, but there was another man in the chair, and you wouldn't wait. Once in Louisville you crossed my threshold, looked at your watch, and walked out again. But sooner or later, John, I knew you'd walk into my shop and sit down in my chair. That day has come.
He looks into his eyes.
You and I, John, the two of us have a long account to settle, haven't we? I've been one of your creditors, too, and this is the reckoning, John. You're going to pay me in full, and you're going to pay me now.
What are you going to do?
That's a hard question, John. I'd be justified in cutting your throat, wouldn't I?
It would be murder.
Ugly word, isn't it?
Murder in the first degree.
Oh, of course.
They'd get you as sure as fate.
I wouldn't run away.
But, Kilburn, think what you are doing.
I've been thinking about it for 12 years, John.
I'm on my back, helpless.
You'd run if I let you up.
But give me a chance. Kilburn, give me...
The barber, interrupting.
No, John, you get no chance. You gave Jenny none.
He pauses.
She was just 18 when you came to our town. She was only a child, John. Only a child. Her mother was dead. I was all she had, and she was all I had. And I was trying to bring her up right, to make her the same kind of a woman her mother had been, if you know what that means.
I didn't.
Don't tell me what you did and what you didn't. She loved you, and I trusted you. You were going to get married. You took her away with you, and you didn't marry her. Marriage! Why, you never thought of it. You couldn't get her any other way. You wanted her, and you got her. You didn't care about me, and you didn't care about her. She was a toy. She amused you, and when you were through with her, you flung her into the gutter. It makes me sick to think of it.
He goes on more quietly.
She came home 6 months later. How she got back all the way from where you'd taken her, I don't know. and I don't like to guess. And then...
I'll marry her now, Kilburn.
You'll have to ask her about that.
The customer, eagerly.
Well?
In 2 minutes, you'll be able to ask her.
What do you mean?
She's dead, John. Dead.
The customer groans.
Oh.
Then, suddenly, he tries to rise. The barber places his hand over his forehead and eyes and forces him back into the chair.
30 seconds for your prayers, John.
Don't kill me, man. Don't kill me. I'm not fit to die. I'm not ready. A minute. 2 minutes. I'm too young. Don't kill...
The barber, still with his hand across the other man's eyes, suddenly seizes a wet towel and strikes him across the throat with it. The customer faints. The barber looks at him contemptuously, abruptly raises the chair to a sitting position, puts away the razor.
So your nerve gave way, John? Your nerve gave way?
He spreads the towel over the customer's face and roughly wipes away the lather. The customer, beginning to come to, faintly.
Where am I?
You ought to be in hell, but I guess you're still on God's good earth.
The customer, putting his hand to his throat.
You didn't kill me?
No, I didn't.
The customer, standing up.
And you could have.
John, when you are just about to cross the river, when your eyes are beginning to glaze and your heart's about to stop beating, you won't be nearer death than you were a minute ago.
Why didn't you kill me?
It wouldn't bring back Jenny, would it?
The customer, with a sneer.
Were you afraid?
After I had been looking forward to it for 12 years. No.
Then why?
The barber, grimly.
You'll remember why.
He helps him on with his coat.
John, tell me, are fellows who are so brave with women always so cowardly when they deal with men? Or...
Breaking off, speaking slowly.
Or perhaps was it on account of that meeting?
That meeting? Good Lord!
Yes, the meeting.
The customer, looking at the clock.
25 minutes past. I'm ruined. I'm ruined.
The barber, half to himself.
I didn't kill you, no. I left your life, but I made it worthless. I broke you. I broke you.
The customer has crossed stealthily to the door.
Kilburn?
The barber, startled at the sudden change in his voice.
Yes?
The customer, hysterically.
Thought I was a fool, did you? Thought I'd tell you the real time of the meeting?
What do you mean?
The customer, shrieking.
You ass! You idiot! The meeting doesn't begin till 3:30.
The barber, calmly.
Is that all? Well, the clock,
pointing to it,
is half an hour slow.
Curtain. End of The Reckoning by Percival Wilde.
Play 10 of One Act Play Collection 18. The Game of Chess by Kenneth Sawyer Goodman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Chess by Kenneth Sawyer Goodman. Dramatis Personae.
Alexei Alexandrovich. Read by Greg Giordano.
Constantine. Read by Inkel.
Boris Ivanovich Shemreev. Read by Thomas Peter.
Footman. Read by James Hedrick.
Stage directions read by Alan Mapstone. The Game of Chess. The scene is a wainscoted room in the house of Alexis. High windows at the back left. At the right back is a double door giving into an anteroom. Against the right wall is a couch. In the left wall near the back is a small door. Nearer the audience, on the same wall, a chimney breast with a carved mantel. Under the window at the back, another couch and several chairs give the room a luxurious air. Alexis and Constantine are playing chess at a small table in front of an open fire. There is a large table in the centre of the stage with fruit, a flagon of wine, and glasses.
You seem to have lost your cunning, Constantine.
Wait!
Perhaps the pawn.
No.
He moves.
So.
Aha! That, eh? Well, well. The cunning is returning, is it?
He strikes a little bell beside him and again scans the board.
Is the hour up, Your Excellency?
No, no. We still have 10 minutes to play.
Your Excellency tires of the game, perhaps?
No, I never tire of the game. When I do that, I shall tire of life itself. Chess is as much a gauge of a man's mental development as love or war or politics or any other game. When I play bad chess, I shall have ceased to be a competent governor. We patricians do not justify our lives by the toil of our hands. We should tune the machinery inside our skulls to its highest effectiveness. We must keep it tuned and timed and oiled. Ah, yes, it is that way we serve. When the machine balks or stops, we are nothing.
But Your Excellency was thinking of other things.
Was I so? Well, well, we shall see. We shall see. I was thinking of other things, eh?
He makes a move swiftly.
There, match me that if you can.
Ah, the one move that could have saved your king.
There you have it. I doze, I dream, my mind wanders, and then it comes in a flash. The one move on the board. It is by such flashes I know myself.
Your Excellency has inspiration.
Perhaps, but behind inspiration, always the technique of the game.
A footman enters.
Your Excellency rang?
Is the man Shamraev waiting?
A man, Boris Ivanovich Shamraev, with a letter from Your Excellency, is waiting in the secretary's room.
You may bring him here in 3 minutes.
Pardon, Excellency, but the secretary wishes to know if the orders received from Mr. Constantine are correct.
What orders?
The man, Boris Ivanovich Shamraev, is not to be searched.
There is no occasion to search the man.
Footman bows and withdraws.
Your move, my dear Constantine. We have exactly 2 minutes to finish the game, and 1 minute for questions.
He lays his watch beside the chessboard. Constantine moves.
So.
Ah, 1 moment. There. What now?
He moves.
This.
He moves.
And this.
He moves.
Aha! I could checkmate Your Excellency in 5 more moves.
The 2 minutes are up. Tell me, you are quite certain that your agents made no mistake in the matter of this man, Shamraev?
Quite certain, Your Excellency. I begged you to have him put under arrest yesterday. There is absolutely no question. The man's entire history is in your hands.
And, in spite of all this, I have granted him a personal interview. I have given explicit orders that he is not to be searched. In short, I must be a fool, eh?
I cannot question your Excellency's judgment.
Ah, you can't question my judgment, eh? But you think. I saw something behind your eyes just now, when you said you would checkmate me in 5 moves. You were thinking, Alexey Alexandrovitch, for all his fine talk, is not what he used to be. Something has slipped away from him. Do you think I've become a coward?
Your Excellency!
I sometimes think so myself, that sometime there will be no Flash, that I shall be checkmated once and for all. That's why I keep you here, hour after hour, playing chess with me. That's why I am tempted to try another kind of game with this man, Shamraeff.
Then you have a definite reason for seeing this man?
None that you would understand.
But, in that case, might I point out to your Excellency, surely it would be safer—
Don't speak to me as if you were speaking to a child. I know what you think. Alexey Alexandrovitch is not what he was. Things are slipping past him. He needs watching. Well, the time is up. You have your orders.
Shall I take away the chessmen?
No, leave them as they are. We'll finish the game when I ring for you.
Constantine rises and hesitates.
Well. You're going to say something. You think the game won't be finished. We'll see. We'll see about that.
I beg your Excellency.
Footman enters, followed by Shamraeff.
Boris Ivanovich Shamraeff.
Shamraeff wears the clothes of a respectable artisan. He is, apparently, somewhat younger than Alexis, strongly built, and has a rather fine but stolid face. He stands with his cap in his hand.
So, you are Boris Ivanovich Shamraeff, are you? Well.
Yes, I am Boris Ivanovich Shamraeff.
You found it hard to get at me, did you? Hard to get an interview with Alexey Alexandrovitch?
Not so hard as I had expected, Your Excellency.
Alexis to Constantine and Footman.
Well, what are you waiting for? This man has something important to say to me. He's bashful. He can't speak out before so many people.
Your Excellency, I will wait in the passage.
Nonsense. Go into the garden and think about your game of chess. Go.
Constantine and Footman go out.
Sit down in that chair. I want to look at you.
Boris looks round uneasily.
There is no one watching us. This room is in a corner of the house. Nothing but windows behind you. No balcony, no hangings. Open the door you came in by. There is no one in the passage. Turn the key, if you like.
Boris steps quickly to the main doors, throws them open, looks into the passage, shuts them again, turns the key in the lock, and slips it into his pocket.
You see, we won't be disturbed. Now sit down and tell me what you want.
Boris sits down but says nothing.
Tongue-tied, eh? You don't know how to begin. Embarrassed, eh?
No. I was only wondering.
Ha! Wondering, eh?
I was wondering why Your Excellency chose to give me this opportunity.
This opportunity?
Boris looking up.
This opportunity to kill Your Excellency.
So, to kill me. That's it, is it? Well, I thought as much, but of course I couldn't be sure. Well, go on.
Boris simply.
God has delivered you into my hands.
Pah, leave God out of it. Don't give me any such cant nonsense. I doubt if God takes any interest in either of us. I have delivered myself into your hands. That's the simple fact of the matter. Could have trapped you so easily, too. But I didn't even have you searched. You may as well take the pistol out of your pocket.
Your Excellency seems amused.
No, not amused. I'm only curious to see you handle the thing. Morbid curiosity, if you like. Take it out, man. Take it out.
This is a solemn moment for us both, Your Excellency.
Solemn, eh? Well, solemn. Oh, I suppose it is solemn for you, Boris Ivanovitch. To me, it is simply curious, grotesque. Well.
Boris takes out pistol.
Keep your hand a little further from that bell, if you please.
I shan't ring. You would hardly wait for them to answer the bell, would you? Oh, no. I'm not such a fool as to think you'd do that. Oh, well, I lift my hand, and you shoot.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, I won't lift my hand.
Nothing on earth can save you, Alexis Alexandrovich.
Nor you, my friend, for that matter. You hardly expect to leave the house, shall we say, unmolested?
I do not expect to leave it alive, Excellency.
No, that would be asking too much. I was here to let you in. I won't be able to let you out again. You will have lost a useful friend, Boris Ivanovitch.
Your Excellency.
It is in your hands to end the interview. Come. You must hate me a great deal, my friend, to give your own life for the sake of taking mine.
I do not hate you.
Oh, how odd. I thought that everyone of your sort hated me. You might at least flatter me to the extent of showing some emotion. Come, flatter me to that extent.
I do not care to flatter you.
Ah, well, I shall have to do without it then.
My own feelings have nothing to do with it. I am an instrument of God.
God again. What has God to do with it? Did you happen to play a good game of chess?
Boris nervously.
Why do you ask me such a thing?
Because you interrupted a game here. Constantine threatened me with checkmate in 5 more moves. Checkmate in 5 moves. No, not so easy as that.
I have had enough of your jestings, Excellency.
You won't play, then? Well, I had promised myself to finish the game. We shall see.
Surely your Excellency has something you wish to say.
I have told you once, when you tire of the interview, it is in your hands to end it. What are you waiting for? You become tedious.
Have you no desire to pray, Excellency?
Pray? Who would listen to me? No, I'd rather chat.
As your Excellency likes.
Yes, we'll chat until you gather courage to do what you came for.
It takes no courage to kill a thing like you.
It takes a certain kind of courage to kill rats.
I have been chosen, Excellency.
So. The lot fell on you, did it? The honor, the distinction. You look at it in that way, don't you? Like the rest of your kind. You have political ideas, eh?
I have no political ideas.
No political ideas? Well. No personal hatred. Pray, explain yourself, man.
I am a peasant. My father and my father's father were peasants. You are a noble. Your line runs back to Tartar princes. It is a matter of centuries of pain and slavery against centuries of oppression and violence. I take no account of today, only of yesterday and tomorrow. Your acts have been cruel and harsh, doubtless. I hardly know. I throw them out of the scale. I throw out my own sufferings. They are not enough in themselves to tip the balance. You and I are nothing. It is caste against caste. I gave myself to the Revolutionary Party, yes. I am their agent, as you say, but I know little of their ideas for Russia. I care less. I only know that the band to which I belong represents the struggle which I feel in my own breast. I am their willing tool. I do their will because the right of vengeance comes down to me in the blood.
Yes, yes, a fanatic.
It is my order against yours.
Ah, your order against mine, eh? Centuries of pain against centuries of oppression. Well, well, you set aside today, do you? You throw your own little pains and penalties out of the scale on one side, and my little tyrannies and floggings and acts of villainy out on the other. You see yourself only as the avenger of a caste against a caste. The right of vengeance and the need of it comes down to you in the blood, does it? You're exalted by the breath of dead peasants, are you? It's because of that, and only because of it, that you take pride in the work you have set your hand to. Huh? Grotesque! You strike the air with a rod of smoke. You've stumbled upon the essence of the inane. You are about to commit a fantastic mockery of justice.
I have held my hand too long.
Wait. There's still something to be said. Something for you to think of in the moment between the time you take my life and the time you take your own. You are about to kill the man you might have been yourself. You are about to... I, and not you, am Boris Ivanovitch.
What rubbish are you talking now?
You are Alexei Alexandrovitch.
Why, you are mad.
Wait. When you were a child, you had a foster brother. You ran with him in the fields. You slept by his side at night. You fought with him over rough toys and bits of food. When you were 7 years old, a man on horseback came and took him away. You never knew his true parentage, and your father flogged you when you cried for him. Can you remember that?
I can remember that well.
Your father deserted your mother the following year. A little later she died. She told you nothing of the other child. You went to Kiev, to the house of your uncle, and became apprenticed to a bootmaker.
Leave off. You can't mystify me by telling me the story of my own life. It proves nothing. Your agents have ways of knowing such things. What I was, what I am, everything.
Yes, leave all that. As you say, it proves nothing. Yet we are foster brothers, you and I.
A sign.
Our good mother was endowed with a grim sense of humor. She sent her own boy to be reared as the son of princes, and the little aristocrat left with her for safety at the time of the Makarov meeting. She sent to, well, you know to what sort of a life she sent him.
Give me a sign.
I have no sign to give you.
What else? What else have you to tell me?
I, and not you, am the son of peasants. Do you see now why I call your errand grotesque?
Lies, lies, lies! What do you expect to gain by telling me such lies?
Nothing.
Do you expect me to believe you? Do you expect me to embrace you and clap my hat on my head and toss this pistol out the window and tell you to do what you like with me?
I expect nothing. I know that I am one dead man talking to another.
I can't fathom you. I know there must be some trick up your sleeve, but I can't fathom you.
There is no trick. You asked me why I chose to give you this opportunity to kill me. I'm telling you, that's all.
Lies. Utterly useless lies.
No, utterly useless truth. Do you think I wish to believe myself Boris Ivanovitch Shamareov, born a peasant? I, who have sat in high places and given my life to preserving an order of men to which I do not belong, which my blood ought to cry out against? Do you think I would have believed it if the belief had not been forced upon me? I have ways of knowing truth from falsehood, my friend. You are striking at a man who is dead before you touch him. But I have found out in the past week. Others already know. I have come to the end, I tell you. I have been a fantastic dupe. I cannot go on. I would have killed myself today, but I have a horror of taking my own life. You have come in time to save me from that.
Was that your only reason for seeing me?
I admit I was curious to see another man who had been as great a dupe as myself.
Lies! Lies! What else? Have you anything more to say?
I only ask you to finish your work, unless you have a scruple against killing in which case, go. The door is still open to you.
Boris sneering.
Very pretty, very touching. Go back, and tell my comrades that I let Alexis the Red slip through my fingers because he told me a child's story of changeling foster brothers. No. No.
He cocks his pistol.
Kill me then.
Boris raises the pistol.
I...
Pull the trigger, man.
I can't. There's a chance that what you have said may be true after all.
He lays down the pistol.
And yet I can't live if it's false. And by God, I can't live if it's true.
In either case, we must both die.
Aye, you speak the truth there, but I dare not kill you. I tell you I dare not. There must be some way out. Some other way.
Are you brave enough to take poison? Yes, good. Do you see this ring? I press a spring. So. There is a fine powder under the stone. So. I drop a few grains into one of these glasses. We draw lots. One of us drinks the wine, and the other still has your pistol to use. It is very simple, after all.
Boris rises.
Yeah. Now, by God, I see the trick. Lies, lies, every word of it was lies. I can see through you now. You're devilishly cunning with your sleight of hand, but I draw no lots for poison with the like of you.
Have it your own way. See, there's more than enough for both. Take the glass in your own hands. Divide it yourself. Pour the wine yourself. And then, to satisfy you, I'll drink first.
You carry the bluff to the bitter end, do you? Well, we'll see.
He mixes the powder and pours the wine and hands one glass to Alexis.
To your easy death, brother.
He lifts the glass and drinks.
Ah, so you're a brave man after all.
He lifts the glass and pauses.
What if I were to leave you now, eh?
My men have orders to seize you the moment you leave the room.
In that case.
He lifts the glass.
To your final redemption, brother.
Sit down.
Boris sits down.
Have you long to wait?
Perhaps 5 minutes. It's a Chinese concoction. They call it the draught of final oblivion. I believe it to be painless. I'm told that one becomes numb. Do you find yourself becoming drowsy?
No. My senses seem to be becoming more alert. Your voice sounds very sharp and clear.
Lift your hand.
It seems very heavy. Are you afraid of death, Excellency?
Alexis eyeing him sharply.
No, I am not afraid of death, brother, not in the least.
Nor I.
Good. Now, move your feet.
I don't seem to be able to. That's strange. I can't feel anything.
Nor I. Can you get out of your chair?
Boris slowly.
I can hardly move my hand. I might move by a supreme effort, but I haven't the will. I feel no pain, only a ringing in my head.
So, well, can you still hear perfectly?
Yes, I can still hear. Tell me, on your hope of redemption, was what you said to me just now the truth?
On my hope of redemption, eh?
If it was, I ask you to forgive me.
I have nothing to forgive.
Thanks.
On my hope of redemption, Boris Shemereov, everything I told you was lies, lies, lies.
Boris struggles painfully to his feet and lurches toward the table, where he has laid the pistol. Alexis springs to the table, seizes the pistol and tosses it out of the window. Boris supports himself against the edge of the table, half sitting, half leaning against it, his mouth open, his eyes staring. He sways dizzily. Alexis stands before him.
Well, you can still speak, can't you?
You fiend! You dog! You liar! At least you can't escape. No need for me to strike you. Well, sneer at me if you like. You are feeling the agony too, Alexis Alexandrovich. You can't deny it.
I am not dying, Boris Shemereov.
But I know. I saw you drink. You're dying, Excellency.
Yes, we drank together, didn't we? Well, and your eye wasn't off me an instant, was it? And you didn't lift your cup till I'd drained the last of mine, did you? Well.
I saw you drink what I drank.
Yes, I did drink it, Boris Ivanovich, didn't I? But what is sending you down to fry in hell with the stupid ghosts of your bestial ancestors is only embarrassing me the slightest of headaches.
It is not possible.
Eh? An oriental trick. A man in constant fear of poison may accustom himself, little by little, to a dose that would blast the life of an ordinary man. A fantastic precaution these days, only interesting to an antiquarian like myself. Well, you can hear me, can't you? I tell you, I could have taken the entire mess. Half of it seems to have been enough for you.
Boris makes an effort to get at Alexis, but almost sinks to the floor.
No use, Boris Shemereov. I advise you to hold fast to the table.
Why have you done this thing to me?
Body of Saint Michael, I am of one order, you of another. You are a terrorist, a Red, the blood of my brother, shot down in the streets of Kronstadt, the lives of my friends, the preservation of the sacred empire. Are these nothing? Nothing beside your dirty petitions of right? Ha! God has delivered you into my hands. I, and not you, am the instrument of God today. Boris Ivanovich, can you still hear me? Eh?
Yes.
So. One thing more. Why did I risk my own life to get yours? You would like to know that, wouldn't you? Why did I let you in here at all? You'd ask that if you could. Well, it was because men were thinking that Alexey Alexandrovitch wasn't what he used to be. Because I was beginning to think so myself. Because I had begun to doubt my own wits. I had to let myself be brought to bay. I had to look into the muzzle of your pistol. I had to pit my life against yours in a struggle where I had no other weapon, no other help than this.
He taps his forehead.
I think it unlikely that Constantine will checkmate me in 5 moves today.
Fiend! Fiend! Fiends!
He crumples up and falls to the floor.
So, it's over, is it? Well, well, well.
He takes a cover from the couch and throws it over Boris and stands over him. Alexis as if exorcising a ghost.
To the night without stars, to the mist that never lifts, to the bottom of nothingness, peace be with you.
He turns and taps the bell and then seats himself at the chessboard. The footman enters.
Your Excellency rang?
Go into the garden and find Mr. Constantine. Tell him I am ready to finish our game of chess.
The footman bows and withdraws. Alexis studying the moves on the chessboard.
So, the bishop, the queen. No. Yes, I have it. Body of St. Michael. Not in 5 moves. Not in 5 moves tonight. Ah, so. Well.
He rubs his hands softly and looks up just as Constantine enters. Curtain. End of The Game of Chess by Kenneth Sawyer Goodman. End of 1 Act Play Collection 18 by Various.